Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. Over the past couple of months, Sam West and I have given you our picks for the 5 best and 1 worst wizard spells for each level. In this video, I've strung all those other videos together for your viewing convenience, saving you the drudgery of having to go back and click on each individual video. You're welcome. If you're new to the channel, I invite you to click the subscribe button. And with that out of the way, on to the show. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are going to be breaking down our top 5 picks for the best wizard cantrips, and as a bonus, our pick for the worst wizard cantrip. Are you ready, Sam?
Oh, I'm ready. This should be like, if you're coming to play Dungeons and Dragons the first time and you're playing a wizard and you want to know what cantrips you should take, just come to this video and only take any of the ones we mentioned, because you only get like 3 anyway, right? This is the perfect spot to be like, yep, I mean, they say they're good, they're probably going to be good, and they're probably going to be good.
Well, you know, a lot of my knowledge has come from these chats I've had with you. I wonder if we're going to choose the same cantrips.
Yeah, I'm excited to see exactly how you rank things. And I think I don't know how our systems work either. Like, I picked cantrips in the context of all of the cantrips being in like a tier list. So like, I don't know how your thought process was or anything like that, but we can do this.
Yeah, one thing I didn't do, I didn't rank them like number 1, number 2, number 3. These are just top 5, but not in any particular order. I
did rank them, but like, your mileage may vary, right? Like, some are going to be higher than others depending on the player and table and context, everything like that. But I figured, like, if I had to give them an official ranking, this is probably where I'd put them. I
wasn't ready to make that kind of commitment.
Fair enough.
All right, well, let's go one by one. What's your first pick?
Okay, I'll start at the cantrip I think is the worst of the top 5. So my number 5.
Okay.
I have prestidigitation here. And I put in parentheses next to it the cosmetics. So really, one of any of the cosmetic cantrips, I would say, is probably the 5th best cantrip wizards get access to.
All right, yeah, that almost made my list, but I swapped it out at the last minute. When you say other cosmetics, are you talking about like thaumaturgy or? But those are not wizards or druidcraft. I was going to say, or other wizard cantrips that are also cosmetic.
I'm talking about the other wizard specific cosmetic cantrips, which there are 4 of. They're the like elemental ones, so mold earth and control flames, gust, and there's another one, shape water. Those are there are like 5 cosmetic-ish cantrips. I think dancing lights kind of fits in this bucket, but I think dancing lights notably worse than all of these. So I'd probably say like those 5 are all right around the same power. And you don't ever really need more than one of them, but that's where I put them at. What's your?
Yeah. See, I just for prestidigitation, I thought that, I mean, it does a lot of little stuff, but nothing I'd consider powerful. Funny you mentioned mold earth as a cosmetic cantrip, because that made my list.
That made your list? All right,
yes.
So we can say this is we were both on the same page for this. Is where I put my mind at. Well, so why do you think mold earth earns that spot?
Well, you know, it moves a lot of earth. If I'm reading it correctly, that's the one. It's 5 cubic feet, right?
Yeah.
That seems powerful. I don't know when or how often I'd have to use that, but if I need to dig a big trench or bury a body or something, then boom, cantrip. It's done in a flash. Or even if I just need to provide instant cover. You know, I've got instantly a 5-foot pit and a 5-foot mound next to it. You can get total cover out of that and then risk being buried.
Yeah. So I think that the condition of loose earth, the reason that those aren't good reasons enough for me is because of the loose earth debate that happens where people will run into problems, will be like, what constitutes loose earth? Is any dirt loose earth, or does it need to be like recently dug graves constitutes loose earth? Like, it has to be a pile that a bulldozer already moved for it to constitute loose earth. I think your mileage is definitely going to vary there. And that's why it doesn't really crack prestidigitation for me. I like prestidigitation because it will be consistent. And as far as like spells that I find myself using a lot and spells I find players using a lot, the more flavorful stuff. So like even in Mold Earth, right? Like the colors and shapes changing images, writing and stuff like that. I find players use that a lot.
Oh,
And
see,
even,
I totally forgot that was part of the spell. I'm
sure.
strictly on Mold Earth for the dirt moving ability.
I think it's
I
because
mean,
you play the
even
game
if
like you're playing like Civilization or some
I
like
know,
like
this comes up a
world
lot.
builder.
I'm not even thinking about that necessarily, though. It's more like, even if I need to put a lot of weight on something, there's so much dirt.
Yeah, but is it all loose?
I don't.
Like how far down on the earth do you get before it's packed dirt and not
I don't
loose
know.
dirt? Right? And that's where I'm like, oh, I really don't think I can put that much weight into this because I don't like as a DM, I think I would let a lot of leniency happen early on, and as things progress, it just gets less and less and less and less useful. As like, what if you're just underwater? What if you're in a stone castle? What if you're adventuring in the Feywild? Like, there's so many different locations where this spell literally just doesn't do anything. I don't find that to be a good enough reason to take it, even in like the traditional fantasy 1 through 5 levels of D&D. Even if you are going in making giant mounds of dirt, how good is that? Like, is the ability to generate cover that useful if it's taking your action? I don't think it's that good. I don't know.
I guess I'm just impressed for a cantrip to be able to do that much physical labor.
Sure. That's a reasonable thing to be impressed by. I don't think that's a good enough reason to take it though.
Yeah, maybe not.
Sure.
All right, let's keep moving.
All right.
All right, you picked one and I picked one, so I guess you're up again.
Okay, great. My number 4 slot, I cheated a lot with these because Wizard's got a lot of good cantrips, but these like fit the same bucket. It's Frostbite and Mind Sliver. So these are both damaging cantrips that impose some form of penalty on the enemy that is useful for other players. I would go as far as to say, like, if you wanted a damaging cantrip, either of these is all you'll ever need. I think I rate Mind Sliver slightly higher than Frostbite because Vicious Mockery exists, and Vicious Mockery does the Frostbite save verbatim. Frostbite's like almost a strictly better version of Vicious Mockery, which is a bummer, because I want bards to have their cool little thing, and viciously mocking people is absolutely bard's cool little thing. So Mind Sliver being like the imposing disadvantage on saves gives you like this fun wizardy niche where you're the one that's good at magic, and you're the one that's going to make others' magic better. And I like that being in the wheelhouse of Wizard, and the fact that it's a stacked on to damage, it's always going to be reliable. Like there's going to be no fight where you're ever like, oh god, I can't believe all I have left is Mind Sliver, because you can at minimum start chaining them together, and then you're going to have at least a consistent damage train going, even in the mid tiers where you're like hitting for 2d6 or 3d6. You're consistently happy to be like, worst case scenario, I'm doing some damage and setting someone else up or setting my next spell up or anything else like that. And I think that quantifies it being an absolutely banger Wizard cantrip.
For all of these reasons, I also chose Mind Sliver.
Excellent.
Now, you did cheat though, because you said Mind Sliver / Frostbite. Why did you include Frostbite in there?
Because Frostbite, again, it's almost the same, right? As far as like its functional impact on the game, Frostbite is a flavorful option that if you would rather have that over Mind Sliver. I would also say if you don't have a bard in your party, that's when I would start considering Frostbite. And that's the reason it's after Mind Sliver. It's like, I want to mention it because it's definitely as good, if not a little bit better, but it isn't in specific context that's not as useful because your bard already has it and you don't necessarily want a whole lot of overlap whenever it comes to cantrips.
Right.
So I'm mentioning Frostbite just because like imposing disadvantage on attack rolls is useful. And being able to do that at range on a cantrip is useful. And I would say it's about as useful as being able to empower saving throws the way the Mind Sliver does. And it's, again, same kind of environment where one is slightly more protective, one is slightly more like detracting of enemies, making enemies weaker to your abilities. They fit within the same category of supporting damage spells, though. And that's why I wanted to at least mention it.
I think you touched on this, but one of my favorite parts of Mind Sliver is that, if nobody else forces a saving throw, it'll set them up for your next Mind Sliver. That's fun,
and it just can keep rolling. And I also like that. I don't think, let me double check, but I don't believe Mind Sliver even like cares if it's a spell save. It's just a saving throw, so you can have your go for it.
No, I think you're correct is what I'm saying. And
then you can just like your grapple checks all of a sudden, or not grapple checks, I guess like knocking things prone on strength saves from like your panther animal companion that the rangers got, right? All of a sudden that's made a disadvantage. And that's a big deal, right? Like being able to turn knocking somebody prone can be a massive game changer as far as like how you kill something, because then every melee attack on it's got an advantage, and Mind Sliver helps that happen. And it like it makes bad builds better, and I'm always a fan of those kinds of things that make like, oh, it's a DC 12 strength check, there's no chance anyone ever fails that. But if they have disadvantage, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, 1s through 5s happen a lot more often with disadvantage, and that makes Mind Sliver cooler. It makes it better. It makes it empower worse things as well as supporting your things. It's good across the board.
All right. Great. I'll go next. I'm gonna choose an easy one. Damage cantrip, Firebolt.
Firebolt made your list. Firebolt didn't make my list.
No.
No.
Well, yeah, I think you're a little too snobby for Firebolt to make your list. It's too easy a pick for you, I think.
Do you know why Firebolt didn't make my list?
I think I just said that.
Because that's fair. My number 3 is Create Bonfire, which just ekes out Firebolt as the only damaging cantrip you'll ever need. If Create Bonfire didn't exist, Firebolt would have this slot, but Firebolt is notably worse than it, and it's worse by a lot than it. At least in the tiers of play that matter for it, and that's why I think Create Bonfire like earns this slot, and Firebolt's just kind of like it's what you had before the Create Bonfire existed.
Yeah, I still like Firebolt because the range. Create Bonfire doesn't have much range, does it?
How often do you need to be within 120 feet of something if you aren't like
Probably
also
not
within
very,
60 feet of it? Yeah, right. Like,
but I like having that option.
Sure, you like being able to shoot at it whenever you're 100 feet away from it, as opposed to just 60 feet away from it. I guess. I mean, like, I don't. The range I don't think is often going to be a meaningful factor for Firebolt. That's why I'm not a big fan of it in the first place. The damage dice size does matter. It being a D10 is notably better. It's going to scale. Oh, pardon. It's going to scale with a whole bunch of different things that care about like re-rolling dice and stuff. Like there are ways that you care about dice size. And there's ways that, a D10 is bigger than a D8. My problem with Firebolt is the floor is just or the ceiling is just so static. Like you can't make it that much better no matter what you do with it. With Create Bonfire, its floor is a D8 cantrip that you can just be like, that thing's taking a D8 damage on a save. And that's great. But it also then has the upside of a ceiling of being able to be like, it can close off spaces that things have to run through. It creates a persistent damaging effect that you can just sit underneath the fire giant, and then you can continue to cast first levels and higher spells with your action and just have that persistent damage taking away. You only need 2 rounds of this up for it to outtake the damage of Firebolt by a pretty substantial margin. And it just does so many more things. And the real reason I really love it is it teaches casters how to use area of effect spells. It teaches casters how to do the caster thing in a notably different way than fighters do, a notably different way than the marshals do. Like you're not making an attack roll and hitting something for damage because almost no spells make attack rolls. Instead, you're putting a saving throw area down and you care about that location. You care about controlling enemies going through that location. And it gives you like these little neat opportunities to sort of work your way into strategic planning to get most out of like these tiny little decisions. I think that's really cool. And I think that definitely makes it worth a single dice size for the sheer quantity of stuff you get and the 60-foot range extra. I don't think is what we're talking about, frankly.
Maybe it's a psychological thing. Firebolt invokes a feeling. Zap, zap, boom, boom. Create Bonfire. If it was called like Mini Fireball or something, okay. But Create Bonfire, I want to roast hot dogs on it or something. That's you're absolutely right. Except that I still like my range and
fair
higher damage ceiling.
Yeah, I think this spell desperately needs renamed. Create Bonfire definitely sounds like something the bard does before you start a short rest. It definitely sounds like something you do before a rave or a party, right? Like it doesn't sound like a consistent damaging cantrip you want to be pulling out all over the place. At the same time, like it's way better. It just is.
Okay.
And I mean, you're right in that the range isn't technically meaningful upside in the damage dice is. It also doesn't help by like Create Bonfire requires your concentration. So at the moment you're out of 5th level, you're not casting that ever again. Granted, the moment you're past 5th level, you're probably never casting Firebolt ever again. Because why in a fight would I ever cast a cantrip when I have 1st level and 2nd level and 3rd level spell slots to burn? It just doesn't happen.
Because you blew them all.
In one, you have so many, and they're not like 8 fights per long rest anymore. It's so hard to spend all of your spell slots. That's why shield and stuff is so good. We'll get there.
Maybe you're picking off squirrels or something.
Sure.
On their way to something.
if you are concentrating on something else, then you probably have an action to use with it. Like if you are concentrating on conjured minor elementals or something, right, that you care about the concentration for, I'm not worried about casting cantrip. I'm pretty sure that's doing all of the heavy lifting in this encounter, and I can just sit back and twiddle my thumbs while they kill everything. So I did want to mention it. It will be like, if you are in an encounter heavy game, Firebolt probably is safer. It's like you'll always be able to be like, I don't ever have to worry about the interaction with the spell. It's simpler, but that's just not where I want to be.
I'm a simple man.
Sure.
All right. So we did. I picked Firebolt. You picked Create Bonfire, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I think we've each done 3. Let's see what else I've got.
Moving into the creme de la creme. This is the good stuff.
Yeah, because you've gone in order. I'm not going in any particular order. I'm gonna go with one more damaging spell. I picked Ray of Frost.
Ooh. Contentious opinion. That spell is shit.
Ooh. Do not like this one.
No.
I like it. It does a little bit less damage than a Firebolt, but also it has a slowing effect.
That it does.
We haven't covered this one, have we?
We haven't.
Oh dear. I shouldn't have picked spells that we haven't covered. Now I'm gonna be embarrassed.
Here's where I stand on Ray of Frost. If you are ever able to get a single dash action out of it, it has justified its spot on your character sheet. I have DM'd for it dozens and dozens and dozens of times. It has never once eaten a dash action from one of my monsters. It has, and that's either because the players had something better to do with their action, which is the vast majority of the time, or they were already out of resources after the mid-fight as the engagement has happened, and are now spending a damaging cantrip on things that are already engaged in melee range, or a thing that is already engaged in a way that there's no way to disengage with it and Ray of Frost to prevent it from getting to you. It just doesn't happen. It is this hypothetical upside that will very rarely make a meaningful impact on an encounter. When it does, it's very good. If you're playing in very specifically large sprawling spaces that have just brute marauders sprinting at you, yeah, slowing them by 10 feet can be useful. That's not worth the dice size. It's not worth, Firebolt over it is just going to do more damage, lead them to death sooner, and it's going to make your encounter overall better. I'm routinely disappointed with Ray of Frost. For my whole time DMing, I have never once been like, wow, Ray of Frost really showed up today. It just doesn't. It scales terribly. You never want to cast in the upper tiers because you care predominantly about the damage when you're taking it, because the slow just isn't that impactful. And it's so hard to make the slow matter. If it halved their speed, then we'd have a little bit more of an interesting thing to talk about, right? Because then it scales with how fast things are. You can take things that are going 60 and drop them to 30, and that's a huge deal. But if you're ever dropping something from 60 to 50, that is entirely negligible. That's the difference between less than one of your moves. It isn't going to make any meaningful difference on fast monsters. And on slow monsters, moving is going to be more impactful than that. You're going to be able to kite them out regardless. And it lands in this awkward space where the practical use cases of it, where you're actually like, yes, this slow mattered. I just don't see it happen.
I'd like to play one time with you as the dungeon master and me as a caster who only chooses spells that you hate.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a lot of fun, I think.
Do I get to keep running lethal encounters, or do I have to balance it around knowing that you've taken only garbage?
No, you do you, and I will use my garbage to the best of my ability.
Can't wait. We 100% should just live play that. That'd be a great time. And we could have all the viewers at home, all 30 of them show up and be like, hey, look at Bob get roasted. I'd be here for that.
All right, what's your next pick?
Okay, my number 2, this is where we're I can't believe I had to put this spell next to Ray of Frost. Oh my God. Mine is Minor Illusion. This spell is a banger. God, Minor Illusion is good.
Yeah, I knew you were going to choose an illusion. I don't. I can never get anything good out of them, but go ahead.
Minor Illusion, you are absolutely right. It is for a specific kind of person. It is for the kind of person that navigates the game not necessarily in the same way as everyone else. That's not true. Everyone navigates the game differently. I shouldn't say there's these two camps of people, but for the most part, Minor Illusion finds its way onto people's sheets that trying to come up with the dumbest, most ridiculous solution possible and making it happen with just spawning things into thin air. And that's what it gives you the tool to do. I would hazard a guess that if you were to just stick this on your sheet and say, I'm using Minor Illusion tonight, you will find silly things to do with it. You will absolutely find ways to be like, yes, we actually got out of a fight or started one because of Minor Illusion. Kind of like Friends, Minor Illusion has so much potential for things to go horribly awry. Like so many other cantrips that exist that can potentially be like utterly game changing as far as getting people to hate you or getting people to love you. Minor Illusion is kind of like the easiest, cheapest way to do all of those things, because a 5-foot area that looks exactly how you want it to whenever you cast it, you just create an object and it looks like that object. That's very powerful. Being able to have outside the window just like a scary, craggly witch pass by is going to have an impact on people inside the room, regardless if they notice if it's an illusion or not a lot of the times. Because when they go, oh my God, there's an illusionist here. There's going to be ways that you can create full cover with it. And if things don't beat the DC to investigate it, or if things just don't investigate it, they'll walk right on by and you'll be happily hidden in a box like Solid Snake. Like and that's just the physical illusions. I haven't even touched on the ghost sound that you can do, that like ghost sound from older editions got basically melded into this and lets you make neat little noises, crying baby sounds, crow noises, blades, people's throats getting cut. Like you can make a whole bunch of fun squelchy sound effects to get people to have immediate responses, big opinions, big worried moments. There aren't other cantrips in the game that really do all of that in a tiny little bucket. Minor Illusion has, I think, out of all the cantrips in the game, the most potential to change things. At the same time, it is really, really, really hard to use. And coming up with those game-changing things on the fly is difficult. It is hard. It requires practice, and like DMs tend to have an easier time with it because we're used to coming up with bullshit improv to make like, oh yeah, we're gonna keep things moving and make things interesting. Let's escalate here, escalate there. This thing enters the scene, that comes on in. You're getting kicked in by orcs now. And Minor Illusion fits that kind of mindset. But on like just sitting down as a player and being like, how do I solve this problem? How do we beat up these goblins? How do we do this? These are the spells I have access to. You have to start thinking so deep, and you have to start making so many assumptions that it becomes a burden to even be like, do I even bother wasting my time trying this out? And for that reason, it's going to vary wildly in its utility on sheet to sheet. I think it's great. I love using it. It almost always finds a home if I'm not playing a Warlocks. Warlocks get the better version of this with Misty Visions. But like it is, I think if you're the kind of person that loves being like, what if Dwayne The Rock Johnson walked in the room right now? How would everything be changed by that? You're going to love Minor Illusion.
All right. That's fine. No, but you're right, though. It does take a little work, a little practice. And yeah, maybe I'd feel differently if I was willing to put that work and practice into it.
Fair.
Oh, all right. What are we down to number ones now?
I'm at my number one.
Okay.
What's your last spell?
Mine, I picked Mage Hand.
Me too.
Okay.
Yes.
I was wondering, we're getting down to the nitty gritty, and he hasn't said Mage Hand yet. I didn't expect it to be your number one, but yeah.
It is. So why did it make your list? Why do you love Mage Hand?
Because I'd hate to be in a situation where I needed Mage Hand, and I thought, and I had the potential to have it, and I chose something else. Like Mage Hand, there's just so many scenarios where it would, at least I feel like it would be useful. The one that always comes to mind is, grabbing a set of keys off the wall, letting yourself out of a cell. Maybe the guard carelessly put down a dagger on a table, grab that and arm yourself. Or what else? What do you got?
All of those reasons and more. I think what you really hit it home for me is you prefaced it with, I don't want to be in a spot where I knew I could have taken Mage Hand and didn't. And I think that identifies it as the most iconic wizard ability, the most iconic wizard cantrip. It's something that when you're playing a wizard, I just expect that, like whenever I'm seeing them at the table, that they have Mage Hand. It is telekinesis at its finest. You can steal beers, you can get coins, you can do a whole bunch of nonsense, unlocking doors from a distance even. That is a very tame use case that people use Mage Hand for all the time, is jiggle the handle with Mage Hand so you don't get electrocuted and explode whenever the trap goes off, right? Mage Hand is a class feature more than it is a cantrip, in that it is an expected quantity that wizards have access to it. It is the kind of ability that at first level, every new DM is going to very quickly realize they can't have keys hanging on the walls outside the jail cell if they want to arrest the wizard. They can't have, these kind of solutions be really evidently available unless they are okay with Mage Hand being an easy solution to them. It's the kind of cantrip that you can combine with other things that really rewards exploring an environment, really rewards understanding and coming up with on the fly. Like a lot of tables will sort of ask players what they want to be in the space, and they'll be part of the world building, be part of the, can this be in this room? And then the DM goes, absolutely, because you're doing something cool with it. And then like all of a sudden they're lifting a stool and throwing it across the room to make a clutter or whatever. There's a bucket full of milk that for some reason is just sitting where the cow used to be, and you do something weird with a bucket of milk. Like, it opens up a lot of strange windows to get access remotely to things that can make giant impacts on the game at just the cost of a cantrip. It's something that you just want to have access to because it is a way that you navigate the world differently than every other class. Not necessarily. There are other classes that get mage hand, mainly like sorcerer and stuff, but like it is the arcanist tool for interacting with the world at low tiers. And that's why it has to be a number one. Like, unlike minor illusion, which I think has a higher ceiling, no one will struggle to figure out how to use mage hand. It's very apparent. You get a hand, grab stuff, you move it towards you. It's very simple, it's very easy to use, and it's very powerful. And that earns the number one for me.
You're in the bathroom and you notice the person before you didn't replace the toilet paper roll. What do? Mage hand.
Yep.
Ooh. All right. Now I was talking to retrieve another roll, but I guess you could
alternatively.
Just yeah. Okay. Guess that's a good place to end.
Sure. So what was your full list?
All right, my full list in no particular order was Firebolt, Mold Earth, Mage Hand, Ray of Frost, and Mind Sliver.
So we had two that overlapped. My full list from bottom to top. So 5 is Prestidigitation, 4 is Mind Sliver, 3 is Create Bonfire, 2 is Minor Illusion, and 1 is Mage Hand. I think what's interesting is, I mean, Firebolt, Create Bonfire are very close, I think. So I think we were more or less on par with some good fire range damaging spell. That's kind of in the same bucket, right? Your Ray of Frost to my Minor Illusion, I think is a really big, interesting option. Like that's a very big divide between our opinions.
Right, but... one thing I wanted to say about Ray of Frost. You're talking
hit me
about,
with it.
Yeah, a dash, moving them from 60 feet to 50 feet. That's not where I was seeing it being like so useful. I was seeing it more of forcing a dash, denying them an action.
I think that is the only time Ray of Frost can be good, is whenever it is making someone take the dash action. I'm saying that I have literally never seen that occur ever. I have seen people, because again, I look at the circumstances as when would you want to cast Ray of Frost and have it be impactful? And the answer universally typically is when things are already far away from you and they need to approach you. If they are exactly 60 feet away or 50 feet, if they are beyond 40 and under 60, that eats an extra action. If they are at exactly 30, that eats an extra action. Anything else in between that doesn't do anything. If they were already going to have to dash or they already didn't have to dash, and then it doesn't have any meaningful impact. In those circumstances, you also need to not want to cast a spell at first level or higher at the beginning of a fight. And that just doesn't happen. You have better things to do whenever a fight breaks out. You would much rather throw out magic missiles. You would much rather throw out prep spells. You would much rather fireball. You would much rather do a myriad of other things than try and slow one person. If your goal is to eat actions, there's 3.5 billion other spells that will slow things down, that will make the encounter slow down, that are going to do a better job eating actions than your cantrip will. And your cantrip doesn't even always do it. It sometimes misses and you're sad.
We're going to cover Ray of Frost in full in the future.
Okay.
Save it for that.
Got it.
Did you finish your list? Or?
Yeah, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Create Bonfire, Mind Sliver, and Prestidigitation.
Okay.
Bottom.
Yeah,
if you're a wizard, 3 of those 5 will always be good.
All right, that was our list for cantrips. In the future, sometime we will be doing level 1 spells.
Wait.
What?
What's your worst spell? What's cantrip is the worst in the game?
We forgot about worst. Oh shucks. All right. I picked Blade Ward.
Okay, I picked True Strike. So yeah, we're in exactly the same camp.
I was this close to picking True Strike, but I thought, you know what? True Strike has some extremely niche uses where Blade Ward doesn't seem to.
I think you're right. I think Blade Ward is worse than True Strike. I didn't think about it long enough because the dodge action exists. That was the entire video about Blade Ward, was the dodge action exists. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Blade Ward is worse. They're both awful though. They're both really bad. I
am looking forward to our True Strike video because I want to know if the niche uses, what you think about my ideas for what those niche uses are.
Sure.
But I will save that for True Strike.
This is
But yeah, Blade
viewers.
War, we are agreed.
Yeah, never take it. It's the short of it is you can dodge instead, and it will be better than Blade Ward will be. And it doesn't cost you a cantrip. You can just do that. Anyone can do that. A kobold can do that. It doesn't even have to have class levels, and it can do that. You don't need a Blade Ward. It just doesn't serve a purpose. Just don't take it. Take anything else. Take True Strike over it. That's how bad it is.
Oh, don't
take
do
Strike
that.
Yeah. Just take spells from Bob in my top 5. Even if you take Ray of Frost, you'll be fine.
All right. Now I think that covers us. All right. That was our top 5 and 1 worst wizard cantrip. We will see you next time for something else. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're going to be breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst wizard spells of first level wizard spells. Yeah.
Mine might be controversial. Just a little bit.
I have no doubt. That's mine are probably pretty basic. But yeah, that's the fun of this dynamic. This is why people come to watch us.
Exactly. I'm a contrarian with bad opinions, and you're a par for the course gamer guy.
I get contrarian every now and again. Let's all right, I'll go first. I'll pick one I'm pretty sure we both have.
Okay.
Find Familiar. Yes.
Number 1 best first level spell in the game. Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a kind of a do-it-all. I mean, well, yeah, I picked Mage Hand for a cantrip. This can do almost as much as Mage Hand, depending on what kind of familiar you have. And in 5e, you can just switch out familiars.
Yep. A recurring theme in my list is the spells that I pick. 4 of them are good at all levels. 4 of them are first level spells that no matter how, when you're into the game, it's a good spell. Find Familiar, like you just said, it's just like this all-encompassing utility thing, right? Like Mage Hand, it's just a way you can navigate the world on a different plane, kind of. But it takes it beyond that by a lot. And more importantly to me, it doesn't really cost you a spell slot because it's a ritual spell, but it's not even a ritual spell you have to recast for the most part. It's a ritual spell you'll cast once, get a little pet, and then you only recast it whenever you're taking a long rest anyway to get your familiar back. And that's like the whole shtick. And it's really good at just being like this free feature-like ability. It's making a lot of use out of the ritual tag. It's making a lot of use out of just being powerful by giving the help action, by delivering things, by moving around and navigating with different senses, giving you flight at level 1, giving you access to blind sight and burrow speeds. Like, it can do so many things. And it does all of those things with just like not even a known first level spell. You just stick it in your spell book. You never prepare it, and it's always working for you around the clock with one of the most powerful, like it's this whole ass second character that you have to do things with. It doesn't take your action or anything. You just yell at it. You just mentally yell at it, and it just does things. It's really good.
Yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit when we were discussing Arcane Eye. What was that, 4th level spell?
Yep. We've talked about Animal Messenger before, a spell that is not as good as Arcane Eye, but it's not as good as Find Familiar either. It's quite bad. It's a 2nd level spell. There's like a lot of spells in this game that are hard to say are usable when Find Familiar exists. It invalidates a lot of reconnaissance. It invalidates a lot of basic like world exploration tools, just because having a bird that can go scout around an area, having a squirrel that can go run down the woods and come back, it's just really handy.
Yeah, no arguments here. But yeah, we'll talk more about that. Listeners, you can go look back at our longer videos for each of these individual spells if you like.
Yeah, if you want a real deep dive on Find Familiar, I'm pretty sure that video was like 20 minutes. It was robust.
I'll probably link it down below if I remember to. Let's just say I did.
Sure.
All right, what's your first pick or your second pick?
Okay, so best spell, I think, best first level spell, I think, is Find Familiar. I think this is a spell you should take on characters that aren't even wizards. I think you take Magic Initiate for it. It's that good. Like, it's crazy good feat. My number, I guess we already buried the lead with putting number 1 first. So, we didn't bury the lead. We're starting from the top. We'll go down. My number 2 pick, is a reaction spell, and it's a very good reaction spell. And this one is one where I kind of cheated too, but I went, well, let's say I'll use the one I think is slightly better. It's Silvery Barbs. Silvery Barbs is an utterly cracked, busted reaction first level spell that you get that will always be good at all tiers of play all of the time, and only gets better whenever you have more first level spell slots. It's utterly outrageous.
Yeah, that made my list as well. I did not rank these. Mine are just top 5 and in no particular order. Sam's are top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yes, I also chose Silvery Barbs for all the reasons you said. The reaction spells already are too few and far between, and this is a whopper of one.
Anytime you can get access to a reaction in this game, it is almost invaluable, right? It's such a rare action to use. Being able to do it as a spellcaster means you can do your more spellcasting more times in a given fight, which is just powerful. You're going to get more out of your things. And Silvery Barbs turns misses into hits and hits into misses. It turns like what could be utter disaster when watching someone roll a disadvantage and get a natural 1 into a reroll that take a better number and be fine now. It is, and then also have advantage on something else. Like Silvery Barbs is utterly cracked. And Shield literally doesn't make my list because Silvery Barbs is on it, because this is if the goal is to be like, oh, if I'm a wizard, and what are the good first level spells I should take? I think Silvery Barbs just ekes out Shield in its like usability, because you can use it whenever you're being attacked, you can use it whenever an ally is being attacked, and it also gives advantage. So they're both good independently, and you'll want them at different times, but you probably don't need both in the lower tiers. The upper tiers, you definitely just throw both in your character sheet because they're both amazing. But like, if you're going to take one, Silvery Barbs probably ekes it out.
I actually chose Shield as another one of my picks.
Nice.
Weighing that between that and Mage Armor, but I think Shield is probably a better. And again, another reaction spell. You can't have too many of those. Get them while you can.
I think what really puts both these spells up is also being very powerful, and like where a lot of power comes in reactions. Whenever you know an outcome is going to happen, and with these cases, I know I am going to be hit. Being able to know your resource is going to be contesting something, know it's going to be valuable, is huge. When you cast Mage Armor, hypothetically, you may have times where the AC difference between 13 and 11 plus Dex doesn't matter. Hypothetically, you can get crit twice and go down, and the AC that you cast the Mage Armor for literally did nothing. In the case of Shield, you know you're going to get hit, and this is an intervening factor. In the case of Silvery Barbs, you know you've been hit. This is an intervening factor. You can say in these moments, I know I'm not wasting this resource because this resource matters right now. And sure, there's some instances where you'll still get hit by like someone will overhit and do, a 25 to hit you or whatever, and the shield doesn't save you. But very often it will, and then it will also last until the start of a full round. You'll be very happy whenever everything else attacking you in between your next turn and now is hitting and trying to hit an AC of 15 or 19, 20, somewhere in the ridiculous high things. You'll see like really powerful defensive builds need shield because it puts your AC consistently at 23 at an absurdly low cost. So first level spell slot, you will spend second level spell slots on shield in really competitive games where things are like very lethal just because you need to have an AC of 23 all the time. And it's really good at every single tier you can take it. Like even at first level, saying I will die if that hits me, no thank you, is really good for a first level spell slot.
All right, but you did not have shield.
And the reason I don't have shield is I don't want to tell people to take 2 reaction spells, especially if they're like a low tier caster. I don't think you take shield over Silvery Barbs in the low tier. I think it's close. I don't think you're going to be like upset if you take either, but I think Silvery Barbs eats it out in utility just a little bit as far as like a thing you'll consistently and readily find things to do with it. So,
but my question is, that's 2 spells we both have and 1 spell only I have. So what's another one that which one do you think I probably don't have?
Don't have? Okay, that's my bottom of my list. I'll have to go out of order. I don't want to go out of order.
Oh, all right. Go in order, fine.
Number 3 slot, Burning Hands. This is first one level Fireball. It's the damage. Do you not have it?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't. I know we had this talk about Burning Hands, but I only needed, let's see, before I say that. Yeah, I only put 1 damage spell on my list, and it wasn't this one.
It's Magic Missile, isn't it?
Yes, it is Magic
Missile. It didn't make my list. I knew it. I knew when I looked at this, I'm like, Magic Missile's not on here, and I'm gonna get shit for that. But it's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. I put it on there.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I guess this kind of encompasses like a top 7-ish, pick your own top 5 between the two of us kind of deal. So it's more useful for people that way.
Yeah.
So like Burning Hands makes my list. I think because when you look at the first level spells, the only thing that comes closest to it is like Ice Knife, which is a single target effect that hits on an area after the fact for a little bit less damage. So it'll do slightly more damage to one target and slightly less to everyone around it. It is ranged at a better range, so like it's going to be slightly more flexible. It's closer to an actual fireball. But if you're looking for like raw damage in an area as a first level caster, if you want to walk into a fight against a bunch of kobolds and just win the fight because they're all grouped up, Burning Hands is that. And that's a teaching tool. It is the gold standard, the bar level setting for how to deal with area effects, how to deal with groups of monsters. It has a really fun risk reward pattern because it is a cone from you that you have to get up in business, and encourages some risk. It encourages the frontline characters to say, I'm going to take a big risk, and the reward is enormous, right? There aren't many other things in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition where at first level can deal 12d6 damage with a single spell slot, right? If you hit 4 things, you're doing 12d6 damage for a first level slot. That's ludicrous.
You don't see that happening very often, though. But
I don't agree. I think what damage do you think you would need to get out of this to justify it? 2 creatures? That's 66 damage still.
That's all right. I can see sometimes getting 2 creatures. I'm just saying, I don't see many instances where you're getting 4 in this.
Sure. 4 is definitely a lot. I think you will very often hit 2. And I think that is at a floor level, that is great. That is already more than enough damage. That's 3 attacks from your fighter. That's literally saving 3 turns for a first level spell slot functionally, right? Is what it will feel like. Because they have to attack for 2d6 damage a bunch of times with a greatsword. If you ever hit more than that, it's even better. And it sets this damage standard as far as if you want to do damage in an area, you have to say, is this better than Burning Hands? And I think the answer for a lot of first level spells is no. And that's why Burning Hands just tends to take over. Like they made a, and it's just strictly worse Burning Hands. It's like this little code of cold, like a baby cone of cold that they released in Rime the Frost Maiden. And it's just 2d8 damage in the same area that's cold. And it's just like, it's just.
Is that Frost Fingers?
Yeah, Frost Fingers.
Yeah.
And it's just worse. It just is. It has lower average, it has lower max, it has lower everything. Like, why would you ever Frost Fingers when you can just Burning Hands? Or even if you're at the table with the DM and be like, hey, I want my Burning Hands to do cold damage, 99% of DMs are gonna be like, cool. Neat.
I think I value range more than you do.
Yes.
You like the whole risk reward thing. I'd rather not risk and just get the reward.
We value different kinds of risk. I think you like volatility is what I would call it. You like things that could have a very big explosive effect or no effect at all. I value trading something like safety for an advantage in a different respect. I value having more possible negative outcomes in the future for a much higher impact now. And then
also like
styles.
I also like, sipping mojitos and blasting kobolds from like 6 miles away.
Sure.
Long before they could ever reach me.
Yeah, if they're good kobolds, you won't see them. They'll be hidden in little warrens poking out through walls and running like good monsters aren't going to do those kinds of things. That's not true. There are some dumb monsters that you'll gladly be able to pick up from 2 miles away, but I don't know. I definitely think Burning Hands deserves a spot on any wizard who's concerned about area effects. If you're like, how do I deal with lots of things at once? I'm scared of things getting on top of me. What is my answer? It's not Thunderwave, it's Burning Hands.
Yeah, mine is to kill them before that happens. That's why I know. That's when I appreciate friends.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's in part why I chose Magic Missile. I like the range. I like the guaranteed hit and the versatility. Like if this guy looks like he's on death's door, I'll just hit him with 1 Magic Missile and use 2 for somebody that looks a little healthier. Good times.
Magic Missile also just feels good to use, like you cast it and you're like, all right, this is where this damage is going, and that just happens. You have got like some peace of mind, there's some consistency with it, exactly the effect you're getting for the most part. Magic Missile is currently not on my list because I don't think Burning Hands definitely doesn't scale where the rest of my spells do. The rest of my spells are spells I'm happy to cast every level. Burning Hands is really only good in the first 3 levels of play, maybe 5 levels of play if you really stretch it. Magic Missile I think fits in the same category where it's like you're probably not casting this past 5th level. You probably want to be using your first level slots on more impactful things later in the game, which are going to be your reaction spells, which are going to be your high utility Featherfall effects and stuff. And Featherfall didn't even make my list as well, but that's another very good first level wizard spell that I would always consider throughout all points of the game. But at least in the early tier, Magic Missile is consistent. It's your friend. Well, I don't think it's in my top 5. It is definitely worth putting on a lot of character sheets. I find it very comfortable whenever I'm like, I want a spell that I know is going to do the damage. If I'm at a table with a DM I don't know, or the encounters have been really volatile, I'll be like, Magic Missile, please, because I will know what this does every single time, and I will never be disappointed by it. And yeah, that's a good reason to take it.
All right. What do you got next? No, I chose a Magic Missile, so I guess it's your turn. What do you got next?
My number 4 has grown on me a lot. This one has worked its way up from being like a mid-tier, I guess it's fine, first level spell, to one where I'm like, no, yeah, this is just good. It's Hideous Laughter. I think Hideous Laughter is low-key ridiculously good for first level spell slots. Like, there aren't a ton of Saber Dies. There's Command, but that's not a wizard spell. There's a couple, Charm Person is kind of a Saber Die, but it's sketchy as to when you can get the use out of it. Hideous Laughter does a lot of very valuable things. The biggest one being knocking them prone and incapacitating them. This is a universal hold person that you just point at somebody and they fall over and start laughing. Now they don't stay laughing for particularly long most of the time. Just because the way Saber Dies work and how Hideous Laughter makes you re-get saves and get up early and all that fun stuff. At its best, though, Hideous Laughter will feel like a polymorph, and that's ridiculous for a first level spell. If you can just put the ogre out of commission for 3 rounds, that's insane. And Hideous Laughter has the potential to do that for just a first level spell slot and some lucky rolls. For that reason, I think if you want a Saber Die that's consistent and cheap, Hideous Laughter is really good.
All right. So, all right, go through your first 4 one more time.
My top 4 at the moment are Find Familiar, Silvery Barbs, Burning Hands, and Hideous Laughter.
All right. So 3 of those are combat oriented. Okay. My final pick was not. I've chose Detect Magic.
I did too.
Oh,
Detect Magic absolutely made my list.
Oh, right, because you haven't finished. All right, I thought you finished already.
Nope, I got one more to go.
That's why I just asked you your top 4. All right, never mind. All right, both of us chose Detect Magic.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I talked about it briefly with Find Familiar being a ritual spell. Detect Magic feels like a feature. It feels like something that you just expect the wizard to be able to do, where you're in the Arcane Sanctum, you're in the underground dungeon, you're in, the ancient ruins or whatever, and they go, okay, great. No one's trying to kill us immediately. Give me 10 minutes. They sit down, they open up their spellbook, they cast Detect Magic. And now you get some neat world lore stuff. You get some neat ideas about what's happening around you. Your DM has some opportunities to delve into the schools of magic and figure some cool stuff out. It's a great little exploration tool, and it's free. It being a ritual spell, it's the kind of thing where if you're playing wizards, in my mind, optimally, you are only ever preparing the same list of spells, and every other spell that can be is a ritual, because you then have access to all of them all the time. Rituals only as rituals. The rest of the spells just are prepared that you can cast whenever, and you will be maximizing the efficiency of what you can do at any given moment by having access to a bunch of rituals and a bunch of first level spells. There'll be occasionally where you'll be like, all right, I'll stick a spell that I don't need in here situationally, that I have to prepare, whatever. It's in my spellbook for when I need to prepare it, and those spells can exist. I don't think they're good most of the time. They're normally too... you have to really know you're going into a high stakes environment to get protection from energy or something to stick in your spellbook. But Detect Magic is something that you don't ever have to prepare it. It's just in your spellbook. You get it as a ritual. The moment it's in there, it's yours for the rest of the time, and that is good.
Yeah, so I pictured your party just crawling through a dungeon, dragging corpses and bags of garbage and refuse behind them until you get a 10-minute break.
Yep.
All right, let's see what of this pile of garbage is magic, and we'll leave the rest behind.
Take the evocation thing, take the necromancy thing, hope the necromancy thing isn't cursed, and move on. Easy peasy.
All right, that was our top 5.
Yeah, those are top 5. Bob, what's your worst spell?
My worst. I don't know. Let me check.
Mine's a new one, but I'm glad it's the
My-
worst first level wizard spell.
Mine is two. Mine's one we covered recently. Let's see. Is it distort value?
It is distort value. Oh my god. This was way closer than I thought it was going to be. Our only difference was magic missile versus burning hands.
No, wait. We have one more, right?
No. Oh yeah, hideous laughter and
Shield.
something else. Oh yeah, shield. Right, shield. Because you also use silver barbs and shield on there, and I cheated and put kind of both of them on mine. Yeah, why do you hate? Why I don't hate distort value.
I hate it. No, all right.
Why is distort value bad? Is the question, right?
I could not think of a single viable use for it when we were discussing it the other day, and even what it's for in a world where this exists, that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, distort value is cute. I really like it. I like again that it exists. I think we mentioned it probably could have been a cantrip, and it still wouldn't be that
I still
good.
wouldn't take it. Yeah.
Yeah. As it turns out, the gold economy thing, yeah, that's not important. It just isn't. And this isn't an impactful effect worth a spell slot, almost ever. And normally the outcomes are going to be more negative than positive. This is like the Friends of the first level wizard spell slot if Friends didn't impact something important, because Friends at least influences like charisma checks. This just affects
Friends.
specifically bargaining. Yeah, I
could see myself. Yeah, but I could see myself taking Friends and misusing it.
Yeah, I think the people that take distort value, it has a tiny little purpose for them in being like, this is a very easy way to play the huckster. This is the very easy way to be the charlatan. You just say, oh, I distort the value of this jade. Now it's worth 40 gold pieces instead of 20 gold pieces. I'm so clever. And then
just lie.
Yeah, that's correct. That's just what you do, is you just
lie.
It
does physically remove blemishes or whatever, but
that doesn't matter.
Whatever.
It affects an element of the game that I say it doesn't matter. It's because your GM is going to give you as much gold as you need, almost always. And the only time you're not going to get as much gold as you need is whenever you're supposed to make difficult choices. Whenever you're supposed to say, I do this or I do that. That is the point of gold.
That may be the most controversial thing you've said. We're going to get comments about that.
About gold not matless?
No,
it's just how the game works.
Your DM is going to give you the gold you need.
Correct. So the gold they think you need may be a better way to phrase it. The gold they believe you should have access to for their game. And that makes the store value not function, because then it's just into their equation to go, okay, they're going to distort value these things, whatever. They have slightly more gold. Whoopee. They've done it. They can now afford a magic item and a half instead of a magic item. Huzzah. It is not.
It's going to be that even that effective.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not going to have magic item buying money. You're talking about, oh, now they can afford a 35 silver piece wooden shield. That's
like, and I'll be honest, if we're at a game where that matters, if we're at a game where it's like, oh my god, I can't afford the 2 silver piece shield, I better distort its value down to 1. So I'm out. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it. I give me the equipment that my characters start with. It includes more money than that. I'm not worrying about pinching pennies and copper pieces. It's the gold standard economy. If it doesn't cost gold, it's free. It's how I run things. It's just not worth tracking the rest of it. We can say that your characters figure it out in post. Like that's enough for me. And distort value definitely is like oh hey, look, I used some illusion and now it's worth 2 gold pieces instead of 1 gold piece. And I'm like, no. It's got a minute cast time. You just spent a minute casting this.
Oh god,
that's so bad.
I don't like, you say you like that it exists. I am completely indifferent to its existence. It's a nothing spell.
I think there will be enough, and by that I mean like 5 people that see this as there being value here and go, oh, I want to do that character. and then this lets them do it, and they otherwise wouldn't have figured out the way to make that happen. Like, I think for new players, which this spell's not really aimed at, it's just like a new player that stumbles across this video specifically on the internet that's like, yeah, I kind of want to try that out. They will get value from it. Because it'll be fun, it'll be a forced RP moment, they will have to deal with consequences, it'll be a moment where they are the center of attention, because this spell says I get to be the center of attention. When I successfully swindle a person, unless they make a good investigation check, which, I mean, if you're dealing with a gem dealer, their investigation is literally all they do. But yeah, it's for those people, and those people only. It's a very small percentage of people. Everyone else, the spell is hot garbage. On those people, even, like, this isn't good for their character. This isn't, like, helping, really. This is just giving them a tool that could be done with RP that they don't know necessarily how to do with RP, right?
I wonder if we will look at comments, though, because I don't know if you've looked at the comments for our last for our cantrips, but we had a couple people coming in defense of Blade Ward.
They're wrong.
In specific situations.
Hold on. Let me express one more time why they're wrong. The dodge action.
All right. Take a look at them. They heard us. Yeah, they listed very specific things that you can go take a look at later.
Okay, can do.
All right. Well, that's it though. We're done, right?
That's first level spells.
That's first level spells. First level
We
wizard
agreed on
spells.
a lot of them.
Yeah, that was I thought that was going to be a lot different.
Yeah, I think that wizards have a really robust, powerful first level spell list. I would go as far as say, like,
I know that's why I was expecting the differences, just because there's so many to choose from.
I think Charm Person could have made this list. I think Charm Person's really good. I think there are, like, even Silent Image. It hurt me not to put Silent Image on this list, but it definitely is like a very niche player kind of spell to make it really good, and it's not that much better than Minor Illusion. Yeah, I think of all, like, if we're looking at the grand scheme of things, of every class and their spell lists at specific levels, and we're going to talk about what one I think has the largest impact on the game as a whole, I think it's probably first level wizard spells. I think, like, the game, the times the game is most shaped by is first level wizard spells by far. Find Familiar's outrageously impactful. All the like, even Absorb Elements, which we didn't even touch on. It's another one of the reaction spells that wizards get, and it's a more niche one, but it is really good whenever it happens. Being able to be like, yeah, that 80 fire damage I was about to take is actually 40. So thanks for that. Very useful, right? Like, there are a robust list of them, and they are very, very good. Now, there are some completely uncastable ones. But yeah, the first level wizard spell list is it's bangers across the board. Like, the druid first level spell list, the wizard one, okay, this is some good stuff.
We'll look at the druids and all in good time. But that's going to do us for this session. Stay tuned for when we do level 2 spells and all the individual spell reviews and feat reviews and good fun stuff we have between now and then.
Cool.
This is thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and... Oh, shit. Let me start that over again.
Okay. Oh, get the book.
Yeah. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our top 5 picks for the best level 2 wizard spells and one worst pick.
Yes.
All right, you've seen this twice before. We've done cantrips, we've done level 1. Now we're going to tackle level 2. So you ready to get into it? Anything you want to say about level 2 spells in general? It's like, you're a little bit excited to get out of the level 1 and cantrip tier, but it's not the huge shift that level 3 is.
Yeah, it's really a little bit odd to me, how spells feel like they kind of scale. So like, first level spells are obviously, like, compared to nothing, enormous. Compared to cantrips, first level spells do so many more things. And you get second, you're like, yeah, these are marginally better. They're not, like, especially on the damage front, none of these are like, yeah, I think I'd care about casting that over as an upcast first level spell. And then you hit third and it, like, doubles all your damage, and you start flying around and you get haste and all the kinds of crazy wild wacky nonsense. So, like, there's a pretty like steep gap between there, but there are some that are way better than their level. So we'll get into those in a second.
Yeah, let's see how many we agree with on this one. I feel like there's not going to be as big an overlap as last time, but let's find out. What?
Yeah, we didn't think that last time either. But I do have
Yeah.
some like out of left field ones that I didn't think I would include until I read them all, and I was like, I guess this one has to make the list because there just aren't that many good level 2 spells.
All right, what's your first pick?
All right, my number one.
Again, you've ranked these in order. Mine are just top 5 in any particular not in any particular order.
I am positive this is on yours as well. Invisibility.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. This is, I think, hands down the best second level spell in the game. And that's like comparing against like Summon Beast and stuff too. Like there's really powerful things that are comparable to this that aren't even in the wizard class. But in the wizard class, invisibility is cracked. This is a spell that does things no other spell can. It opens up whole avenues of play that are otherwise entirely left vacant to you. Just the nature of being invisible in a role-playing game and a fantasy story, right? Like if you think about like even just like Harry Potter's invisibility cloak, J.K. Rowling and like the lore around it, it's a hyper rare item that is like egregiously powerful, and only like very few people can stumble across such this powerful rare magic thing. And then you just get that at their level. You can just do all of the things that invisibility comes with. And it makes the entire game like you have to consider it for the rest of time. And there are not a lot of other second level spells that is the case. It is the only one that's like, oh my god, everything has to change now. All of my first level spells, all the rogue features, all the ranger features, all of the monk features, anything that has like a relevance to stealth is now immediately compared and asked, how does it work with invisibility? And that makes it really good to me.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's thought about what they would do if they were invisible. So I don't need to sell you on this. Yeah, everything you said, plus everything you've already, you, the viewer, have already imagined doing. That's what you get.
Yeah, if you get to pick any spell that's second level for wizards, you should pick invisibility. Like I would say it has a home on 100% of wizard character sheets. I think it is that good of a spell.
Sure. All right, moving on.
All right, I gave you mine, and I stole one of yours, so give me your next one.
All right, let's see. I picked Hold Person.
Hold Person's my number 2.
Oh, okay. All right, maybe we will have some overlap here.
We didn't think that was gonna be the case at the first level either, but I guess whenever there's just a parent, it's a parent.
Actually, I think I know another one you're gonna have to.
Probably.
But yeah, Hold Person. Yeah, if it works, then that guy's dead.
Yeah. Turns out paralysis is one of the best conditions in the game because it gives you auto crits. And whenever you start auto critting something with a great sword, you're gonna have a good day. So they're like, in a game that's built around humanoids, like the players are all humanoids, right? That a lot of the time the villains tend to be humanoids as well. So this can like have some nice scalings as you get into the upper tiers where it's like, well, I don't need to hold monster because I just have hold person and I can just use this flexibly. Now there will be like some games where maybe you're not going and killing other humanoids. Maybe that your table is just like, yeah, we're killing slime monsters and giant angry owlbears and stuff. Maybe you're just like deep in the astral plane fighting for survival in some weird setting. But like 95% of settings I think are going to be hold person friendly, and it's going to get you a lot of juice throughout the duration of it. And like the best part is, like, if they fail to save, the damage they're taking doesn't give them new ones. They still just have to sit there and take it until they can make the next wisdom save. So like if this lasts for a round, you've probably like killed the thing. So it's real good.
Yeah, totally agree. What else you got?
Next on my list is Suggestion.
Okay, I did not have that one.
Suggestion didn't make the cut for you. Wild.
Well, yeah, I probably should have, but yeah, I wanted to put at least one damage spell on there. So
I have a damage spell on mine too.
Oh, do you? All right.
Yeah,
we'll get there.
We'll get there when we get there. But as far as like spells that do things that no other spell really does, at least for its level, I think Suggestion is pretty baller. Much like invisibility, this opens up doors that are otherwise just going to be closed to you. Much like even like charms and stuff can't force action. There isn't necessarily an amount of consistency there. So like if you are doing like a charm person thing, or maybe you're just laying it on really thick with charisma checks, those aren't necessarily going to give you the raw you go do this that Suggestion can. At some tables, your DM will say yes to everything, and every course of activity will be considered rational, and Suggestion will be utterly cracked because you can just be like, I want you to kill your friend, and they'll go, sounds great, I hated him anyway. Alternatively, there'll be tables where Like, oh, I like the example of this band of gnolls. It is never rational for them to back away. It is never rational for them to retreat. The only rational thing is to eat you. So you have to figure out a way to give them a suggestion that involves war and violence and murder and laughter that they are okay doing in place of murdering you, and it becomes a lot more complex. And I think that makes it really fun personally. I really like when suggestion is hard to use and you asks you to be like, okay, really engage with the world, really engage with the monsters, with the lore, with the personalities, with the role-playing traits. Like, I think that's where it's at its best. But like even anywhere in between those two, suggestion is going to be amazing. It's a spell that you'll frequently find uses for. It might not be like an every session kind of spell, but whenever it does come up, holy cow, will it matter?
I think that's another reason I didn't take suggestion. I didn't put suggestion on the list is because charm person exists, and say what you will, maybe suggestion is better or differently usable, but I don't know. It just didn't feel like a top fiver when that alternative existed. Because charm person's level 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I definitely will say like charm person. If your DM is a real hard ass about it being rational, you're definitely right. The charm person might just be good enough that you're like, I don't think I need this. I think I can just convince them to do the rational thing. That might be the case. I definitely think that that's not how most tables are going to handle it, though. I think you're still going to be able to get some pretty wacky things to happen with suggestion that even a charm wouldn't be able to necessarily do.
Yeah. And the other thing, like we haven't discussed suggestion yet. I don't think we did. We did mass suggestion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was if the request sounds reasonable to the target, then you could probably get them to do it anyway.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I think
yeah.
we'll get into it whenever we get into like specifically suggestion, but I think there are going to definitely be cases where like let's say you're out on the town, right, having some beers with the guys, and someone comes in and suggests, why don't you buy a round for everybody? You might say, well, that's not unreasonable. We're all having a good time. But there's still going to be a level of convincing that needs to happen. There's still going to be a level of charming that needs to happen. Now, you can even elevate this to, well, why don't you go drive home? Why don't you go, indulge on some, bratwursts or whatever? And you might be like, well, I'm not specifically hungry, but it doesn't sound unreasonable. And that's where you're going to get into the territory where you start getting further and further away from a thing that you'd expect to happen. I think that you're like ready to do, and instead move into territory of, I hadn't considered this. This doesn't seem unreasonable, though. Like, this is something that I'm fine doing. It's a reasonable course of action. It's just not what I intend to do. And that's where I think suggestions like, yeah, but I want you to intend to do it. I want you to do it right now.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it ekes it up a little bit.
All right. Is it my turn?
Yep.
Oh, well, let's see what else I've got. Next one I've got is web.
That's not on mine.
Not on yours.
Really?
You don't like web? We haven't discussed this one either, but this is one of my.
I haven't even written
favorites.
on this one yet.
Yeah.
I think I've read web like 3 times in my entire life. Give me a half of a second. You conjure a mass of thick, sticky webbing. Okay, I understand why you like it.
That's all right. Yeah, that's definitely on there, but no, that's not why I put it on this list.
Why'd you put it on this list then, Bob?
Well, it's a big area of effect. Trap creatures, block passages or whatever, and it's like a poor man's fireball. You can get creatures trapped in there and then set them on fire. That's fun.
I think to call this a poor man's fireball is wildly disingenuous. It's 2d4 fire damage. Let's not get crazy with it, but it's a nice little upside.
Very poor man.
I'd call flaming sphere a poor man's fireball. This is like, I don't know. It doesn't.
Flaming sphere sounds like the Walmart version of fireball.
Yeah, not web. Web does not sound like the Walmart brand.
No, I'm just saying, like the name fireball. You've got fireball, but they have to call it something different. That means the same thing. Flaming sphere.
Yeah, it's we got flame fireball at home, and it's flaming sphere. Yeah, exactly that generic brand stuff.
Right.
I will say, like, giant area effect restraint. It seems decent. There's I think a problem with why this didn't make my list is the restrained condition just isn't that good. And when I say isn't that good, like, it doesn't deny actions or anything. A creature that's restrained just can't spend its movement, but it can otherwise do things. So like, it still can make attack rolls, it still can cast spells, it can still talk, it can still do all the things that you don't necessarily want it to do. There's penalties for them, right? Like, they'll attack with disadvantage. That's nifty, but like, it hitting a giant area is meaningful upside. It's a perfectly castable spell, I think. I just don't think it's like top 5 worthy. I think you need to not just try and outright kill something and want the restraint condition. These things have to be big. These things have to be like, you really need to want to pepper them for a few extra rounds to justify this, I think. And those encounters do happen. Those fights are real. I just don't think that's like gets on every single wizard's character sheet and comfortably happy. You know?
Now you've been playing and DMing for a long time. You said you've read the spell description like 3 times. Does that mean your players don't typically choose this one?
Nope. I don't think I've ever had a character at my table choose to take web. I just don't think
always
like
love it. In every edition I've played, I've always taken web.
always, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
I don't know. Maybe that's just like a boomer generational difference thing. Maybe it's just the old school D&D guys are like, yeah, web is sick. Remember when we did that in AD&D and we like stuck the spider to the wall? Wasn't that so fucking funny? And the new kids are like, it's just a spider web. What? This is stupid. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's nifty. I just don't like. I don't ever see myself taking the spell. Just because it's a fine restraint condition. It's a fine control effect. It's a little bit worse than Entangle probably, and Entangle's a 1st level spell. Yeah.
All right. Well, what's next on your list?
Next down for me is one that is new. It is Rhymes Binding Ice. This is my damage spell that made
do
the
not
list.
have that.
Yeah, this is from the Fizzman's Treasury of Dragons. It is a baby cone of cold, basically. So you make a 30-foot cone. Everything makes a con save. On a fail, it takes 3d8 damage, or is half of that on a success. And their speed is reduced to 0 for a minute, which is really good.
For a minute, that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Unless this creature spends an action to break away the ice. So this, if you compare it to Web, is a damaging version of it, because everything is going to get hit by the area. They still need to spend actions to break free. Now, granted, with Web, they're not guaranteed to break free. They can spend an action and waste the action. Nothing happens. They just flounder around there. But with Ryan's Binding Ice, instead of having that the ability for them to like make checks and fail it down the road, you can just root them all in place, eat their action, and do 3d8 damage. And while this isn't like revolutionary, I don't think this is a 2nd level spell slot like this. It would have been this or Scorching Ray for me. I think Ryan's Binding Ice takes it up just because it does enough of the conditional restrained things. It eats enough actions while also putting out damage that I don't necessarily need this to be my damage spell. Don't necessarily need this to be my area control spell, but it can be both. And if you ever were just like, I really want to take like all these other things that I've listed, the suggestions, the hold persons, the invisibilities, right? A lot of spells that aren't necessarily built and clued in for combat. A 2nd level option you can take alongside them is Rhymes Binding Ice and get a lot of utility and value out of it being a very suitable effect for a 2nd level spell on both fronts. And I think that's good.
All right. I think you're messing with me.
I know.
Wow.
So continue.
Oh, no. You know what?
That you think that this isn't a thing that I would like? We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, we had it last time with the level 1 spells. After you gave me so much shit for what was it? Ray of Frost.
Ray of Frost is garbage, though. There's a difference.
Ray of Frost is the cantrip version of this.
This is a 30-foot 3d8 damage cone. A 30-foot cone, for reference, is more than double a Burning Hand size. It goes out to an enormous range. It freezes everything in place, which denies them their action if they want to be able to move. Until they spend their action, they are not moving, which means this guarantees you're functionally getting a dash out of it. This functionally guarantees that they are not spending an action kicking the shit out of you if they fail this. And even if they pass this, they're still taking a d8.5 cold damage. That is value versus for a 2nd level spell, whereas Ray of Frost, sometimes, and when I say sometimes, most of the time, the slow just never matters. And you're just like, this was a worth firebolt. I'm so upset I took this.
This is a 2nd level spell though, where that is a cantrip. All right.
Yeah, but they're not comparable. This is so much better across every possible way to Ray of Frost.
All right. Okay.
The difference between having a speed and sending it to 0 is big. The difference between guaranteeing actions being eaten and not is big. The difference between affecting multiple creatures in a gigantic area, like it's so many more things.
Yeah.
Like, even if you compare it to Burning Hands, right, which is 3d6 damage, you go to 46, you might be like, well, that's going to out damage it. It's hitting way less than half the area and doesn't come with the action eating portion of it. There aren't second level spells that do damage that I'm really happy with. There aren't second level damaging spells where I'm like, this I just want to take because it does the most damage for its level. That comes with Fireball and that comes with Burning Hands. Ryan's Binding Ice to me is the middle ground where it is a meaningful damage upside, but everything else it does, as far as the wider area and as far as the action eating like speed reduction to 0, that is powerful and meaningful. And it's something that, like, I think even in the mid tiers, I think there'll be times where like 7th or 8th level, you'll be like, oh yeah, they're all in that, they're like coming into this cone with me. Great, Ryan's Binding Ice. Let's just do that. And you'll be happy with it.
Sure. All right. Well, you mentioned Scorching Ray. That made my list. That was my damage
it was close
spell.
for me, but it didn't quite eke it out.
Yeah, that's all the same reasons I like Magic Missile, except of course it's not a guaranteed hit, but you do get to choose where your Scorching Rays go. So yeah, you can hit somebody big time, or you can hit 3 creatures with little things. I like that kind of versatility.
Agreed. And this, to me, I think, like, Scorching Ray is a spell that exists and is very good at 3rd and 4th level, and then you stop casting it the moment you get 5th level, just because you want to be doing other bigger, better damage things when you want to be doing damage things. But at 3rd and 4th level, it is kind of the best you get. There are some nifty little things and builds you can do with it. So, like, if you really want to be a wizard with Hex, you can Hex something that each of those is doing 3d6 damage. Then you can start upcasting it, and you're doing like 3 instances of 3d6 damage, 40 instances of 3d6 damage, 5 instances of 3d6 damage, and those numbers just keep like going upwards as different interesting little builds kind of could come combined together. It's not revolutionary, nor is it better than Blaster, like Eldritch Blast Locks or Eldritch Blast Sorcerers or anything like that, but it's nifty. And if you like nifty little off-brand things like I do, if you want to try and build around something niche, like you really want to be the attack-based wizard, because there's like 6 attack spells in the game outside of cantrips, Scorching Ray is a cool direction to go. And even if you're not that, even if you're just like, hey, I want a new damage spell, I don't like any of my first level damage spells, this one's great. It's perfectly fine.
All right. How many you got left?
I got 1 left.
Just 1? Let's see. I wonder if it's the same one I've got.
Could be. I do have Flaming Sphere on my list. This was a really hard decision, not because I was like, oh wow, this is so good, how can I not include it? It's just there was nothing else. I looked at these, I got through my top 4, I got through my top 3 really, and I was like, God, what else do I put on here? And Flaming Sphere went out because it's mediocre, and that's better than I can say for most of the 2nd level wizard spells.
Well, I'm checking something right quick. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, were you finished talking about Flaming Sphere?
I barely got into it.
All right.
It's a giant. Flaming Sphere is just, it's 2d6 in an area, and if you want 2d6, 5 feet, you put it in a space. It's like a Cloud of Daggers you can scoot around.
Right.
That makes it a lot better than Cloud of Daggers.
Sure.
It compares pretty favorably to like the cleric weapon, spiritual weapon. But this one takes concentration, spiritual weapon doesn't. That's kind of a big sad. I don't know.
It's like a fireball Roomba.
Yeah, basically. You can like, it has a lot of weird text of like, you can put it over pits and stuff. Just let it be hovering. I don't know why it has to have it sinks down. You should just be able to send it around where you want. I think it's stupid that you can't. But in any case, it being a little floaty ball of fire for what it does. This is just a fine bonus action thing. You'll cast this at 3rd or 4th level. Anything past that, you have better things to concentrate on than this. Like, even at 2nd level, or even at 3rd level, I'm like, concentration's kind of iffy. There's better 1st level and 2nd level spells. You probably, I don't know, better. This did make the list. But there aren't many other things you're concentrating on at this level, but at the 3rd level, there definitely is. So, like, yeah, I think you'll probably be casting this again for around 3rd and 4th level. You'll get some like, oh, all right, 2d6 bonus damage here, 2d6 bonus damage here. If you ever get 3 instances of the damage happening, you're really happy with it, because then you've done Flaming Sphere, or Scorching Ray, but more consistently, because they are making saves and taking half damage on worst case scenarios. So like, you'll have some reason to like, you'll have good reason and get good damage out of this. You'll get utility out of this. If you're not using your bonus action, this is a great thing to be doing with your bonus action. It just isn't something you're going to keep up with as the game goes on.
Okay. Now I interrupted you before because I had to go double check my last pick, because I was shocked that it didn't make your list. Misty Step.
Misty Step is neat. I love Misty Step.
Yeah.
It has a really warm special place in my heart. I think it's a very fun spell. it is an ass spell. At second level specifically, whenever you get Misty Step, you're never casting it. It is not worth a second level spell slot whenever all you have is second level spell slots. And I don't want to be out here being like, oh, you just hit third level, take Misty Step, because it's not necessarily going to be the best case scenario. Misty Step is a spell that really starts to shine, I think, at like 9th and 10th level. Whenever you have more flexibility and don't necessarily care what you're investing your lower tier slots in, Misty Step is very good because it is very quick, it's cheap, it's efficient, it gives you a bonus action, just get where you want to be. It is the lowest tier of teleportation. I don't think a 30-foot teleport is so game-changing at 3rd and 4th level that it justifies it, especially, it might eke out over Flaming Sphere, honestly. It might be better than this even at this tier, but like, it is close enough that I wasn't super happy putting it on my list. And again, I don't want to, it's going to be a spell that will be literally never cast on a lot of players' sheets, especially if they're newer, especially if they don't necessarily, if they're playing conservatively with their spell slots. It feels impossible to use. It feels impossible to justify whatever a move can often do what it does. And for that reason, I don't think it should necessarily find a home on your sheet this early, like at 3rd or 4th level. Again, once you're in the mid tiers and you're like, oh, I got extra spell slots to spare, Misty Step, get in here. It's exceptional. I think it's one of the better second level spells the higher you get. I just don't think there's enough of a window to actually use it and get mileage out of it that make you go, I'm so happy I had this at 3rd and 4th level.
I don't know. I mean, the infiltration, this makes so many things more accessible that weren't before.
Yeah, there are some. So like, Misty Step is close-ish to flight. It's close-ish to like, just, teleporting inside a window is pretty good. 30 feet is a very large distance whenever it comes to world exploration. You do have to see where you're going, which makes infiltration a lot worse. But if you're like going into a window or something like that, it is very good. How much better is it than some Pythons? I don't know. The answer to that question, I think, is not that much better. There'll be times where you need it to be instantaneous. This will be a tool that you can leverage to do that. It will have some applications. I'm not saying like it's unusable. I just think that for the majority of low tier play, you don't necessarily need this to do what it's doing. I think like a character with a fly speed will often be a lot better than this, and that'll have happened since 1st level. I think even like familiars, even summon beasts or anything like that, that just have speeds to get the spaces you need to get to, that'll often be enough for whatever task you need them to do. Like, especially if you're like just going and unlocking a door or something, they can go around that way and not have that much of an issue.
Question. If your familiar can see where you intend to go, can you Misty Step there?
I would say no, because it says you can see, and you can see through you're seeing through your familiar senses, but it's not you physically seeing it. It's the familiar seeing it and you getting it in your brain. So it's not the same as seeing. It's like would you say you're seeing the exact set of a movie whenever you're viewing it through a television? Like, you're not actually seeing it, you're watching it, which is, you're going to get into some weird nomenclature, but like, could you Misty Step to a set of a television that's within 30 feet of you if you're watching it via camera? I think the answer is no. I don't think that makes any sense, which is why I would rule the same way for familiars. But that's definitely something that's going to vary game to game.
Yeah, I think there's definitely room for argument there.
Agreed.
In which case, Misty Step would be even better.
That's true. Yeah. I probably should have put this on my list instead of Flaming Sphere. I don't think it is mandatory. And again, especially if you're at a lower tier play, if you're newer to the game, if you're like, oh, this is my first wizard ever, what do I take? I would probably point you away from Misty Step for a couple levels. Just because your second level slots are very important in the early tier, and what you're casting them on matters a lot and tends to have a very big impact. Like, I don't think the Misty Step has a bigger impact than like a suggestion would. Definitely has a lower impact than invisibility. I even think like Rhyme's Binding Ice will have a large impact in a fight that really matters, and Misty Step is often going to be a free disengage in combat, and that's not good enough for a second level spell slot.
Oh no, I wasn't thinking about it for combat use, but I mean, it has applications there as well.
Out of combat is definitely where it shines in the earlier tiers. I still don't think it's so much better that it's worth taking. It's still like even think about like you're out of combat, you're going to infiltrate a castle, you have 2 second level spell slots, and you know there's going to be fights in there. Do you really want to spend one of them just getting up there whenever Rope can do? Do you really want to spend that getting up there whenever there are cheaper resources that maybe get you that distance? I don't know. Their answer is sometimes maybe, but not always.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I do love Misty Step though.
Yeah. All right. Let me double check my list to make sure we covered all the hold person, visible, scorching ray. Okay, and you got all yours covered?
All my tops. I got one bad
Yes.
one left.
All right. What's your bad one?
Arcanist's Magic Aura.
I forgot what that does, but it's not the one I
Exactly.
picked. Oh wait. Oh, I do remember what that does. That was
Previously known as Nistel's Magic Aura, before they made it setting agnostic.
That one we were talking about something else. Oh, yeah, we were talking about distort value, and I was saying this one would be better than that as far as lying about something's worth.
True.
But yeah, still not amazing. What
if we're comparing it to what we
it.
both agreed was the worst first level spell in the game, maybe it's not that good of a spell. Yeah, you put an illusion on a thing that makes it so divination reveals false information about it. It can be a creature, so like the idea is you either give it a false aura that changes how it appears by like detect magics and stuff by changing the type of magic, or like you can make it appear magical if it's not magical, or if it's magical, you make it appear non-magical. Alternatively, you can mask a thing, so like things don't detect creature types and other magical effects that care about alignment and stuff. Here's where I'm at with this spell. If Arcanist Magic Aura ever matters, it cannot be a spell you're spending spell slots on. If it ever does require your spell slots, I want out. I don't want to be playing at that table. Holy shit, does that sound miserable. Like, player tools so at its best, this is a way that the players can circumnavigate detection when it's known. But to have to invest in a second level spell slot to do that is not a fun time. To go, great, the detection sphere won't notice my familiar because I spent a second level spell slot making it not appear as Fey. Not here for that. Alternatively, it's something that your DM uses that makes your paladins and your wizards and everyone that's trying to detect things feel like they're being lied to, because they go, all right, I'll define sense because I'm worried there are some undead nearby, and the DM will be like, it's not undead. It's not undead. And then they walk past it, they turn around, the gas tries to bite their neck off because I hit it in a Nistel's Magic Aura. Got ya. No. That is exactly zero fun. That's just being an asshole. Like there's so few ways to make this effect feel fair from a DM side that I think it actively hurts the game. And that's why I don't think it should exist. And that's why it's the worst second level spell in the game to me.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably the worst. It's certainly a lot more fun to talk about why it's bad than my pick. I chose Dark Vision.
Dark Vision's ass. Yeah, that smells awful, but it's just because everyone already has it.
Yeah, exactly. Or they have a one copper piece torch.
Yeah, exactly. I was not kind to that spell in my spell review either. But yeah, it is Dark Vision. I think Dark Vision is as bad as Arcanist Magic Aura, but not as bad for the game as Arcanist Magic Aura is for making people feel like they've been cheated, making people feel like their DM's just trying to get them. And we need less adversarial relationships with our DMs. But yeah, Dark Vision is garbage. Don't take it. You don't need it. A torch will suffice. And if you really need to see in the dark, one of your Dark Vision friends will be able to do it for you. So don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have picked something we could talk more about, but yeah, there's nothing else to say.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was it. That was our. Oh wait, yes. That was our top 5 picks for second level wizard spells. Join us in the future for level 3. That should be exciting.
If you have second level wizard spells that you think deserve to make the lists that we didn't talk about, comment them below. What do you think are the best second level wizard spells that exist? I think invisibility is it, but you can tell me I'm wrong. You could also say like, yeah, Misty Step actually is baller, Sam, and you're just like, even at second level, you should be taking this. Hit me up with it. I want to see.
All right. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. We will see you in the future. Goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're going to break down our top 5 picks for level 3 wizard spells and one worst.
Yes. That one
All right.
I might have cheated a little bit. I might have picked 2 for the worst because I could not pick between them. But
You
sorry.
cheat in every video.
I cheat in some of the videos.
I don't.
And these ones I've cheated, I think, on all of them, just because I'm like honorable mention. It's basically the same, but just a little bit worse.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
I had a clear winner. I wonder if it'll be one of your 2 choices.
Yeah, I ordered it. My clear winner, I think, is just like we'll get into it, but
I'm talking about my winner for worst.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the one you cheated with, right? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
No, I don't have a clear winner for best. Yeah, as always, disclaimer: Sam ranks his. I do not. Mine are top 5 in no particular order. But since yours are in order, why don't you give us how do you usually go? 1 to 5?
We'll go bottom up
5 to
this time.
1?
I think it
right.
builds more excitement, and then you're gonna say one of the ones, and I'll be like, oh, that's my number 1, and it'll be great. Any case, my number 5 is actually fear.
Fear.
I'm a big proponent of fear. I think it's a very solid 3rd level wizard spell that has a very big impact on a fight. It eats actions. It eats a lot of actions. It imposes a good condition that makes things have a bad time fighting the creatures generally around you. It is a pretty large cone. It's a great kind of get the hell off me kind of thing, but you can also use it from a fair distance away to get like frontline creatures really messed with. I don't know. I think it's pretty awesome. It's concentration, but most of these 3rd level spells are. So if this is like the one that speaks to you the most, I think you could pretty reliably use this encounter to encounter. And even outside of combat, like just being like, everyone run away right now can be nifty in some niche cases. If you need to, like, get a stampeding mob through cause a distraction, or maybe you're just like, we really need them to not see what's about to happen here. Everyone turn around. I think there's some nifty applications with it. I think it's a pretty cool little 3rd level spell.
Well, fear made my list as well.
Oh, nice.
But for a reason that you didn't even mention. Free stuff.
Yeah, it drops other things.
That's my favorite line of text of the spell. Just that's what turns the tables for me. Yeah.
I think
they run away, but they drop whatever they're holding, presumably weapons. So, now even if they, make their saving throw or whatever and come back to fight you, you've got their weapons. That's exciting.
Speaking to saving throw, I also think it's really neat. It only gets to make the save if it gets far enough away that it can't see you anymore. And that's, I think, super cool. So if you're in a wide open enough space, if they fail once, they could be stuck there for 2-3 turns before they have an opportunity to make the save again. And that's
unless
nifty.
your concentration breaks, right?
Don't break your concentration. That's the secret.
Why didn't I think of that?
I know people don't think about it, but if you just don't, it works great. This is number 5 on my list because I think it's novel. I think it's nifty. I think the little upsides that you mentioned, where it's like, oh, they dropped their things, and there'll be some moments you'll be like, hey, they were holding their coins, weren't they? All right, Bard, get all those things. Rogue, use your bonus action and scoop all those goodies up. Let's make a break for it. There can be some super cool moments with that. I think this is an underrated spell. That's why I wanted to really highlight it here, because I think it deserves a top 5 spot. I think it deserves a spot on more character sheets, just because you're going to bust this out. It's going to have a bigger impact than you're ready for, and it's going to wildly turn the tail, the tide of a fight in a way that you're just, it's very powerful and useful. Is it better than a fireball at doing that? Probably not. But, we'll get to fireball in a bit.
What? Is that a spoiler alert?
Yeah.
No, for all those reasons you said, fear would not have made my list.
But for the dropping things.
The dropping things, that alone, probably wouldn't, not alone, but no, that's my favorite part though.
I love that, canonically, just if you only know you through our videos, you love Dungeons and Dragons as a civilization building simulator where you build cities and things out of rocks, and as a petty thief, and nothing else. Nothing else really matters to you.
I wouldn't say nothing else mattered. I think that's a fun aspect of the spell. I play D&D for fun.
Sure.
And I
agreed.
This is a pretty good 5th level spells, but to make number 5 on your list, it just goes to show the power of 3rd level spells. This is when the spell casting changes.
Yeah, we're scooting up. The difference between 1st and 2nd level spells is actually quite small. There are a lot of 2nd level spells where I'm like, that's basically a first level slot. That's why I had a really hard time picking my list, because like invisibility is clearly bananas, and then the rest of them are like, it's fine. It's like a little bit of a better first level spell. And then you get a third, and it's not even close. There's like nothing before these that have anywhere near the impact that these spells have. It's actually ludicrous.
All right, since we already let the cat out of the bag, I will go next. And yes, I chose Fireball. Fireball made my list.
Unsurprisingly, it's my number one. This spell's bananas. It's bonkers.
It's Fireball.
Yeah. Basically,
I almost thought you were gonna. You might be too cool for Fireball since it was so obvious.
No one's too cool for Fireball. No. It's the moment Fireball hits the table, your DM has to respect it for the rest of the time. Anything that has 15 less HP, regardless of saves, probably just dead, because it's half of the 86 is roughly 15 damage. So this puts it in this odd spot where like every encounter for the rest of the time that you're ever starting with third level slots, your DM has to be like, okay, what does Fireball deal with immediately? And then that's going to have to reshape how everything is built, how monsters are presented. It's going to make you compare it to every single spell you get for the rest of the time. Like there are like 6th and 7th level spell slots where I just go, I mean, I don't think that's that much better than Fireball. And that's a reason why they don't make your sheet and you take like higher level exploration stuff, is because Fireball is that good.
It's damage spells that have another effect that you want.
Yeah, that are like as similar Fireball damage and an effect. That's kind of what you start to need out of higher level spells to justify putting them on your sheet. Because if it's just the same damage as Fireball, it's like, well, I could take another spell that gives me a bigger effect and still do Fireball. But you get into these like very minute decisions that you're making, and it's all built specifically around the existence of a single third level spell. It's all built around the existence of the grenade, the gigantic exploding ball of fire that you're so many encounters are going to be like, oh, I was going to run any Cobalt encounter, and I didn't know that we just hit 5th level, and my wizard was like, cool, they're all dead now. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's going to happen to a lot of new DMs, and it's a big learning experience, but it definitely like cements this tier of play as like, we are out of the early game. Fireball's decided encounters have to be more complex than this.
Yep. Yeah, we've covered Fireball. I don't think there's much to say about it. It's a big ass ball of fire.
I feel like every time we talk about a damage spell, we cover Fireball. I feel like it's something that it's just like routinely we're like, is it Fireball though? Is it doing what Fireball does? Yeah, it's cracked.
Yeah, because it's upcastable. Even those higher tier spells are still competing with an upcast Fireball.
It also doesn't help, like,
go ahead.
The last thing I'll point at, you don't have to like have a line at this. You just pick a spot and it explodes. Like that's what really lines this up to me as a ridiculously high utility, absurdly game warping spell. It has a huge cast range, and you just point at a spot and it explodes. And like that, like Lightning Bolt does the same damage, and it doesn't make my top 5 because it comes from you, and there's some cool positioning stuff, and there's a lot of different like nuance to it. With Fireball, it's like, no, it's a damage where you want it, when you want it, and it's more damage than it's right to be. Anyway, yeah, that's Fireball. It's a ridiculous spell.
All right. So far we're 2 for 2 matching. What's next on your list?
Okay, well we got my 5, we got my 1. I guess we'll go back down to 4 because any meaningful orders definitely been thrown out the window. I picked Dispel Magic. This might earn a higher spot depending on the tier play you're in. But Dispel Magic it's a really important spell at a lot of tables, and even at tables where it's not like super important, it is just generally useful. That's why I think it makes my list.
All right, it did not make my list. I guess. I mean, I can see the value in it. It's just one that I've never used very much. So, meh.
I would go as far to say Dispel Magic is like, in the upper tiers specifically, it's one of like the linchpin spells that you just have to have on your sheet. Namely because it's a 3rd level spell that can beat any spell higher level than that. It's a delayed counterspell is a way to think about it, kind of, but it also affects other worldly elements. So like if the wizard, the big bad evil guy, puts dominate person on your barbarian for a 3rd level spell slot, you can dismiss that effect, and that is really good whenever it's competing with their 7th level spell slots. Now granted, you have to make a check about it, right? Like you have to actively beat a DC. Specifically as a wizard, though, that should be kind of like, that's your job. You should be able to do this. That's where you get using the bardic inspiration that your bard gives you. That's wherever you're dumping the important things into it to make sure Dispel Magic works. And if you're ever trading a 3rd level spell slot for a better one, you're really happy with that. And on top of that, while Counterspell I find is slightly more niche in that you have to care about dealing with specifically enemy casters, Dispel Magic has a little bit more flexibility. Dispel Magic is something you're gonna see pop out even at tables where it isn't necessarily mitigating spell effects with a little bit of DM flexibility, because a lot of homebrew worlds are going to involve magic that is not innately based on the spells that are written into the system, but it's going to be magic that exists the DM thought was neat. And Dispel Magic is going to interact with that in a way, in a lot of times, that just other things can't. So, like, if you're on, like, a floating elevator, for example, that are, you know, racing into some steampunk world, dispelling the enemy elevator so it starts plummeting out of the sky seems really sweet. And that's, like, something that the spell does at a 120-foot range that really nothing else in the game can do. And, like, not even in the upper tiers, it becomes just increasingly more valuable. In the upper tiers, like, you're willing to spend 5th level spell slots to guarantee some 5th level dispels. You're willing to burn even like your 3rd and 4th, and even up to like 7th and 8th sometimes, just to make sure powerful important effects go away. I think it's an incredibly invaluable spell for the spellcasters. This is like my one wizard hygiene spell I would recommend. Like, it's good practice to have this on your wizard at some point in time. Maybe not at the 5th level when you get it, but at least by like 7th or 8th, I'd probably want to get this on my sheet somewhere, just because it is really impactful and very useful in all tiers of the game.
Yeah, Counterspell didn't make my list either. Did it make yours before?
No.
No, all right.
It honorarily mentions here, there are some tables that need it. Most tables don't.
I just because of I'm still confused as to how it works.
Oh, sure.
Whether or not you know, we talked about it. What was the issue? Whether or not you know
what the spell is they're casting when they do it.
Right. Yes.
Are you countering a cantrip, or are you countering their 8th level spell? And it gets muddy and it gets inconsistent. There are tables where it is, again, really important to have whenever you're dealing with really lethal fights where every fight has casters in it, because you're trying to compete with the player resources. But I don't think there's most tables. I don't think you need Counterspell on your sheet. I think oftentimes it's going to feel dead, which is why I can't make my top 5.
And it also didn't make either of our lists, so we should probably stop talking about it.
Fair.
Dispel Magic, though. Good one. Didn't make my list.
Instead.
Let's see. Let me get up my list here. Nope, that's not it. All right, Haste.
Haste made mine.
Okay, yeah, it would. It's a powerful one.
It's a good spell.
What
about Haste really makes you love it?
Well, it does so many things. There's the added speed, extra attack, and what else? There's another thing, right?
+2 AC.
That's a good one. Yes. And it is concentration, but as long as you cast on somebody else, then you sit back and protect yourself and let them go do the hasty damage stuff. That's
it
fun.
Definitely also, it really encourages, I think why I like this version of Haste versus like older versions of Haste, it really encourages that you put it on somebody else, just because you want to be casting spells. You're a wizard. That's like your whole shtick. And it doesn't let you cast more spells. It doesn't let you get free cantrips out. You have to take the attack action with a weapon. And it has to be like a weapon attack. Or you need to be using it to dash, you need to be using it to disengage or hide. I think dodge would have been perfectly fine to put on here. I think a free dodge every turn for your fighters and barbarians would be a neat option. I think it would be one of the rare times you'd consider using it over attacking. But for the most part, whenever you're casting haste, I see this rarely going on the wizards. It's almost always being like, okay, haste the fighter, get in there, or haste the rogue, go get extra kills or whatever. Like, maybe not the rogue, but probably like your paladins, your rangers, even like you'll occasionally put this on frontline melee warlocks, just to be like, you are now thicker, go kill things with your greatsword that you put your Pact of the Chain garbage into, and or Pact of the Blade garbage into, and like, live your fantasy, even though it's not as good as everyone else's. But just, give it your all, live your best life. Haste
I like it on a rogue. I mean, that's the big drawback on a rogue is that they don't get extra attacks, but with this one,
sure.
2 sneak attacks, that's fun.
Unfortunately, sneak attack is once per turn.
Oh, shucks.
Which is actually getting changed in the next edition too, according to the playtest, where it's becoming once per round, which is a weird little nerf to rogues. It means you can't sneak attack with attack of opportunity, which is kind of bogus. A lot of the fun minigame to me around rogue was figuring out how to get that extra attack around. But for the majority of people, it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. Most people are getting one sneak attack around anyway. Haste doesn't give you extra sneak attack damage, and that's kind of a bummer. That's why I don't love it on rogues, but it's still like, if you have no other frontline character to put it on, or you don't want to put on another frontline character, like if your rogue is skirmishing, an extra D8 +2 is good. An extra D8 +3 is good, right? Like, there's not a reason to not want the extra attacks whenever you're given that option. And it gives them other useful things too. Now they can dash at double speed with an extra move and like just fly across the world, right? Like cunning action with the haste speed doubled plus the hasted action dash. I mean, base speed 60 with 3 dashes a turn seems like you can go anywhere you want, right? Like there's 240 to 300 feet you're covering with a rogue. You're breaking the sound barrier there. Like put this on a monk for the same reason, and they're just gone. And that's really fun. Like there's a lot of fun little nonsensical stuff that happens with haste that makes it really interesting. Though I really have mixed feelings about the end effect where it kills their turn. Where it's like, yeah, you were going so fast you literally can't move anymore. Your body's just like, stop, I hurt.
Yeah, well, I've felt that.
Yeah, same. There aren't many spells in the game that have that weird drawback though, right? Like, does that sour this to you at all, or is that just like a little thing that you don't even think about, and then when it happens, you're like, oh shit?
No, that's you get your stuff done, and then rest. You know.
Gotcha.
If the fight's not over by the time your haste runs out, then well, you know, you should have done better.
Sure. I will say to the DMs out there that are like, oh my god, haste is so cracked, how do you beat this? You hit the wizard. It's just 99% of the time, if you have a problem with wizards, normally the answer is to hit them, because that'll drop their concentration, they'll have a bad time. In the case of haste, it's even worse than that, because they'll be like, haste the barbarian, get in there. The barbarian uses his action to dash and like charges into the thick of things, raging, and then a loose arrow knocks the side of the wizard's shoulder, he drops concentration, the barbarian's just sitting there stunned. Just like, oh god, what? And then it just gets wailed on. Really punishing for the barbarian, but a really let the haste thing work a couple of times, and then be like, okay, you've had your fun with haste. Let's show you the countermeasures that you now have to deal with and work around. That can be a fun way to mitigate manage the spell, because it is definitely a spell where like it's powerful enough. Whenever it comes up, you have to be like, oh god, how do I deal with a fighter with plus like a paladin with 24 AC with haste? That's, you know, swinging with great swords, doing 3 great sword attacks with divine smites on them. Like, they just mows through things. How you manage that is a challenge, especially whenever they're really fast. So, like, you got to figure out how to deal with it. And the way to deal with it is you hit the wizard.
All right. Well, that was haste. It's your turn. What else you got?
My last one. I don't know if this is on your list, and this is, again, I cheated a little bit. I cheated just a little bit. The reason I cheated is because they're all functionally the same. It's the summon spells from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything at 3rd level. So it's summon, Fey, Shadow, Spawn, and Undead. Basically,
all of them.
If you lump them all, so all of the Tasha summon spells functionally do exactly the same thing. Whenever you cast them, you summon a creature, and then you pick up one of the types. You could literally just compile all of them onto a single stat block and just list the types down that they have the varying abilities for, and it would work, right? So you'd be like, undead, this, and that's just a list of different abilities in the stat blocks. Otherwise, they function exactly the same. And for that reason, like, I think all 3 of these, Shadow Spawn's probably the worst of them. I think Faye's probably the best of them, but they all deserve a spot on the list because summoning magic is just really powerful. And how Tasha specifically handles it is you summon it, you tell it what to do, and it does the thing for an hour. And it's one creature. It's really easy to manage. It's not like game warpingly back-breaking like some of the conjuration stuff is that you get in 4th level, like Conjure Minor Elementals. But like it is a really impactful buddy that you just have to be like, that is my summon. It's going to go do the things. You don't have to command it with actions. It just does it while it's up. It'll help you defend your concentration. It gives you a robust suite of abilities to get. So like, for example, Summon Fae. Talking about any kind of summoning magic is always a gigantic pain in the ass because you have to be like, well, they do all of these different things. Summon Fae gives you like a Misty Step that the fairies can just use to get about. You get Mirthful ones give this weird charm AoE effect that's usable out of combat to be like, okay, I would like this Mirthful Pixie to use a bonus action after teleporting to just charm this thing, and for a full hour you can have this little charming buddy teleporting around helping you with that. That's pretty nifty. A lot of them just improve how they attack, and most of them get multi-attacks whenever you upcast this, which is pretty nifty. But the meat of it is, the bulk of what all 3 of them do is give you a companion that can obey your bidding and do 1d8 to 1d12-ish plus a gigantic modifier amount of damage. And that is powerful. You'll pull this out and you'll be like, oh my god, I cannot believe my cleric is still sitting around with their dinky spiritual weapon. Get on my level. I have a full ass companion that does 12 different things and it's functionally better than our fighter right now.
And it hangs out for an hour, correct?
Yep. A whole ass hour.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's bananas. If I would a neat thing I will say, you'll notice that we've talked about a bunch of different spells that require concentration. So haste, summon spells, and fear all eat your concentration. So they are competitive. So you don't necessarily want all of them on your sheet all the time. But there are things you'll consider going between to be like, all right, I want to do the haste thing. If I don't want to do the haste thing, do the summon thing. If you don't want to do the summon thing, maybe fear gets on your sheet. I think fear maybe fits in a little bit better with the others because it's only got a minute duration and you're not intending for it to last for its full duration like the summon stuff is. But in any case, it's a real consideration that I think is now neat. You now have a lot of really competitive top end options for wizards to sort of diversify yourself from other wizards.
I will say, choosing 3 spells isn't cheating a little bit.
They're all functionally the same spell, Bob. I
Yeah.
could have said any of them and then been like,
Well,
okay,
yeah.
if you don't like Undead, pick Fae. If you don't like Fae, pick Shadow Spawn. Like, they're gonna do almost the same thing for all of them, right? Undead give you a weird ghoul that does like paralysis stuff. Shadow Spawn gives you like a area effect, fear, slow, miasma thing. But like,
I think those differences are like what's important about the spell.
I think what's important about the spell is you have a body that does damage, and it's a
Yeah.
body that interacts with the world in a bunch of different ways. All of those things are little menial upsides. Like, you're not going to be often seeing the Shadow Spawn Miasma be a really important, impactful part of the spell. Most of the time, it's just a buddy that's cutting somebody open. And like that's same with the Fae. That's same with the Undead. Normally, it's just like, okay, it has a range attack option. It has a melee attack option. They all are a buddy that is whacking things in combat, and out of combat is an extra body that has a fly speed or whatever.
All right. So we've been through your entire list already?
All 5 mine are done.
Oh goodness, I've still got 2 left.
What do you got?
Well, this one feels like kind of a cop out now because I already did haste, but also I chose slow.
Slow is ass.
No.
Yep, we're gonna have some contentious bits here. This is gonna be the frostbolt of this video.
Now I gotta go look up slow again. But all right, what do you have against slow? I think
well, let's
me,
start with your. You're the
like,
one proposing it being great.
Okay.
Why is it great?
It's like haste for everybody.
It's not even remotely like that. It's in fact not even close to like that. That's not even remotely what this spell says.
Well, that's not what it says. But I was looking at it in reverse. You could haste 1 player, or you could slow 1 enemy, which slows them down for your entire party to beat on.
So the physical effects you're getting here, the creature. So how the spell functions: you pick 6 things and a 40-foot cube. Okay, we're competing with Fireball. We're competing with Fear. Nifty. If it fails a Wiz save, it gets -2 AC, has half speed, can't take reactions. All right. I think of those words so far, the most impactful thing at this point is -2 AC, and that's probably because the halved speed will only matter if you are seeing them 40 feet out or 100, seeing them already the group out and dropping it before the fight even begins. If you're doing that, the spell is marginally better. That's where it's at its best. I think Fireball's probably better there, but that's, it's not fair. It's Fireball. In any case, then we have on its turns, it can either use an action or bonus action, not both. The vast majority of monsters in this game are taking bonus actions. And then it can't make more than 1 melee or range attack a turn. That matters a lot more in the upper tiers, which is better there, worse lower. Here's my problem with slow. Slow is it hits at most 6 creatures, which is a lot, but it's a saber die that isn't as good as other saber dies. It's a saber die that they are still going to do their thing. A lot of creatures are going to be unaffected functionally entirely, minus the -2 AC. A lot of creatures are going to be like, okay, it walks into range still, or my barbarian still wants to go up and hit it. My barbarian only really is getting like a +2 to hit it, which is fine. But for the most part, it's going to still use its action just to whack it with its maul. It's still going to use its action to whack it with whatever it's holding. Probably wasn't making more than 1 attack on its turn anyway, especially in the lower tiers. That makes it kind of middling. That makes it like it's fine. 4 things failed. My melee combatants are still getting hit. They have a slightly easier time to hit. Is that better than Bless? Is that better than like Bane?
Right, well,
I don't think it is.
All right, what about combining it with other area of effect spells? Making them have a hard time to get out of the area.
If you were to pair this like an entanglement, if you were to pair or entangle, whatever the spell is, I call it both words, and it's definitely one of them. Paired with one of the area of effect giant difficult terrain things, this will lock things down quickly. This will immediately be like, okay, no one is going anywhere because your speed is 15 and then everything costs twice as much movement. So you're moving through a square a turn. That's nifty applications paired with a druid. If you're working in a team, I think it gets marginally better. I think slow will have very niche use cases where you'll want to bust it out, mostly because this is a concentration spell you want to have engaging a fight with, but isn't the kind of spell that is particularly impactful whenever you're engaging in a fight a lot of the time. A lot of the modes are counterproductive in that, like, mitigating more than one attack doesn't matter if it's not going to get in range with you anyway, but then the not getting within range of you is still pretty good. I don't think this spell is top 5-able for sure. I think at 5th level, I would say it shouldn't go on your character sheet full stop. I think you would definitely want every other spell that we've mentioned that has concentration on it before you want slow. I think slow comes into play whenever you're like in the mid to upper tiers, dealing with giants that are making multi-attacks, dealing with creatures that are making 3 or 4 attacks a turn or spellcasting that you want to negate. I think that's where it becomes like okay, we can think about using slow here. But for the most part, that gets a lot worse too because you have better things to concentrate on upper levels. But in any case, I don't think it has enough going for it to justify its cost. That's why I don't love slow.
This conversation has made me like slow more.
Oh yeah,
and everything you've said this is a far cry from ass.
I think okay, far cry from ass is fair, and maybe I'm being a little dramatic. It's not great. I don't think this is top 5-able for sure. I think there are still like 8 other spells I'd pick over slow on almost every wizard I'd ever play before I would be like, yeah, okay, I guess I'll take slow right now, especially at 5th level.
Man, I don't know. I'm kind of excited to go out and use slow in a game right now. You paired with entangle. That's so fun times.
You're also going to run into the issue, right, where like ranged characters don't give a shit about this. So if you drop this on a group of creatures and one of them knocks a single arrow and drops your concentration, the spell did nothing, and it didn't impact how they were affecting you at all. Here, they are at least imposed disadvantage on the attack roll. If you use this on any kind of backline that acts next, you can just waste the effect entirely. If it doesn't affect them, like if it doesn't affect a melee target, like let's say you hit the 6 creatures and one of them gets in melee range with you, well, this spell did nothing to assist you in that case either. Now, granted, Fear has the same problem, but I don't know. I think the downsides of this are very circumnavigable. I think a lot of creatures are going to get hit with this and go, okay, and then continue to wail on your barbarian. And I think a lot of other ones are going to be like, I guess we just shoot the wizard then, and then they shoot the wizard. And that isn't particularly riveting or exciting to me. I think if you can get a group together that's like, all right, we're going to abuse the shit out of slow, and we're going to just dunk all of the difficult terrain into a giant bucket and grind them inside of this, cool, that could be neat. That could be a really fun team-building moment. That sounds awesome. I don't think it's the best at doing that. Like, I think I'd even take Sleetstorm over this at that point. I don't love Sleetstorm, but Sleetstorm does the thing. So,
all right, well, yeah, you certainly haven't swayed me this time.
yeah, fair.
Yeah, I'm more excited about it than ever than when I started this video. Yeah. All right, so I guess it's my turn again. I've only got one more left. I forgot what it is now. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, fly.
Fly's good. Fly's quite good.
My notes, it says, "You're fucking flying."
Yeah, that's really the only note you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, fly's great. Fly's worse than it takes your concentration. In older editions, it didn't, and then you just flew around with your haste and you throw shot fireballs from space and killed everything without it being able to be touched. It was sweet. Now it's worse because you do want to be concentrating on other powerful effects, and flight is like neat, but it's not necessarily in combat specifically. It's not necessarily like a deal breaker. A lot of times people would be
it's also kind of a liability if your concentration breaks. But you're flying.
Yeah, out of combat, it's very useful. Being able to fly is really good. It definitely didn't hurt it that a bunch of flying races got released, right? Like the fact that Aarakocra exists and that the Owl can exist and that there are a bunch of there are cheaper ways to get access to flight than this. Still, it's really good. Flight is still very powerful.
By cheaper ways, do you mean be a different race?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want access to that, like if you value flying a lot, I think a 3rd level slot is worth a lot more than a racial trade. So I would probably want the racial trade over the 3rd level concentration specifically to get that mitigation. Like a hasted Aarakocra monk just flying around whacking things seems very cool to me. And you can't have both on any other class, or you can't have both on any other non-flying races. So But yeah, Fly probably could get a spot on my top 5, maybe over like, I guess like Fear's the only one close to not that good, but like it is.
Wait a second. You can't get both. I mean, you can have 2 concentration spells cast on you from different people, can't
If
you?
you have 2 wizards,
All right.
yes.
Okay.
Sure. So I guess in the case specifically of the monk, you do need someone else to be casting it on you. It's just like, you know, I do like Fly quite a bit. It's not quite as good as it used to be, but it's still, you can still absolutely put that on your sheet. Be really happy with it. Fly's excellent.
All right. I guess that just leaves our pick for the worst. I forgot again what mine is, but why don't you go ahead because yeah, I just went
Okay.
twice.
Yeah, I do have 2.
Yeah.
The first one's non-detection. Oh god, is non-detection bad?
Non-detection.
Holy moly, does this spell do nothing? Like, one of the spells
That should have been on mine, but I just forgot that it exists.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you curious what it does, like Bob, I'm sure right now, for the duration, which is 8 hours, you can't willingly, the target can be willingly, or you can pick at something, a willing creature or place that is no longer the 10th feet in a dimension, and divination magic can't perceive it, and you can't be perceived through magical sensors. That's all it does. That's it. There's nothing else here. It's a 3rd level spell that lasts 8 hours that makes you immune to a very niche mechanic that the majority of the games aren't playing with. And for that reason, 99% of the time, there's no reason to put this on your character sheet.
What about for the tables that do a lot of divination magic, though? I mean,
Then
I don't play at them, or I haven't played at them in the past, but I don't know.
You get at this really awkward arms race, and I hate this arms race so goddamn much, because what happens is your DM goes, okay, you need to be worried about the evil villain scrying on you and using that to attack you. And then you have to say, okay, great, I cast non-detection, so that doesn't occur. And then they go, great, I pick the person 5 feet to your left. And then everyone is sour about it. And no one likes that happened. And now everyone needs multiple instances of non-detection. So now your wizard's spending all their 3rd level spell slots and a 4th level spell slot to keep the whole party non-detected, just so they cannot be attacked by the stupid fucking villain that is using the scrying magic to know where they are. And the wizard goes, okay, well, they're using non-detection, but I know where they were last, so now I'm going to use other means to go navigate and find where they are anyway. And you get this stupid back and forth where you're jumping through a tremendous amount of hoops. I'll try and create some ability to not be seen by a very powerful magical villain. It's a gigantic headache. It feels really bad as a player to be like, all I do is cast spells that prevent us from dying to a thing we can't control. And that's so wildly infuriating, right? Like, if you were at that kind of group where non-detection is important, and you're like, well, I hit 5th level, I guess I cast non-detection on me and the bard, and then we split up so that the druid and ranger don't get us caught. Like, I don't know, what do you do here? And then everyone is upset and sad.
Yeah,
Don't play
all
with
right. Well,
non-detection. This spell's miserable.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you on this one. It's not, but then again, like I said, I never played at those high divination tables, so just curious. All right, that was divination. My pick, I chose vampiric touch.
That's my runner-up.
Okay, I thought it might be.
Yeah. Why did you hate vampiric touch?
Well, pretty much the same reason we talked about in the video on it. Yeah, you're a wizard. You don't for this to work, you already have to have taken damage, which means you probably don't want to go near the thing that's been damaging you just to suck off like 3 hit points or whatever. One thing we didn't talk about though, I didn't realize until after, this is a concentration duration spell.
Yeah.
But so, all right. So, do you have to keep beating them for this to work, or can you just bop them once in the face and then back off and keep sucking life out of them?
What happens is, while you concentrate on this, you get a new action, and that action you can take is the one that deals and gains you HP. So you don't get to like continually suck. You have to hit them every single turn for it to work.
Okay, then it sucks as much as I thought.
No, as little, Bob. This thing doesn't suck at all. That's its problem.
All right.
Yeah, no, this spell's awful.
You got anything else to say about it?
It's terrible.
Yeah.
When you hit 5th level, you have a 2d10 damage cantrip, Firebolt, that will just do 2d10 damage. This does 3d6 damage, which is comparable for it, and you're getting a whole new action, and this requires melee range to function. So out the gate, we're always like, oh no, this is not great. And then, like we talked about in the video, you have to care about your hit points, which means you want them to be going down. right? Like if you want your hit points to matter, they need to be expended so that they're eating some amount of actions. That's kind of how you can think about it. And if you're using Vampiric Touch to get those hit points back to create a little buffer, and they're going down, you're probably breaking concentration. And if you're breaking concentration, Vampiric Touch stops working. And you wasted a third level spell slot on what could have been a cantrip. And it's just, there's never a time where this is usable. There's never a time where you're like, oh my god, I am in the perfect position to be taking and dealing damage, or I'm like, I've taken enough damage to now go deal a bunch of damage with it that I can then go take a bunch of damage later. There just isn't a good window where Vampiric Touch feels good to use, and it's so clunky. Oh my god, is this spell clunky? Yeah, this spell's awful.
All right, we are agreed. Well, that was it, huh?
That's all our third levels.
That's our third levels. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you, everyone. As always, we welcome comments. What do you think of our picks? I'm sure people have heated opinions. Yeah.
Beyond like what we specifically picked, what will you pick for your top threes or your top 5 third levels? Right, the third level wizard list is robust, and it is got some real bangers in it that I'm sure both of us missed. So, those
absolutely. All right. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us. Tune in next time. Also, go back. We did a video on cantrips. We did first and second level spells. Go watch those. But yeah, that's that. We will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're breaking down our top 5 picks for level 4 wizard spells and our pick for the worst.
I didn't cheat this time. I was really tempted. There was a point where I was cheating, and I was like, I don't like this fifth slot spell anyway. I'm just gonna make it 2. So
our viewers are going to be disappointed.
That I actually only stuck to the actual script this time and didn't cheat and put extra spells on this and all that fun stuff.
All right, fourth level spells. They level 3 is the big boost, and then level 4 I feel like spells start to do different things.
I think we're starting to get like the tier of play where spells have to start doing more game like niche powerful things to be interesting. I think we start to see like those effects start to manifest here in a way that they didn't so much in the lower levels. A lot of the lower tier stuff is like, it's like you have a servant, but it's a magical force instead of a person. And now it's like, no, I'm gonna transform that thing into a goat, or I'm gonna send it an extra dimensional plane of existence. And you start to get into like the weirder, wackier, magic.
Well, speaking of turning things into a goat, I think this probably made both our lists.
Yep.
Polymorph.
That's my number 1. Yep. Polymorph is really good.
Yeah, this is where I thought you might cheat, because I was leaning, Polymorph or Banishment. Kind of wanted to choose them both, but Banishment didn't make my list. Polymorph did.
I did choose them both. We can talk about Banishment in a second. But yeah, Polymorph is disgusting. And the reason that they both made my list is because I think Polymorph is better than Banishment in that it does kind of the same thing as far as removing a thing for a fight, but then it also is usable on yourself and friends.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. But go ahead.
Yeah. No, please. I mean, you pick anything with a CR less or equal to its level. Whenever you get this, it starts at 7. So like you can just any beast challenge rating 7 or low is like giant apes and shit. So worst case scenario, you go, oh my god, I'm so sick and tired of the monk being useless. Be a giant monkey and go kill things. And then they can go be a giant monkey and kill things. Now granted, they are literally the mentality and mental of the ape. Everything about them becomes that, right?
Well, when you want them to kill things, they don't need to like be writing Shakespeare,
Or, if you get enough of them together, it's thousands and thousands of monkeys on typewriters. Maybe you can write Shakespeare with polymorph. But like, it's definitely the kind of thing where you go, I'm tired of being a wizard right now. If I don't want to use this to turn the big bad into a ferret for the next hour, instead, I will turn myself into a big monkey and punch things because I don't have the mental capacity to manage my spell slots right now. And that's pretty fun. Now, granted, like it being concentration means you probably don't really want it to be on yourself because you're going to take a beating when you do it. But like polymorph does so many things that you'd want it to do, and for that reason, it has to be top of my list. This is kind of like invisibility is to second level spells. I put polymorph on it's almost on another level, like spell level worth of power. Like that's how good polymorph is.
Oh, question. All right, how does that work for concentration? Like, if you do have the mental capacity of an ape, then does that affect your concentration saves?
Rules is written, no. I mean, concentration saves, yes, because your stats reflect that, right? So whatever your game stats are for concentration saving throws, you'll probably have a higher one as the ape than you do as a wizard, right? Assuming you're going from a 10 con wizard to a
All right,
18 con ape, you'll be getting a +4 instead. So it's actually, you're more likely to maintain concentration as an ape, especially if you've got like Warcaster and stuff, because it doesn't take away targets game statistics ability scores are replaced by the things. You remain your alignment and personality. It doesn't say anything about class features and stuff though, so I can't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to, like, if you took the Warcaster feat, use that. I could be wrong. I'm sorry, you're limited in actions by its new form, so you can't like cast spells and stuff in this new form. But the other stuff still works. Like if you're just like better at maintaining concentration when you're getting your head chopped in, sure, maybe I guess that could work.
All right. Well, since you already kind of spilled your guts, you want to talk about banishment?
Banishment is, I think, 99% of the time going to look exactly like Polymorph is, but you can, the thing that fails the thing that dies to the save or die cannot get out of it by its buddies, right? Like I think one of the few weaknesses of Polymorph is when the monsters recognize that you polymorphed their boss and they throw a rock at it and they turn it back into their boss by dropping its hit points to 0, right? That's how you can kind of circumnavigate Polymorph even outside of concentration effects. Banishment rock. Yeah, sure. I mean,
no, right? Because you turn them into a ferret. That's right.
Yeah, if they're a squirrel or something, right? Like it's this kind of gives you this also fun little mini game with Polymorph.
I was still thinking the giant ape, but why would you turn your enemy into a giant ape? Yeah.
No, I think it's like 6 attacks. Don't do that. But with like banishment, there's no option to reduce its HP to 0. If you pass, it's just gone. And then you have the upside of like, well, sometimes from another plane of existence, and now it's just permanently gone. Sometimes you're just like, yeah, that fire elemental that's currently killing our bard, go away. And then it just stays away. It's just gone forever. And that's very handy. That's very, very good. It is an incredibly powerful effect. And for that reason, like, it has to earn my list. It's only got a minute duration as opposed to the hour of the polymorph. So, like, if your objective is to kidnap the goblin boss and take them somewhere, you can't do that with banishment. Polymorph can do that, but banishment still will be like oh my god, that thing is enormous. This Kraken is killing us. Put it in a pocket dimension. We'll deal with all of his cult, and then we'll deal with the Kraken in a minute whenever it comes back. And that's just very good.
Yeah, I don't know. Another reason it didn't make my list though is because if I have enemies there, I want to kill them.
Sure. I mean, so my thought process is this gives you a more efficient way to kill them because now you assembly line it.
More often than not, they do come back. But yeah, yeah, all right. But like I said, it almost made my list.
It's really powerful. It's my number 5. I think there are really other because Polymorph does what it does so well anyway, and there are other very powerful 5th level spell or 4th level spells. It probably should be my number 4, but it's my number 5. But yeah, we can keep going. What's your next?
All right.
We already did banishment.
Yeah. All right. Polymorph banishment. I got conjure minor elementals.
That's my number 2.
Yeah, that we've talked about this before. I think at length, because you kind of have to.
Yeah, I think this might be one of our longest spell review videos, and to this day I'm like, oh my god, there's so many methods. There's so many things that it does. I think it'd be useful, quick and dirty, if you want to take summon minor elementals, conjure minor elementals. I'm sorry, it is old school summoning versus the new Tasha's way, so there's quite a bit difference. Rules is written. What happens is you pick which of the tiers you want, and the DM gives you monsters of that tier. So the conjure spells give you like 1 elemental of CR2, 2 of CR1, 4 of CR1/2, 8 of CR1/4. I promise you the answer 100% of the time is 8 CR1/4. There's never a reason to get any less than that, because the value of having 8 CR1/4 monsters is more than double the value of having 4 CR1/2 monsters. And like the CR2 ones are all ass. It's like Gargoyle and Azer, and those are not nearly as good as the methods that get weird steam breaths and have weird Hydium effects.
Yeah, all those breath weapons and death explosions.
Yeah, like this spell is a nightmare for DMs that aren't ready for it, because you'll just be like, oh my god, wait, I'm sorry, you're putting out how much damage in a cone right now out of what? And that's just, you can do that next round, excuse me? You start making 8 attacks a turn, you start making like 16 attacks a turn in some cases. Like the upcasting here is great, all their effects are cool. Oh god, this spell's so gross.
Yeah.
So good. This
But,
is like the conjuration magic at its fairest too. Like I think the other conjuration aspects that the other classes get tend to break the game a little bit more, but like giant owls and pixies and stuff that come with the other conjure elementals. So like the conjure spells. So like if you're gonna take one, do this one. This one is the most fair of the lot. So and it's not fair. It's not even a little bit fair. This spell's cracked.
all right, agreed. Yeah, it's a good one. What else do you have?
Next on my list is Greater Invisibility.
I got that one. Ooh, are we?
Oh, we're
I
3 for
know.
3. Oh, but I
No,
have.
no, with banishment. That didn't make my list, but we're close.
Yep.
Greater
I think-
invisibility. Yes.
I think our lists for these are always like 1 or 2 off at most. We're normally pretty much on the same page.
Well, I mean, greater invisibility for all the reasons. Regular invisibility. Plus, you don't become visible when you attack. That's a big one.
It honestly, this feels like the love child of haste and invisibility to me. And I think haste is probably better for its slot, but it being invisible is a really big upside, especially on like your rogues, especially on your like this can go on more characters comfortably to feel good. And like the fighter making 3 attacks a turn while invisible is gonna be really good, especially whenever they're like, I'm just gonna then take a 5-foot step so they don't know where I am, and then you're gonna have the fun, awkward conversations of, well, the monsters heard you and you attacked them and they're vaguely aware of the space, so they're gonna, I guess we're gonna have to try and like fudge our way through figuring out where they're missing, which can be a little bit awkward, but like it's undeniable the raw power here is very high.
But,
and even though it only lasts a minute, it's really good.
Does invisibility work like that though? Because with things like blindness or heavy obscurement, all it does is affect your advantages and disadvantages for attacking and stuff. Like, I mean, you still know where everybody is on the board, right? I mean,
so it's complicated, right? So like if you're creatures attacking out of blindness, for example, can have the same kind of effect, right? If a creature's attacking into darkness, if the darkness is a single concealed space, right? Like if you're looking at a 5-foot wide area, they know what space you're in. They can tell, oh, well, we know they're in the darkness. I know what space I'm attacking into. That's just disadvantage. But if you're in an environment that is dynamic, that has a lot of moving parts, or is just wide open, if something comes in and stabs you twice and then moves, you get an attack opportunity on it, which will be made at disadvantage. You'll know where it's attacking you from, so you'll know where it's leaving from if it's not disengaging. But even if that hits, they stand there and can move wherever they want. And then how much extra movement it is, you don't necessarily know the space they're occupying unless there's like clear signs like footprints in mud or like a silhouette in the rain or something. And you can get into this kind of messy, feel very metagamey on the DM perspective. They are like, well, no, you attacked them. They're vaguely aware of where you are. They're just going to run until they hit you. You're going to get into some awkward moments, I think. Some moments where your DM's going to have to like really scratch their head to be like, should I just attack them because we the players know where they are, but the monsters aren't supposed to know where they are, kind of, but they also are seeing more. It gets wonky.
Yeah,
I would just recommend
is this your personal opinion or is this rules as written? Because I mean, the same thing could go for like any large area of effect obscurement. I mean, you shouldn't know where anyone is in there.
But, I mean, we literally talked about this with Sleet Storm. But this, you're firing into nothingness. So technically speaking, you don't know where they are. You can like, whenever a Sleet Storm goes down, you can know like your characters go, okay, that is where that creature is right now in the Sleet Storm. And then assuming they're like in the rules of the game, we remove the narrative element of things happening cohesively simultaneously and instead just go, I know it's an initiative after me. You can shoot that space knowing where it is. And that's where area of damage effect spells come up, like Fireball. Like this is going to be something where a dragon fighting something invisible is going to just pick a space and be like, it's probably in this 60-foot cone, and fire a breath weapon probably hit it. But yeah, rules is written, you don't necessarily know the space that the creature's occupying, and whenever you go to make your attacks, you say, I'm attacking into this space, and sometimes nothing happens because there's no creature to hit. And it isn't particularly clear a lot of the times. The hiding rules in this game are kind of ass. The blinding condition is like the most we get for how attacking blinded works, which doesn't seem accurate, but it's what we got.
Yeah. All right, where were we?
Greater invisibility.
Greater
on
invisibility.
both of our lists.
Yes. Anything else you got to say about it?
It's really good. Advantage on all attack rolls seems great. Put it on creatures with multi-attack.
All right, that was your pick, correct?
Sure. Go to yours.
All right, let's see. What was my next one? My next one was greater invisibility. All right, next one after that, Wall of Fire.
Me too, Bob. Wall
Yeah.
of Fire also made my list. This one, I went around a lot being like, there has to be a better 4th level spell than Wall of Fire. I mean, Wall of Fire is fine, but like, there has to be a better one. And then Dimension Door didn't quite make the cut, so Wall of Fire did.
Well, I mean, the thing about Wall of Fire is that there's so many other spells that you say, all right, well, this is good if you pair it with a Wall of Fire.
You say so many others. It's like 3. There are like 3 spells that are
I feel
really
like that
good.
comes up a lot.
Grasping Vine, Gust, and Thorn Whip are the 3 that come to my mind.
Well, there's Thunder Wave, or
Sure, Thunder Wave occasionally will matter with it.
I'm sure there was another one, but whatever. Anyway, that's why it made my list. You know,
Same.
It's a big wall of fire that you can throw people into.
Or you can just like hold them there. Like Barbarian just shove somebody, grapple someone, right? Hold them on the other side of the wall. Just grinding someone's face into a giant wall of fire seems super metal. I think it's not hard to get 2 instances of damage off wall of fire even without the other effects. I think you're going to often find that it hits a big enough area that you're like, okay, that's like fireball-ish damage. And sometimes it does double that. And that's really, really good when it does double that. And that's why, like, on its own, outside of needing anything else, Wall of Fire is useful. Because it'll act as a fireball, it'll act as a deterrent, it'll do things that just damaging spells don't. And then you compare it with things like Gust, and then you compare it with things like Gust of Wind, and you can compare it with Thorn Whip, and you give it Grasping Vine and Thunder Wave, and you're like, bouncing people between it, and you're living the dream. They're taking 20 d8 fire damage, and everyone's like, we're the coolest party that's ever existed. That can happen occasionally. That will happen rarely, because no players are that coordinated, let's be honest. But it still has that fun potential upside. There's still going to be some moments where diving off a ship mast, the thunder or the Tempest Domain Cleric thunder waves them into your wall of fire, and all the pirates get incinerated, and you're like, that was the coolest thing that anyone's ever done in history of ever. So I think it earns the slot because it's good enough damage. It has other utility of being like, don't come in here, you're incinerated, and that's great. That's useful.
Sure. Yeah, it's neat if you got a lot of ranged people or spellcasters versus a lot of melee opponents, then yeah, they can just choose to be incinerated or be shot to death.
Yeah, this has also a really weird effect on like game narrative, because this really encourages you to stand at the wall, right? This one's like, because if you are those ranged characters or even like melee characters, you want to prevent things from getting to the other side of the wall. So you really want to be at it on the one side that doesn't have the damage, because it only does damage on 10 feet of the other directions. Like you pick, it's like a one-way mirror kind of deal. And it puts it in this weird spot of being like, I guess we're just going to go directly up to this giant billowing magical wall of fire and just like nose right next to it kind of deal. But yeah, it's nifty.
All right.
We got all 5 of mine.
Did we already?
Yeah, Banishment was my number 5, and we had 4 others.
Oh, yeah. All right, my last one was Dimension Door.
That one was right up there for me. It was close.
Yeah.
It didn't make my list for the same reason Misty Step didn't.
Made my list for the same reasons Misty Step did.
Yes.
This a little bit different though. This is not something I want to Misty Step around the battlefield though. This is for me. Dimension Door is mainly like, my buddy's on death's door. We got to airlift him out of here.
Yes, it absolutely does that.
But it can also do the opposite. You can, just airlift somebody and yourself into combat when your enemies, maybe didn't know they were in combat.
Yeah, or even behind them, right? This is a gigantic range. This is the world's largest teleport outside of the literal teleport spell, where you're just like, 500 feet, that's where I'm going. Like a full city block away, up there in those mountain sails, we're going behind them. This is a flanking maneuver. They're gonna have nowhere to go. The barbarian's gonna rumble down the hillside into them, and I'm gonna be up here throwing fireballs. It's gonna be sweet. I think Dimension Door is very fun. I think it's very powerful in that it'll add some world exploration options that aren't otherwise really available. I think this is the tier where I start really wanting Misty Step, because it's cheaper, because I don't care to necessarily use my 4th level spell slots on just teleportation. With things like Conjure Mind Elementals, things like Polymorph, things like Greater Invisibility, like I have powerful concentration effects I want to be consistently getting up with my 4th level slots, and if you only have 2 of them and they're your top end things, I find it really hard to justify using Dimension Door that way. I personally, when I say I find it hard to justify it, I have a hard time seeing players justify using it. I, as a player, adore big wacky random nonsense ideas, and I will cast a 4th level spell to go on top of a chandelier to bring it down over fireballing somebody 100% of the time, because that's the kind of player I am. I really love to find the dumbest creative solutions in the room and try and make them happen, and Dimension Door definitely is a way to encourage you to do that, because you can say, I want to be there right now, and it happens. And that can open up a lot of windows and doors that are otherwise closed to you. It's really great in exploration of the world and stuff. Like we said prior, this is a way to say, okay, I don't need to see where I'm going 500 feet into that building. And then you see what happens. And sometimes you're shunning it a little bit off to the side and you're, take a little bit of damage, but you get where you want to go regardless. And you can bring a friend. And that's nifty.
Yeah.
The spell does do a lot of things. I just think on most people's character sheets, if you're getting to 7th level and you're like, all right, what are the must-have wizard spells? I'm not sure Dimension Door makes the cut just because I think you'll very often find I would rather just keep polymorphing here. I'd rather just conjure minor elementals here. I'd rather just have the consistent, like, this is where I want to be most of the time 4th level magic. It's really powerful for the level. And then as you get higher level, when you're like, okay, I got 6th and 7th level slots or 5th, 6th, 7th level slots to use. Now Dimension Door starts to feel a lot better of being like, oh, it's only a 4th level slot. I get to go all the way over there. That's sweet. Then it starts to feel a lot better when you've got other spells that'll do the bigger, more powerful things that you need.
Well, you still got to take that into account on a list like this, because when we get up to 8th level spells, you can't say upcat or now I want Dimension Door.
Sure.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that. I think a lot of my lists, my aim is that you're getting to the tier, what are my top 5 I want at that moment, and that's where I tend to have mine. A lot of them, like my 1st level ones has Silvery Bars and Find Familiar on it. Those 2 spells are good forever. 2nd level spells has Invisibility, Hold Person. Those spells are good forever. But they also have things like Ryan's Blinding Ice, which is definitely only good in the low tiers. It definitely has things like Fear is really only good in the mid tier, right? Like, and in this particular list, I don't think Wall of Fire is castable once you get past 11 level. It's just like, yeah, I got better things to do with my spell slots than this, and that's definitely where Dimension Door takes over. But if I'm doing it as a 7th level wizard, 7th to 8th level wizard, I think Dimension Door doesn't quite eke out its value that the other ones that we've listed otherwise do.
Fair enough. All right, now the fun part. What is your pick for the worst 4th?
I really hope.
What are we on? 4th level?
Yeah. Locate creature.
Oh, that was not mine.
What's yours then?
Well, no, let's talk about locate creature.
Oh god, this felt bad. I feel like this. I spent the whole locate creature video to explain to you why this was bad, and I just watched you be like, oh, this spell does suck.
I remember that.
So
I fought for it, but alas,
this spell is dookie. Oh my god. So, okay. Out the gate, for a spell that's entire purpose is finding somebody, whenever scrying exists, whenever dividing the location of things exists, this is a range of 1,000 feet. So out the gate, if it's further than 1,000 feet from you, you cannot find it. And 1,000 feet might sound like a lot, especially in terms of like a battle map. But if we put it in terms of like a city, that's 3 city blocks. You get 3 city blocks worth of finding a person around you. Otherwise, the spell does jack shit. So if we're talking miles, if we're in the wilderness, the spell is uncastably unusable. It's not finding anyone. You have to know you're already within the range of the person, probably using some other divination magic, and then also cast locate creature to find them specifically in the area. That's ghoulish overkill. You don't need that. You could simply ask around. You could simply send out scouts like little elementals to go look for you. You could simply send out your familiar to go hunt for you. You could use Animal Messenger and have it go ask a guard to come back with you on the relevant location of the located creature, and that'll be more usable than this spell is.
All right, I got one. You lose your child in a crowded mall.
Okay, there you go. You now have a use for locate creature, which there is something I think particularly special about calling your child the creature in locate creature. But yeah, don't take locate creature. It's not worth it. It just isn't. Use your eyes, make a perception check, do some investigating. Like this does no business being a 4th level spell slot. This would have no business being a 2nd level spell slot. This spell is uncastably bad.
Okay, I still feel like...
Oh, wait, I forgot. If they're in the bath, it doesn't work, because if there's running water at least 10 feet wide, it fizzles.
Well, if your missing child is in the bath at the mall, then, you've got bigger problems.
This is true. Oh, also, if they're in a different form, like if they're disguised or under a polymorph spell, it also fails. So if they're like trying to hide from you, it doesn't work.
Yeah, which they probably are.
Yep. Also, you have to have seen them before up close at least once. So you have to have been within 30
right.
feet of them already.
All right, yeah, I'm not even arguing with you, but you keep, you know,
God, this smells bad.
as bad as that is, I feel like mine's worse.
Okay, hit me with it.
Secret chest.
I kind of agree. Secret chest is its own kind of bad, though. Why do you hate secret chest?
I'm looking at it again. Is that the one with you got the amethysts and stuff that you have to break?
I'm pretty sure secret chest is you get a little tiny baby chest that you can store stuff in.
All right, all right, yeah. Which one am I thinking? I'm thinking of anyway.
Sequester?
No.
Maybe.
There's one where you gotta no, it's like instant summons, I think.
Instant summons, yes.
Yeah.
That's
All
the
right,
one
anyway.
where you bind things. That's also awful. Is that a 4th level spell slot? I thought that was higher.
No, it's not. Sorry,
that will
spoiler
absolutely, yes, that will
It's
win the
making my
worst on
list
whatever
for-
spell level
yeah.
it's on. Holy fuck, that smells bad.
But for similar reasons, secret chest. That's I don't know. I cannot justify this spell's existence. I mean, I think somebody left a comment on our secret chest video saying they had a use for it, but even then, I was like, all right, thanks for sharing. Then no, this one, yeah, because you got your little mini chest, and then you could summon the bigger chest, and no.
Don't you love that every 60 days you get a cumulative 5% chance that everything you love is gone forever?
Again. I mean, yeah. Don't let it go 60 days. Sure. But why even have that in there?
And what's even better to me then is like if you do want that to happen, you have to get another chest worth 5,000 grand or 5 grand. Like you have to go and get another chest, a secret chest, to not lose the 60-day thing, which is, excessive. I think, like, to me, the reason the spell will never ever be good is because Bag of Holding is just really convenient, and it's like almost a default party item that players just get around like 2nd or 3rd level to hold all their shit, because like so many tables are like, I don't want to deal with inventory management, and the DM goes, great, here's the Bag of Holding, enjoy, and they go, thanks DM, you're the best, and then you move on. Because like secret chest kind of, it doesn't even really solve that problem, it's not that big of a chest, but like it kind of solves that problem in a really expensive way. I like the spell more than you do, but it's not good for sure. This spell's bad.
No, I just it kind of angers me. Like, all right, what is the purpose of it? Just to have access to things from home that you don't feel like carrying around all the time?
Hypothetically, yeah. Hypothetically, this would like smuggle weapons into a spot, but then you have to like, you get this stupid weird question of being like, well, what do the monsters and people know about the world? If they see a secret chest, they know that means there's a Lehman secret chest here. Is that how that works? And then you're in like a weird catch-22 where he doesn't even smuggle things well. Yeah, I don't know. Plus, like, you can't fit like glaives and shit in a chest. It's gonna have to be specifically like explosives if we're in like a steampunky setting or in like a I don't know, a specific turn of the century setting. It seems
like cocaine or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Just do some drug smuggling with it. That's the real objective of Levin's secret chest.
All right. Man, that one just leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. It's
not great. It costs you a lot of gold too. You'll spend a bunch of gold and be like, wow, I can't believe I overpaid for a bag of holding. That's worse than a bag of holding.
Somebody's just going to steal your little miniature chest, and then all your shit's going to be gone in 60 days.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm curious real quick. How much does a bag of holding cost? Let's find out. Because like it's a specific cost because of its rarity. Okay, so you could get a 15-pound bag of holding. I'm sorry, the bag itself weighs 15 pounds, which holds 1 billion things, for half of the price of a secret chest. It could hold 250 pounds of stuff in a 30-foot cube. This is a 3x2x2 chest.
Yeah, I mean,
for double the price.
With a bag of holding, you could fill it with cocaine, roll it up, and shove it up your butt.
Also true.
Can't do that with a secret chest.
And you can fit a lot more cocaine in that one.
Yeah.
250 cubic feet of cocaine is a lot of cocaine. I'm sorry, it's 30 cubic feet of cocaine, but it's 250 pounds worth of cocaine.
Oh my. All right. Well, I guess that's it.
Great place to end things off.
Yeah, sure. All right, that was our 4th level spells. Thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for joining us.
Those of us joining us, in the comments below. What spells do we miss? What 4th level spells deserve it? Why is locate monster secretly or locate creature secretly busted? Tell me. I'm curious
and
to hear why you're wrong.
And also we have other videos. We did cantrips, 1st level spells, 2nd level spells, 3rd level spells, and we will be doing more spells in the future. So go watch all those. Until then, we will see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we're breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 5 wizard spells.
Yes.
Level 5. This was a tough one for me. There's a lot of good level 5 spells.
True. We're definitely getting into that tier of play where it's like all of a sudden these spells are varying on what they do, and their impact on the world becomes a little bit like, whoa, that's some effects and words that I haven't seen before. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I feel like I wasn't varied enough with my picks. Because a couple of them do similar things. But anyway, we'll get into it. Why don't you begin? What made the bottom of your list? Again, disclaimer, Sam ranks his. I just did my top 5 in no particular order.
My starter for my 5th level ones that I looked through and I was like, oh, I like this spell a lot. It's Wall of Force. It's my 5th best wizard 5th level spell. This spell is baller. You get a cool little, sometimes hemispheric, sometimes free floating wall. It is just a big indestructible thing. It's a wall, and it's the walliest wall that ever walled. You put it down and it's a wall, and things don't go through the wall, and things bounce off the wall, and nothing can deal with it because it's just a wall. And I think it's neat. This is a spell that has like some weird applications where you can make a giant ramp of force. You can make a giant like hemisphere of we all duck on for cover and just hope the dragon leaves us alone for 10 minutes. Like, it's a neat little bubble or divider. There's gonna be a lot of times where you're gonna be finding weird, cool ways to arrange the panels to get exactly what you want out of it. I think Wall of Force is super sweet. It's definitely not the most powerful 5th level spell, obviously, but it's one that I'm like, if I'm a wizard and I want to do the wall thing, this is probably the only wall spell I'm taking, because like, God, it's the walliest wall, and I like that for that reason. It just, if I need a wall, it's a wall.
Well, I too have a wall spell on my list, but it is not Wall of Force.
Not Wall of Force. What wall spells on your list, Bob?
Oh, don't pretend you don't know.
Hit me with it.
Wall of Stone.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're here to see the difference between our walls is mine's indestructible and yours is for a entirely different game where you build a city over the course of several generations and eventually have a society.
Permanent. The permanence is because whether or not I'm building a city with it, I just like something I can cast into existence and maybe carve my initials into and bring my great-grandchildren back to say, I built this wall.
Yes, your bard's great-grandchildren can come back and see, yeah, great-grandpa, he spent a 5th level spell slot and made this happen.
Yes. It's still there.
It is.
Your Wall of Force.
Wall of Force only lasts 10 minutes. You're right.
I know.
Going to be there way longer.
You're hoping the dragon will go away.
so like,
dragon's got shit to do.
Listen, maybe he does. I don't know what the dragon's doing with his life. Listen, I definitely think. Oh.
You all right over there?
Yeah, sorry, everything's fine. My green screen just almost fell on me. It's no big deal.
If you cast a wall of stone instead and painted it green.
That's a great point.
No
this is a green Wall of Force that you don't see me recasting every 10 minutes. I have a lot of 5th level slots to burn. I will say you definitely don't need both Wall of Force and Wall of Stone, and I will definitely agree. Wall of Stone is cool. The permanence of it is nice. 95% of the time, if what you want is a Wall of Stone is definitely good enough. It's going to be very niche opportunities where Wall of Force is like that much better. Like, yes, you can break through a Wall of Stone. It's a huge pain in the ass. You're going to get your wall effect out of it that you want. And it also is like, yeah, you can build up a neat little settlement. You can dig yourselves in. It's a cool spell. I like Wall of Stone. Wall of Stone is pretty cool. It's not as I like the words immune to all damage, and that is what Wall of Force says. I'm a big fan of those words. I also like that, like, Wall of Force is, it's harder to conceptualize, and to me that gives us more room for it to be magical, where Wall of Stone is like, yeah, you build a neat little Minecraft structure, like, look at this little palisades, and you put your blocks around, and yeah, you got it's definitely nifty. I definitely understand why it's here. It's perfectly serviceable. I don't understand the reason people shouldn't take it, but it just doesn't make my top 5.
Oh no, that's fine.
Well, is that your number 1? Like, if you had to pick, is that your favorite spell?
That'd probably be number 5. It's not even listed in my arbitrary listing as number 1, but no, it wouldn't be. It's there are cooler 5th level spells, but as far as wall spells go, if we ever do top wall spells, that's probably gonna be mine. Spoiler alert.
We should. I definitely think that's a video that should exist.
I'm
we should
sure.
even just like tier ranking the wall spells. What are the S tier walls? What are the F tier walls? You know, I think that'd be fun.
We'll do that eventually.
All right. My next one. Yeah, dominate person.
Yeah, that made my list.
My lord, is this a good spell? Have you ever wanted to be like, I want to summon something, but I don't want to have to make a new thing. I'd rather just be the enemy. That's what dominate person does. It's like, what if the enemy were your teammate? And oh my god, is that powerful?
Yeah, that throws off the balance of an encounter.
Wildly so. Yeah, this is my number 4 still. We are like, it is powerful, but it's like, it's situational enough that it's not going to warp the game all the way around it. This isn't something that's like your DM can't account for. It definitely makes it much harder to have humanoid villains that are challenging in the upper tiers. It definitely makes it so, like, I really can't throw a human paladin at them with the 9th level features, because the wizard will just just dominate them, and all of a sudden he's now murdering all of the monsters that were sent there with him. I think it's a really fun, powerful spell. I would advocate this is only for players. If you're a DM, God, I don't think a lot of people necessarily handle being dominated well, or their DM really navigates the sort of pain points of it. It can be miserably unfun to watch your character kill your friends because you failed a single wisdom saving throw, but it can be very fun to watch your DMs pretend monsters kill each other instead. It's definitely a better use case for it. I would absolutely advocate for this being something that's really player only.
I don't know.
I think it's that kind of effect.
If the DM is taking everything into account, and the gauging their players' attitudes and whatnot, and they do this, and it leads to a close fight that they ultimately survive, then yeah, I think it's all right. Not something to break out every time, but yeah, every now and again.
That definitely, for sure. I think, like, even at tables where it does not have feel bads, even at tables that do like enjoy the, oh, this is so cool, I get to turn against my allies and punch them a bunch right now, I would still say you don't do that all that often. You do that once or twice a campaign.
But I mean, even if it's not, they're not attacking, but it's forcing your barbarian to grapple your paladin until the rest of your party takes care of the enemies. That's yeah.
This spell also, I'll quickly say, there's room for interpretation unless you use your action to take precise control of the target, and I think that's neat. I think this is one of those rare cases where, if you give it like general, because you can give it a general command and it'll follow it to the best of its abilities, and it's charmed by you, but like, maybe it also recognizes these people were my friends. I don't want to necessarily go all out here, so maybe it chooses to bash with its shield instead of attack with its greatsword, right? Maybe your commands aren't that specified, and this gives you sort of a window where you can say, no, I do get to do it exactly what I want if I use my action. Or it could just be like a better polymorph where it does mostly what I want with a little bit of intervention. I don't have to spend any more resources on it, I don't have to spend more actions on it. And I think that little back and forth is pretty cool. I think there's some neat decisions we made here. It all around makes the spell nifty to me.
And there's the upcasting for longer durations. How far does that go?
Up to 8 hours with a 8th level spell slot.
Yeah, that's for out of combat situations. Also,
or even just be like, hey, we want a new paladin to bring around with us. Dominated. And then it's used in and out of combat. Why not?
All right, yeah. For all those reasons, dominate person also made my list.
All right, what's next on yours then? After dominate person.
This is when I said they were a little bit similar. I also chose hold monster.
That's my number 1, actually. I think hold monster might be the best level spell.
Yeah.
It might lose its place to like Conjuration Magic at some tables, but this spell's a house.
Yeah, like Dominate Person, you're taking an enemy out of the fight.
It's better than that.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I mean, we talked about this with Hold Person. You got them frozen there, and everybody's beating on them, and there you go.
Yeah, paralyzation. That's what this does, and holy shit, is paralyzed good. Do you want your auto crits? Because this is how you get auto crits. That is like, it's not going to live long enough to outsave this. Is what basically happens. If it fails the first save, everyone goes, "Oh, great, we kill it," and then everyone just lays into it, and it immediately dies. It's a fun moment. I think it's pretty neat. Also, like, so let me check. I think Whole Person has the same upcast, but this also has a good upcast on it where you can target more things. So like if you 6th level it, you get an extra slot. Yeah, it's same for the Whole Persons. You get more humanoids, and this gives you more monsters. So this is more anything.
Yeah.
Oh, this is like a multi-target banishment that gives you the ability to crit down if you like over. Oh, it's delicious. Incredible saber die. This thing is yucky good whenever it happens. Now it's a saber die, so sometimes nothing happens. That's kind of a bummer. But
with upcasting it, you mitigate those chances.
Yeah. And you don't need more than one thing to get held for this to be great. Like even if this is a pseudo polymorph, right, where you're just like, okay, that thing gets locked down for 2 or 3 rounds while we deal with other things, and then you run over and beat the shit out of it. Oh yeah, that's good.
All right. What else you got?
Okay, so my number 1 was Hold Monster. All I got left are my 2 and 3. My third best is Conjure Elemental. I will feel like I'd be amiss without including some kind of conjuration magic here, and this one happened to get the slot.
All right, yeah. That didn't make my list, but it perhaps should have.
It's really good.
Go ahead, talk about it.
Yeah, most conjuration effects are busted, and this is a 5th level. You get an air, fire, or water elemental of your choice, CR 5 or lower in the space. And like you can get a bunch of let me read the exact text. An elemental of 5 or lower appears. It's friendly towards you. It lasts an hour. It's concentration or whatever. If it's broken, it doesn't disappear. Instead, it becomes hostile towards you. So that's a neat little gimmick. But a lot of the time, this is just a way to get an air elemental under control for an hour. It's a way to get a water elemental under control for an hour. I honestly probably should have replaced this with one of the new summon spells because I think it's going to be a slightly better version of this. The opportunity to get powerful things under your command for an hour, though, is very good. This is a way that you can have a powerful ally at your disposal whenever you want. It's a conjuration spell. It's going to be powerful. It's going to give you powerful elementals that do powerful things. And yes, a turning hostility is a little bit annoying and could be gargantuanly catastrophically bad, but that also could be very gargantuanly catastrophically fun to be like, yes, the giant earth elemental that I've been commanding to get the rocks beaten off of it by a whole bunch of angry minor dwarves or whatever now sees me and goes, "That's the guy that's been getting me beaten up." Oh, it's go Tom, bitch, and he just rolls over and starts pummeling you. Yeah, I love that.
All right, that's a plus for you. That's good.
It is. It makes this spell more fun.
But this isn't one of those. This isn't one of those conjuration spells where you can like get 25 tiny elementals, though, is it?
No, I think when I put it on the list, I was thinking of Conjure Minor Elementals, which again, I would supplement this. I'll even just pull up the summon spells. I'll get a 5th level one in a second, but that should be in this slot because anything that summons a beast or a monster that you get multi-attack with that you can command, it is powerful, especially for the 5th level slot version.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking when you said conjuration. So yeah, as the spell that you picked, I feel better about not picking it.
Yeah, Conjure Elemental is good. It's not warping the game by any stretch of the imagination. What else you got, Bob?
Oh, all right. I don't know. Let's take a look at my list. I got animate objects.
I have that. That's my number 2.
Is it? All right.
It might deserve the number 1 slot. It's really good.
Yeah, but for the reasons I was just talking about, having a bunch of little things attacking is fun for me.
Yeah. This is like the actual Conjure Minor Elementals version of this. Pro tip, tiny is the best, and it's the best by a lot. Like, it's the best by a not
That's the reason it made the list.
Yeah, you get, what's the exact number as a bonus action? You mentally command any number of creatures. You summon. Oh God, I forget there's a table with this. Jesus Christ. It's a robust spell. You can bonus action mentally command all of them. Huge count is 8. Come to life.
All right, tiny.
Of 10 non-magical objects. So you get 10 tiny things. And 10 tiny things, that each get a 1d or 4+4 hit is really good.
10 tiny. It feels like a shotgun blast.
It really does. It actually also works with small. Small also only count as 1, and they do 1d6 plus, or they do 1d8 plus 2. So you're trading like 2 guaranteed damage for 2 maximum damage, like the d8 versus the d4. So the tiny ones are still probably better, although the small ones have slightly more HP. None of that matters, because what really matters is you're making 10 attacks a turn, and that is really good. And also, like, there's other fun things you can do with this, right?
Oh, sure. They don't have to be attacking things. You could get them to do whatever you want. I'm not sure what those things are. I guess they could
Your dishes.
Cook dinner for your imprisoned house guest.
Sure. This could very much be a BR guest situation for Beauty and the Beast, right? Like, you just have a bunch of little handy tools around doing a bunch of stuff. I love the idea of like animating an armoire or a dinner table or something like really big, and just it flips up and does a bunch of nonsense and starts whacking things, but everyone's taking cover behind it. You're using it as like both an ally and another source. Not nearly as good as the tiny or small animation stuff, but still quite powerful. Yeah, it seems very solid to me. Like, absolutely best in show for like the summoning stuff that wizards get at this tier.
What if you animated an anchor to attack the hull of a ship?
That sounds cool as hell. I love that so much. Does it work? It's got a range and stuff on it, right? So as long as you're within 120 feet of the anchor, yeah, sure. Yeah. Get it. That sounds so cool. Also, I figured out the reason I picked Conjure Elemental. It's because wizards don't get a summon spell at 5th level, so that's why it's here. Because it's their summon spell they get at 5th level, and it's definitely good enough that looking at the rest of this list, I'm like, yeah, this makes sense to me. It's definitely not gonna be Enervation, which isn't my worst, but that's all yours, right?
We're not going, huh?
That's all yours, right?
No.
You got one more?
I think. Well, let me. Oh yeah, I got one more. I got. We talked about this recently. Arcane Hand.
Oh my God. I didn't scrub it. I want Conjure Elemental off my list. I was wrong. Bump everything down. Arcane Hand's #1. I don't know how I missed it.
All right.
Absolutely. Spell's cracked. I thank you. Thank you for helping me with this, Bob.
I have a confession. It wasn't on my list either until about 10 minutes ago.
And it deserves it. The spell slaps, literally. God.
I forgot what I had in place of. You're gonna hate me for this. I had Far Step in place of this.
It's fun. It's not
fun.
Good.
No, it's fun. That's what I cared about.
Sure. This spell's also really fun.
Arcane, yes, it's got everything. It's got fun. It's got power. It's got versatility. Yeah, Arcane Hand.
Versatility.
You can beat enemies. You can squeeze them or throw them around or shove them. And I mean, yeah, just shoving might be my favorite.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
I love that you can shove in any direction. I love that it doesn't have to be like horizontal. You just yeet things into the air 30-foot diagonal and just let them fall. I think that's super fun.
That's fun, but I don't find you're going to get as much bang for your buck with falling damage as you would just pushing them into something harmful.
Or pushing them off a cliff. And
or then you get quite a bit from falling damage.
Yeah. I love that 30 feet is enough that you're finally actually getting into the pushing that matters as far as like cliffs and ledges and stuff goes, and a lot more realistically, which is where I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be always good. And then of course, like you just said, into a blade barrier it goes, right and back into the blender, just beat it back and forth in between, a wall of fire and a blade barrier and
or a blade barrier that's right off the edge of a cliff.
Add a lot of insult to injury.
Yeah.
It's like a little carpet of blades. They just fall off and then get shredded by the blade barrier. And then if they survive that for some reason, they fall through it and have to die off the ground. Yeah, that seems fun.
Oh,
Foolish overkill, but
yeah.
That's just the push, though.
Yes.
We just gushed about the push, and this spell does more things. It does 3 more things.
I even like the interposing hand. That
interposing is super neat.
That's niche case uses, I guess, but they could, there's fun to be had there.
I think it's gonna pop up enough that you're gonna be like, yeah, this was just good. It keeps itself in between you and something else. It doesn't let it move past it. There's no saves or anything. If it's a strength lower than 26, you'd be like, no.
Strength lower than 26. That's so huge.
Yeah, that's great. You can just be like, yeah, sorry, Frost Giant only 24. That's amateur numbers. Get out of here. Half cover. You're not walking any closer to my caster. That's sweet. Now it might beat the shit out of your hand, but like that's fine. That means you're not taking the hits. It's taking the hits and it's doing its job. That's good. I think it's super cool.
All right. Is that all of them?
That was all 5 of mine. I amended my list.
Let me double check my list.
Based off of your observation.
Yes. All right, yeah, that's all mine too. So, have you already listed your worst?
Oh no, I haven't here. I'll just real quick. My top 5 are now in order: Arcane Hand, Hold Monster, Animate Objects, Dominate Person, Wall of Force. Conjure Elemental got booted because Animate Objects does the same thing enough. And
all right, mine were not in order: Animate Objects, Hold Monster, Dominate Person, Arcane Hand, and Wall of Stone.
It's classic. Is this the one we differentiate, or we're the most different on so far?
Is it? Well, we got. All right. I don't even know what your list is. I mean, you changed it. So what do we got that's the same? We both have Hold Monster.
Hold Monster.
Dominate Person.
Yep.
Arcane Hand.
Yep. Animate Objects. Never mind. We're 4 for 5. So yeah.
All right. Yeah. So probably not.
Yeah. We're 4 for 5 on most of these. I think our lowest so far is 3. 3 of the same, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
I have to go back and watch them, but
in any case,
perhaps you can tell us in the comments, super fans.
Let us know what is the most disagreed on one, and why is it web, and why was I super wrong about web? Because I know I was, and I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, Sam learned things here too.
I do. Nice. It's great. I learn new things every day.
All right. What's your worst?
Legend lore.
All right. Well, I thought you said innervation. Is that a different list?
Innervation, definitely. No, I mentioned innervation earlier about being a garbage spell, but innervation at least does something.
All right.
Legend lore is a really expensive encyclopedia.
Yeah, but that does something too. Not something you ever need done.
You could just go get an encyclopedia, right?
Yeah.
It costs 250 gold that it consumes. It eats 250 gold, and all it does is give you a history lesson. Like, what? No, it could take 10 minutes to cast this. Absolutely not. It's not even a ritual spell. You have to spend a spell slot and 250 gold to maybe learn forgotten stories or folk tales about some random guy in history. Absolutely not. But no one's casting this.
No, that's
kidding me?
Yeah, that should have been a contender for mine. I guess it's another one of those I didn't even bother with it. I forgot it existed.
I think the ones that you forget exist are truly the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, but mine is similar. Why do these both exist? I got Contact Other Plane.
Contact Other Plane. Oh, I might be wrong again. That might be the worst.
Yes,
one. Contact Other Plane is really bad.
What is it? Yeah, you might get an ambiguous answer, and you might take psychic damage and go insane.
No, okay, you're right. This is definitely the worst one. God, I forgot how much this spell sucks.
See, I was struggling to choose between this and Create Spelljamming Helm, but yeah, if you need a Spelljamming Helm,
is Spelljamming Helm 5th level?
Yeah, I think.
Really?
I hope so.
Oh God.
I thought it was lower than. Who cares? I mean,
that's a great point.
If you need a Spelljamming Helm, then okay, there you go.
I genuinely thought that was a 3rd level spell, and I was like, I guess. Wow, it's a 5th level spell. But that's still not as bad as Contact Other Plane. Holy fuck, is the spell bad?
No, yeah, Contact Other Plane is, I think, more often than not going to hurt you.
I love that the spells, when you cast it, make a DC 15 and save. Like, that's the starting point. You're gonna like, oh no, this can't be good. Whatever's after this can't be good. On a failure, you go insane.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Legend lore is really bad. Don't ever cast Legend lore. Contact Other Plane actively kills you. And at its best is like, maybe? Nah. I don't really feel like answering you today.
I just don't like these kinds of spells. I've said this before.
Yeah. It's the worst version of those. It is unclear as to the information you get. The information you get doesn't have to be truthful from my understanding. You just ask it 5 questions.
I don't know. I didn't read too deeply into it.
Oh my god, it's so bad. And then sometimes it just makes you go insane and deals so much psychic damage to you. It's got a mini cast. At least it's a ritual. But like,
oh yay.
God, that's this is bad. Oh, this is so bad. Yeah, the content they're playing is awful. You were right again. I was wrong twice here. And this is definitely one of the cases where this definitely deserves the spot for worst 5th level spell for wizards. This spell, it's terrible. Don't take this one. This one's not it. We have a whole video as to why it's not it. I recommend going and watching it. I remember us just being like, oh, the whole time.
Yeah, I gotta remember to link our other videos in the description here.
Do it.
I will eventually. Hopefully by the time this airs.
I believe in you.
All right. Well, that was our breakdown of 5th level spells. Stay tuned for 6th level, and if you haven't already, oh yeah, absolutely, go back. Or I mean, share your thoughts. We're eager to hear, because you haven't been shy about it before.
Yeah, I'm positive these are, as we get into the upper tiers especially, because these are the tiers that everyone has less experience with typically because they don't play the game much, myself included. My opinions are going to be a little bit like, hypothetically, these are the top 5. I haven't tested much of them. Like, I've definitely played with all 5 of these, so we're still in the mid tier of play. But I haven't played with them as much as the lower tier stuff. So there's definitely going to be a little bit more room to be like, no, actually, I've used this. It's sweet. Or you're entirely wrong. I've cast this spell before. It is not even close to worth the slot. So let us know.
Yeah, I have been enjoying your comments, so please leave some more. All right, and yeah, stay tuned for level 6 and go back and listen to or go back and watch levels cantrips through 4. Until next time, goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our top 5 picks for the and one worst level 6 wizard spells.
Yes.
Already up to level 6. My goodness.
Climbing our way up there. I feel like these ones need slightly more of a disclaimer. Like, as we get into the upper tiers, we're definitely getting into the realm where I'm confident, at least me, Bobby, you're in probably the same camp. We have not played with these spells as regularly as the lower level ones. So these start to get a little bit like, I mean, hypothetically, this is really good in a lot of circumstances. Or I've seen this spell cast twice, and it was great both those times, right? So grain of salt with all these. But these are where I think we find our top 5s are, probably.
Yeah, I got a feeling this might be our most different list yet.
Quite possibly.
Because when I was going through the list, none of them, I mean, a couple of them jumped out as obvious, but not as many as previous lists.
Yeah, no, I actually entirely agree. I was like, oh, there's a lot of stuff here.
Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff. What's your stuff start with?
Another disclaimer, as we do every time. Sam ranks his top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mine are in no particular order. Top 5 of the level. All right. All right. I'll start this time. Let me dig up my list here, and I am gonna start with. No, I don't want to pick that one because I think it's going to be high on your list. All right. I'll start with scatter.
Scatter? What? I don't know if I've actually read this spell. Hold on, let me pull it up. I was like, are you just saying shatter wrong? No, that's not the right level for this. Why do you love scatter?
I don't love it. I just
Have you written about this?
Yeah, you have.
Okay.
All right, so it's one thing to be able to teleport, but it's another thing to be able to teleport yourself and an enemy. Or, I mean, you can do this with an ally too, right? Man, I gotta look it up again. It's been so long since I wrote these lists, but I don't know. it just seems like a lot of fun for me, a lot of potential for hijinks.
Agreed. So yeah, having reread it, I'm like, oh yeah, I love this spell. This it's very cute. It's pretty apparent that it's not on my list because I forgot that it existed.
Yes.
I also don't know how powerful, like how strictly bonkers it is, but it is really cool. You're just like, hey, up to 5 things, willing or not, we're going places, and you get to pick where everyone's going, and that's super cool. I love that.
Yeah, especially if you've got, area of effect things going on, or good or bad. I don't know. It's a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, I entirely agree. I think this spell is really super sweet. It's a very fun at minimum, and it's like it's got some pretty cool potential. I think there'll be times where this is like just used as Misty Step or just used as Dimension Door, but then there'll be other times where you eat the goblins into the abyss, and that's super cool.
Yeah, I am historically known not as a power gamer, so when I see something like this, if it's fun, awesome.
This is also definitely the kind of spell that I would put on my character sheet. Like, I don't even know if it's going to be good ever, but I'd be like, oh, this is way too cool not to try out. So, but it doesn't make my top 5.
It's like playing chess, but you get to move the other team's pieces.
Yeah, exactly. And you're allowed to move them off the board in some cases. That's like what it feels like, right? It was pretty cool. Like, imagine you're in a the upper tier like lava fortress battle map. You're against like a bunch of angry Drogar. And you're like, you 3 into the lava. That seems very fun. It's in a very wildly environment. Like if you're on like an airship or something, throwing people off into the space seems sweet. If you're in Spelljammer going around the astral, to be like outside of the bubble. Outside the bubble you go. That seems super spicy. There'll be other battle maps where you're just like in an open field and it'll be like they're 120 feet away now.
Hope you prepared an air bubble, friend.
Yep.
Or you have a bucket of water.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. That's going.
Yeah, I specifically started with that one because I was pretty sure it wasn't going to make your list, and I thought, I bet when I say this, he's going to say scatter. And
listen, there are a lot of spells in this game, and I talk about them a lot. There's only so much my brain can keep in it at one time.
All right, what do you got for your first pick?
All right, my number 5. This is the one I think is worst of the top 5, but it's still pretty good. It's Irresistible Dance. It's definitely more of a bard spell than a wizard spell. I will always be annoyed that wizards are allowed to have this and it's not a bard exclusive, but it's very fun. It's a save or die without the save. It just die. You just dance. And that is inherently powerful. It's going to get around legendary actions. It's going to be very consistent. You know what you're getting whenever you cast it 100% of the time. And like, it at the very least is going to spend its action to get out of this. And if it doesn't, which I mean it should, but if it doesn't, you're guaranteed to you can lock it down for minutes at a time. And that's very up to a minute at a time.
It's going to spend its action to try to get out of this, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
it makes the wizard save.
Yeah.
If it's got legendary resistance, it can burn the legendary resistance there. But having an effect that guarantees I eat its action and I eat its legendary resistance, if we're talking about like big upper tier monster stuff, that's powerful. This is like I trade a 6th level spell slot for its turn and a legendary resistance on it. And that's more than you can say for like a polymorph or a banishment kind of effect. And that's why I think this earns the slot in the list.
That is why it made my list as well. Yes.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, it's silly. What's not to love about forcing the giant lich to breakdance on their, evil bone throne, right? Like it seems like a very high hijinks moment to have the ancient red dragon begin immediately spitting in place and doing giant silly red dragon dance moves all while it's in its lair. And there's like a super high stakes moment in the paladin's like got blood running down the side of his face from the giant claw mark. And you got the cleric over there that's just like holding the druid alive, and the wizard just pops a 70s dance pose and the wizard just breaks it down. That seems like a very, very fun D&D thing. And even though, like, outside of specifically breaking legendary resistance, I don't think this is all that notable. Like, I think if you're casting this on a regular monster, it's probably just worse than polymorph and banishment. Because it interacts so well with the legendary resistances, because it bypasses some of the top-end game power stuff for the monsters, I think it's definitely worth including.
Yeah, it reminds me of that scene from Beetlejuice.
Yeah, sure. Another movie I haven't seen but intend to, as opposed to The Three Amigos.
Oh, Sam.
It's a good one. I see pop culture references to it all the time, and I'm like, I have to actually watch this movie at some point in my life, and I just never got around to it. Maybe next Halloween.
All right. I guess that's my turn then.
Yep, back to you.
Let's see if I can find another one that you don't have. Oh, I bet. I think you're probably not going to have this one because I don't think you like this one as much as I did.
Okay.
Contingency.
That's my number one.
Oh, never mind. All right. Is this another one of those you didn't like because it's too good?
Yes.
Ah, all right. Well then, my mistake. Okay,
Contingency isn't even a spell to me. Contingency is a feature that says if
that's
you
what
have
it was.
extra
Yeah, yeah.
spells, you just now have more of them, and that's lame as hell. Like this is something where you're just like, oh right, I haven't used my 6th level spell slot today. Great, now I have an extra 5th level spell slot tomorrow. What?
That's
Excuse me? That's
awesome. Well, I
bananas.
mean, yeah, I guess we're having the same argument here, or
Yeah.
arguing the same side. But again, do you think it's not great? I think it's awesome. But
I think Wizard doesn't need this. I think Wizards should always take it if you're given the option because it is that good. You just
yeah,
you can prepare this and never have to worry about it ever. If you're taking like a 2 days off, just contingency a 6th level or contingency a 5th level spell, and then you go into the adventure day with a free 5th level slot ready to go, whatever you want it to be, and it costs you nothing.
yeah, wonderful.
It's a learned spell that's giving you an extra 5th level spell slot. That doesn't need to exist. Why does this have to exist in this way? It's so powerful. You should always take it on your wizards. It's literally this. If this was a wizard feature, I'd be like, sure, wizards get another 5th level spell slot. Why not? But because you have to search through the wizard spells to find this hidden thing, and its only really good use case scenario is a command word to activate whatever spell you want that's 5th level or lower. Like, come on, it inherently is very hard to do the actual, like, I plan to do a contingency thing. Oh, I've got water breathing in case we go underwater. Like, anyone would ever actually do that with a contingency whenever you can be like, nah, I got a fireball in here, upcast to 5th level, that it's going to explode on them if they walk within 120 feet. That's, and then it's a free action in combat. Like, nah. Contingency is really, really powerful. Contingency is, like, egregiously powerful for no reason. It's just if you ever have downtime, it's free, and it's better than a ritual for that reason. It's like it feels unfair for me to include it, but I felt like I have to just because it's that powerful. Like, it doesn't feel like a spell, and yet it is apparently.
That's the nature of this video.
Yeah, that's true.
It's your responsibility to include it, whether or not you like it.
That's a great point, Bob. Thank you for that.
But yeah, you've said there's nothing I'm going to say that you wouldn't. But no,
Hit me with it.
I've loved contingency in previous editions as well, and yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't know you growing up playing D&D because I think you would have ruined it a lot of it for me.
Perhaps.
But yeah, I guess we're both agreed. What? Go ahead.
My frustrations don't come in to play as someone who doesn't enjoy casting the spell, right? I'm not saying that I don't like it because I wouldn't have fun using it. I don't like it because I don't think it's good net positive for the health of the game, for making other characters feel fair and balanced, to make the wizard feel any more in line with what other people are doing. I think it pushes wizard further than it needs to be. If you're the wizard doing it, of course it's awesome. Of course it's amazing. Of course it's super fun. What's not to love? It's a free 5th level spell slot. Like, that's a yes, please. It's a free 5th level spell slot you don't have to spend actions on. 1,000,000% sign me up. That sounds dope. The game doesn't need this, though. That's where I stand, not. Right?
Maybe if they reworked it or something. I just like the idea of it as it's supposed to be a contingency. You know, something you prepare for yourself in the event that something should happen. Yeah, maybe if it was limited to situations like, oh, if I get dunked underwater, cast a water breathing. If you had to spell out a specific set of circumstances rather than just say a command word, I don't know. I like the concept behind it.
Also, I definitely said you could use it with Fireball. I lied. That's definitely not something you can do with the spell, and I shouldn't overstate what it can do whenever I'm talking about it being amazing, because I don't want to make people be like, oh, he only thinks it's good because it can cast Fireballs. Calm down. It can cast Haste. It can cast Fly. It can cast 2,500 great self-cast spells.
People are going to quit before this far in the video.
Oh, no!
And comment.
I can never turn back from this. My reputation is ruined. I've never made a mistake in these videos before. I think what would work really well for that is just expanding the ready to action rules for spell casting, right? Like, I think there should be cool ways to make more reaction spells that are contingency based, right? Like I think make water breathing a reaction spell. Like maybe it has 2 modes. Maybe it's you cast it on a bunch of friends, or as a reaction when you dunk underwater, it happens on yourself. I think you could expand other spells to do what contingency does. I think specifically the spells that like you would want to have a contingency for, I think would be neat if you could add reaction based stuff to them. I think the reaction gameplay in this game is relatively lax, and having more of them could be net positive. I don't think you necessarily need a spell that says every spell can now be a reaction to, and that reaction triggers anything I want it to be. I think that's too much.
Yeah. Or maybe, yeah. Your solution, though, is removing the contingency spell and making other spells have reaction modes,
Yes.
which is one way. But I just like the idea of contingency. I like it conceptually. I could live with it being pared down to just say these are the specific spells it works with, and these are the circumstances. I could live with that.
Yeah. It
But,
also like if
yeah.
it just cost you the slot still, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. If it at least like if at least after you took the long rest within the 10 days, it still cost you the 4th level slot to stick the buff on yourself, I'd be like, fine. It's like a free ready to action. It's still really good, but you're getting it for free. And that like, because you spend both spells whenever you cast the contingency, you
Right.
don't have to spend them again later. Having to at least spend it again later, then I'm like, okay, then you get to feel like you did the prepared wizard thing. That wouldn't be that tall of an order, but in this instance, it's just free. It's just an extra free spell. That's,
Yeah.
I think there are cleaner and easier ways to make this less busted and less required. Still, that's me being like, from the game design, this is all. If you're a player and you want to use it, it's a blast. You're absolutely right about that. It's super fun for the people who like planning ahead and being like, I'm big braining 3 levels ahead. I knew, despite that we were going to the desert, that you sneaky DM were going to flood it for some reason, Noah's Ark style, and I prepared contingency for water breathing, and everyone goes, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
All right. Well, I guess we're on to your next pick.
Cool. We somehow once identified we do this consistently. We do my 5 and then you get my 1. Globe of Invulnerability is my 4 though. So I like Globe of Invulnerability a lot. I think this spell is fun. I like the giant indestructible hamster ball. I don't think it is used enough. And I think that while it may not be like effective at doing a whole lot of things, goddamn is it fun.
All right, that did not make my list.
It's not even a hamster ball. It is just a giant ball of like 10-foot sphere indestructible. But still, you can put things in it and they get stuck in there and they can't get out. Spells don't break it, which is super cool. You can just have the indestructible wall of your dreams. I think that's pretty nifty. Is this better than Wall of Force? Not really. But like,
well,
you
I mean,
can,
depending on what you want to do with it, I mean, you can hamster ball it and like roll around and stuff.
yeah. It
Can't do
says
that with the Wall
it's
of Force.
immobile, but I don't like to think
Oh.
of it as immobile. I like to think of it as the hamster ball because I like to live my dreams and I enjoy fun in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. I think of immobile as like it's unwieldy, not it physically cannot move. That's definitely using liberal
Actually, that's not really what
interpretation of
immobile
language.
means.
It's fine. It's fine. Let me live in this dream world where it's a
Alright.
hamster ball, Bob. It turns off every 5th level or lower spell cast onto the barrier. And that's so nice. That's so nice. You can just not worry about anything coming from outside coming inward. You're like, I don't want to get fireballed today. Great. You're not getting fireballed today. I don't want to get lightning bolted today. Great. I don't want to get dominated. I don't want to have my barbarian get dominated. I'm setting on a Globe of Invulnerability and no one has to worry about this shit. That's useful. It's like a baby anti-magic field in that way. And I think that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
What's your next one, Bob?
Let's see. All right, got that one. I got that one. Got that one. All right. I know you don't have this one. Freezing Sphere.
That is, I thought about it, but it did not make my list. Freezing Sphere is neat, but I don't think it's quite good enough. Maybe it's better than. I mean, again, we're definitely in like the realm of, is this that good? Maybe. But Freezing Sphere is nifty. Why do you like Freezing Sphere, Bob?
All right, it's delayed blast fireball, got some decent damage, and also you get the little
30-foot square of 6-inch deep ice cubes. It freezes the
that.
water.
Well, yeah, there's the freeze in the water, which is
but also you get the little grenade pellet.
That's what I was thinking. the grenade pellet, where you can either fling it or set it down, and it's got a minute timer. Nobody necessarily has to see it. Yeah, there's a lot of fun things you could do with that, I would imagine. The water thing doesn't, how often is that going to come into play? Unless you're specifically in some water, or I don't know.
It traps things underneath it, notably, which is kind of neat.
Yeah.
And like things in the water get a strength check to break free of it. So I don't think it's a negligible element of the spell. Like a strength check in your spell save DC could just lock things in place for a little while. Otherwise, it's just restrained in the ice. Well, it doesn't say it's restrained; it says it's trapped. And I hate that they didn't give us a condition word here. I think I expressed that hatred last when we talked about this. I think it's a meaningful part of the spell. I think all of the text here is interesting. I do think the damage is a little bit low. I don't know if the conditions are anything that I am like crazy about, but I would definitely think I would find myself if I'm like at a table that's just like, we're doing the adventuring thing and I got a new spell level and everyone's like looking through the new options. They haven't planned out builds or anything like that. Freezing Sphere easily hits onto a lot of sheets that way.
Yeah, I think, the little pellet thing is my favorite part.
You put it in a sling and launch it, or you leave it on the ground and hope for the best. It definitely is like the cool guys don't look at explosions, where you're like, man, I really hate these orcs. I can't believe we dealt with them for this many years. Whatever. I'm gonna leave this little pebble on the ground. They're gonna be like, all right, sure, whatever, bro.
Compelled duel, have them come at you.
Oh, sure. It's nifty. I think you're definitely right that there's the coolest element of the spell is having that little pebble that you can stow away, or you can throw at people, or you can, give to a kobold and be like, it's a precious gem, go give it to your dragon overlord. And then it explodes in their face, and that's how the encounter starts. Like, there's definitely some cute things you can do with that. That's nifty. It's fine. It's probably good.
Or put it as part of a catapult payload. And they're just expecting a couple of rocks. Surprise.
I love that, like, conceptually, you're like, yeah, they're not going to be bothered by the quarter-ton of rocks flying at them. That's a perfectly normal thing to be like, what's the worst that'll happen? It's just, like, 500 pounds of rocks smashing into my face. The real thing that'll get them is the floating freezing sphere.
Well, maybe if you're catapulting into a swimming pool.
Sure.
Huh? All right. Well, that was freezing sphere. What else do you have?
I think this one probably made yours. Disintegrate?
No.
Disintegrate didn't get your... Oh, this is just the best point-and-click damage spell in the game. I say point-and-click because you point and it dies. And it's like, point-and-click is like a game term for no skill required. You just say, I want that to take damage now, please, and it takes damage. It's 10d6 plus 40 force damage.
Yeah, it's a big one.
That seems good. 40 is a big number. 40 is a very big number. Let me pull up the dice calculator just so I can tell you, like, relatively in the terms of d6 is how much 40 damage is. Because when you conceptualize in dice size, it feels a lot bigger. So 10d6 is 35 damage. So this is like 11d6 bonus damage, 12d6 bonus damage, somewhere in that range. So you could think of it instead of 10d6 plus 40, 22d6. It's a big number. It's big dice. And that's what Disintegrate does. It also just it's something where you'll routinely say, man, I really want to kill just the one thing and I want to kill it really badly. Disintegrate. And that's going to be powerful. It's going to be cool. It breaks weird things. There's a lot of weird stuff in this game that can only be destroyed by Disintegrate spells. The actual indestructible hamster ball can only be destroyed by Disintegrates, which is a lower level than this, that I definitely was thinking of whenever I started talking about it, but then we transitioned to what the spell actually did. It was a whole rigmarole, but it's okay. I'm sure no one noticed. But Disintegrate, it does a lot of weird things. It breaks magical walls of force. It destroys, some niche Dungeons and Dragons related stuff. It's kind of this weird tool that feels very much like a legacy Dungeons and Dragons thing, where it's like a rock, paper, scissors between Disintegrate and counter spells and a bunch of other nonsense. At the end of the day, though, the floor of it being I would like you to take 80 damage right now. Yeah, I'm here for that.
Is it a save or die?
If they are left with 0, they actually are they disintegrate. But
no,
it is the deck save or taking 10d6 plus 40 damage.
If they pass the deck save, then
on a failed save, nothing.
A pass save is nothing.
Nothing.
All right. That's probably why I didn't make my list.
Sometimes how does chromatic orb make your some of your favorite first level spells, but disintegrate with the upside of 80 damage doesn't?
Because when you need to deal 80 damage to something and you don't, then that's a big deal.
That is a bigger deal than needing to deal 12 damage to something and not. You're right about that. I just also, I will say, I think this is the single highest 4-spell level point and click damage spell in the game. I don't think you can find like Power Word Kill isn't getting you as good a rate as this. Power Word, like, or Shadow Power Word Kill? That's the one, right? That's the word for it?
All one.
Great. That points and says it's 150 less hit points, it dies.
Right.
This is the best rate as you can get damage for spell level. I think that justifies considering it at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly worth considering, but that's like, I'll put a dollar in a slot machine, but I'm not gonna go, throw $50,000 down a roulette table.
That's fair. That is kind of what this feels like. Most of the time you're succeeding though, so it's like playing blackjack, but you know what you're doing. Is what I would think of this more as. Like you're running the blackjack tables because you understand if you play it correctly, you can always come out on top eventually. You just have to, spend a lot of money to get there.
I'm only putting the money in the slot machine, because they're giving me free drinks.
Sure.
So I'm not coming out of this with nothing.
That's fair. All right, that's my number 3. What's your next one, Bob?
All right, let's see. All right, I did that one. That one. I think I only got one left.
Nice.
All right, I got Mass Suggestion.
We have entirely different lists this time around. Mass Suggestion didn't make mine.
Not entirely.
Suggestion
we both had an Irresistible Dance.
Yeah.
All right.
Why Mass Suggestion?
Let's see. My note says it's fun to incite a riot. Like I said, I made this list so long ago, I forgot what Mass Suggestion even does. Let me look it up a little bit.
Sure. Basically, it's you influence up to 12 things at once with the suggestion effect, and you can upcast it to increase the duration from 24 hours to 10 days to 30 days to a year.
See, I'm not a huge fan of regular suggestion because, suggest one person, whatever. But suggesting a bunch of people, for extended periods of time, that's you could do anything with that.
I very much get the gist of your desires in this game is you want to have long-term impacts in a game that's probably 6 days total, right? Like you really want to see the outcome of years of planning of these long-term big schemes that coalesce whenever in reality you're adventuring for like you're at the table playing what is 8 days worth of time over 12 levels, right? Like the rest of the time is the travel time to get there or whatever else is around it. But like there's not an actual long time spent with the characters comparatively, not the years and stuff that you're looking to get at a
I mean, you're talking, when you travel across the world and you travel back, years have passed. Well, what are these people doing now?
How did my walls of stone create society?
Harvesting my crops and and collecting my what is it? Oh shucks.
I don't know. Have you heard of the game
Extortion money? Yes.
Sure. Have you heard of the game Sid Meier's Civilization? I think that might be up your alley.
Yeah, I'm a big Sid fan.
That would do it. This all makes perfect sense. I think as a 6th level spell, it's quite good. 12 creatures suggesting them for 24 hours can get you a lot of leniency. Your words are going to be very specific. I think the upcasts of this are pipe dreams. I don't think they really matter all that much. I think they're definitely like villainous things that you do. I think we talked about most when we talked about it. I don't think this is that much better than suggesting. Like I think suggesting 12 people isn't so much more effective than suggesting 1 for 8 hours. Like I don't think it justifies the cost that much, unless again you're doing the villainous stuff with it. But it's definitely fine. I definitely would be like, yeah, sure, I'll try Mass Suggestion this time around. I want 12 people to do my bidding right now. That's nifty, I guess.
Yeah, it depends on what you use it for. I think it's one of those spells that I think has a lot better uses than what I'm coming up with.
It's definitely gonna be also like in the moment you'll be like, oh, we really need someone to go set off these traps. I suggest that you go take a leisurely stroll through those dungeon corridors, and then you do that with 12 different people, and you set off the traps for the whole dungeon.
All right, is your list done?
No, I got one left.
Right,
this is my number 2. I as usual cheated and have an honorary here. I picked Summon Fiend as the actual number 2, just because it's notably when the summon spells into from touch college and everything, when you cast them with 6 level slots, they get 3 attacks around, and that's yucky good. But I honorarily said Create Undead, and the reason I honorarily said Create Undead is because it's more like a 9th level spell than it is like a 6th level spell, because at 6th level is kind of ass, but at 9th level it's really good. So we can talk about one or both of those. If we stick to what's on the list, Summon Fiend gives you some pretty powerful fiends. Most of them just attack things. It's kind of what fiends do. Some of them have fly speeds. Like, it's not overwhelmingly exciting for compared to all the other summon spells, but it does give you a multi-attacking giant hit point sack fiend that will just rend things to pieces. Each one is like starting with 50 or 60 HP depending on it, with the upcasts giving you more HP. These things have like the demons explode when they die. The Yugoloths have like a teleport that they can do in between their attacks. So they're just like blinking all over the place. So they can blink 3 times in a turn, which is really gross. Devils just have a 2d6 plus 3 plus 6, so that's the level you're casting of it. 3 times around range spell attack. They're just like throwing fireballs out 150 feet 3 times around for a shitload of damage. I mean, if you compare that to like what's it called? The really garbage 3d10 damage force sword, Mordekainen's sword, this is leagues better than that. And then you also have a devil flying around killing people. Like, it's a very good conjuration spell. It's a really good summon spell, because all of them are very good. But this one in particular, it's like, yeah, it's 3 attacks around with devils and demons. It's great.
Yeah, that could have found its way onto my list. And even more so, however, I'm surprised I didn't pick Create Undead.
It's real good. I still will never get over how funny your name for it is. It cracks me up every single time I see white supremacy.
WIGHT.
Yes, very important, viewers. I would like it to be on the record that I support WIGHT supremacy in the realm of specifically Create Undead, and that is it. But like, Create Undead's very fun. You make some whites, they kill some towns, you have an army of zombies, and it's pyramid scheming your way into necromancy lordsome, and that's super fun to me. That's like my version of civilization that I really like for these spells, is like whenever you're the evil undead overlord, it's completely impractical to have 48 zombies under your disposal, but it's super fun to do it. Like, it seems super cool. Will you ever actually do it? No. But it's really nifty, and this is a way to do that. The lower level versions kind of are sucky. You get a couple of ghouls, a couple of ghasts, and they're like, they're not hitting very much. Their stenches are really low ZCs. They're making 3 attacks, but like you could just have a Piffy making, or like the Hurling Flaming Devil making 3 attacks, so you're not really getting that much more for having the more bodies. It's not as good as Summon Fiend, I don't think. But like, even if you cast it fairly, it's still summoning magic. Summoning magic is still good. It'll also fulfill your necromancer fantasy, so it's a fine 6th level spell. It definitely deserves a slot if you're considering it in like the scope of 9th level min maxing Munchkin-y. Whites are able to kill all the people you want them to. Zombie resurrection army nonsense. But like,
I think that's using it fairly. That's I mean, they chose whites for a reason.
Sure. I think you will struggle to find a DM that's like, yeah, you definitely can just loft around with your 4 whites with their 48 zombies each, or their 12 zombies each, to have your little posse of undead with you at all times. The upper tiers. I have a hunch that's not happening, but that's fine.
That's the reason to take the spell.
I mean, you also take the spell to have 3 ghouls.
Not me.
Like, I keep brushing off ghouls. They're 3 attacks a turn, and that's not nothing. And their bodies, their hits points, and their other things, but not as good as with the whites.
All right. Well, now we're down to your list is finished, right?
Yep.
Do you want to go over it?
Number 1, Contingency. Number 2, Summon Fiend, honorarily mentioning Create Undead here. Number 3, Disintegrate. Number 4, Globe of Invulnerability to mitigate all those spells. And number 5, Irresistible Dance for a save or die that things can't save from.
Okay, and mine was, I had Mass Suggestion for unrealistic long-term expectations, Contingency for fun shenanigans, and Freezing Sphere for a little pellet booby trap catapult ammunition, Irresistible Dance because the guaranteed effectiveness, and Scatter for being able to move everybody around.
Scatter's sweet.
Exactly where you want them. All right, now what's your worst?
I think this might be the same for both of us, but
Could
there
be.
are some real big stinkers here. I picked instant summons.
Yeah, that was mine.
Yeah. This have you ever wanted to spend a lot of money and have the ability to summon a mundane object? Because instant summons is that.
This is the one where you have to smash the jewels, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's so
you
stupid.
get it. You needed sapphires that you've just smashed to get the objects to teleport to you.
Yeah, that's
this is like, for reference, third level warlocks, the worst pact boon they get is Pact of the Blade, and lets them just summon things of their choosing into their hands. They just need to pick, like, I would like a great sword now, please. Great sword. And it's like ubiquitously understood to be the worst option they get. This is a 6th level worse version of that costs you money. It costs you
lots
money,
of money,
Bob.
And I still don't understand, how do you smash these sapphires?
It's a great question. You just have to have like the gemsmithing hammer with you and a little anvil, and you like break it up. That's what I would envision. That's probably the only use case for it ever, is that silliness, because like, oh my god, whoever Drawmage is should be ashamed of their instant summons. It's not good enough to be a real spell. Shame on
Oh, is
them.
this one of those spells with a name that it's supposed to have?
Yeah, they got
Oh,
legacied
yeah.
out because, you know,
Yeah, right.
copyright or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not a fan of
Also,
this spell.
if someone else is holding the thing that you bound it to, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, you spend 1,000 gold to maybe get your stuff. Just bring your stuff.
Like, imagine that you're like a super wealthy wizard, right? And you got your big fancy estate, and you've got some, like, you know, some magical servants that are cleaning it or whatever, and one of them just happens to be cleaning your spellbook whenever you really need it, and you're like, instant summons.
I need my croquet mallet. Oh dear.
Oh no, this is not what we anticipated. I think Magic Jar probably could have been in here too. Magic Jar is quite bad. It's just hard to use and really clunky, but like, instant summons
Does something, huh?
That's a great point. It does something, and instant summons definitely doesn't.
Yeah, I can't think of a reason I would ever want to use this.
Yeah, agreed. Don't take instant summons. It's, oh god, is this spell awful.
All right, well, that's our level 6 list. Yeah, viewers, leave us some comments below. Tell us why we're wrong, why you think instant summons is fantastic, and the spells we picked for the best were lousy.
I definitely would love to hear some people's experiences specifically with some of these spells.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a robust experience with most of these, right? My upper tier play that I've done, I've had like 3 games, get 6 level spells, and like routinely use them. So I would be really interested to see, like, what are your actual, like, have you cast Arcane Gate? Maybe you're super, like, I've seen Chain Lightning get cast once and then it was never cast ever again. So I'm like, that's probably not where you want to be with damaging spells. Like, maybe you've routinely played a lot with Odilux Freezing Sphere and you're like, yeah, this was great. Bob is absolutely right. Sammy should put it on your list. And I'd be like, I believe you.
Well, you said you considered it.
I did.
All right, well, there's that. This was level 6. Stay tuned for our level 7 picks, and go back and watch our cantrips and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 level picks.
And let us know on each one of those
where
you agree and where you disagree.
All right, until then, we will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and another week has gone by, so we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst 7th level wizard spells. We are getting up there.
Yes, we are scaling through the ranks. Only 2 tiers after this. And again, I prefaced our 6th level video, I want to preface this one. We're getting into the tier of play that I have played maybe like 15, 20 games total in my life in this tier, where we have access to 7th and 8th, 9th level spells. So like, I don't know. I haven't played with some of the spells I'm maybe going to be talking about. Like, there will be some spells that we talk about I have not physically cast. So that should, you know, take my opinion with a grain of salt, take Bob's opinion with a grain of salt. You played less than I have, right, at this tier?
Yeah, take mine with many grains of salt.
Yeah, but these are just, you know, if I had to just be like, I'm going into the upper tiers, this is my experiences with them loosely, this is where I'm at.
All right. Anything we got to say about just 7th level spells in general? This is I guess this is the upper of the middle tiers.
Yeah.
Like 8th and 9, or would you consider it the highest middle tier or the lowest high tier?
If we're doing it in 4 tiers, 1 to 5, 6 to 9, or 6 to 11, 12 to 15, and then 16 plus would be like the breakdown ish, right? So I think 7th is like we're right at the top end of the 3rd tier.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you got first?
Okay.
Again, we will also say that Sam ranks his in order. Mine are just top 5 in no particular order.
Yes.
So you're number 5?
All right, my number 5, I think this spell is super cool. It's from Xanathar's Guide to Everything. It's called Crown of Stars. This is a 7th level conjuration spell that gives you a bunch of like orbiting 40-12 damage radiant motes that you can send off as bonus actions. You get 7 of them. So like you just have 7 40-12 damage effects. Very notably, this doesn't take your concentration, which is huge. Which means you can concentrate on like a summon spell that you just tell to go do things, and you can also have a Crown of Stars up that you can use your bonus action to do that. Now you have a bonus action effect and a concentration effect that doesn't get. Oh man, the context is important because like knowing what you're going to be concentrating on isn't going to be infringed by Crown of Stars at all makes the spell so much better. And just 40-12 bonus damage, 40-12 damage as a bonus action at range, 120 feet is great.
Yes, for all those reasons, that certainly made my list. Just there's so much there. Anything that the whole action economy thing. This gives you something to do with your bonus action. You can be doing something else with your concentration, something else with your regular actions.
Casting fireballs.
Yeah, this is gravy the spell.
Yes.
I mean, and not only can you have other things to do with your concentration, but this, you can get stabbed 100 times. This is not going to go away.
You still got your little stars floating around your head that can smash things that are stabbing you, and you never have to worry about it. There's so few effects in this game that give you a persistent effect that you can reuse like this that stick around while you're taking damage. That's a huge upside for this. Like if we can, it's most comparable maybe to like Spiritual Weapon, and that's a 2nd level spell that does not anywhere close to 40-12 radiant damage. There's also a good reason to bust out your D12s. Like, I love a good reason to bust out my D12s. This spell's just good.
An unconventional reason to love it, but yeah.
D12s get not enough love.
Yeah.
All right, that's my number 5. What's yours, Bob? Or what's your next one?
Well, yeah, because I also had this one on my list. Let me see what else I've got on my list.
Spicy. Something controversial, perhaps?
Save that one for later. Let's just start with Whirlwind.
Whirlwind? I have to Google that. All right, let's look up Whirlwind.
Me too. I wrote this list a long time ago. But Druid, Sorcerer, Wizard, what does it do?
10-foot radius, 30-foot high, cylinder centered on a point until it ends. You can move it around. Creatures, the Whirlwind sucks up any medium or smaller objects that aren't secured in the area. And then things in it take 10d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save when they make the save whenever they enter the space, or half on a pass. So this is like a giant AoE suction 10d6 bludgeoning thing. Concentration per minute.
It's got damage, and it also restrains creatures, correct?
Reading. A larger, smaller creature becomes restrained by the Whirlwind. Yeah. Restrained condition giving us disadvantage on all attack rolls and advantage on attack rolls against them, basically, which is pretty good. And it coming with a free 10d6 damage, free upcast, like a 5th level fireball every turn. That seems pretty okay.
Damage, restraining, taking them out of combat for a little while. That's
giant controllable big ass Whirlwind.
Right. Yeah, that's a combination I can get behind.
It's true. It also is fun, like, if it breaks out, it's thrown 3d10 times 6, or sorry, 3d6 times 10 feet away, which if they roll 18, they just are yeeted. They're just gone, which is really funny.
Yeah, that can't be discounted. That's I talk more about the practicality, but this is also a lot of fun.
Yeah.
When it does that sort of thing.
This is I'm not like looking at the spell and being like, oh wow, this is gangbusters broken. It doesn't like do again, it competing for concentration thing is kind of a tall order, but like if you're just looking to bust out a big fun whirlwind encounter spell, this will give you the whirlwind encounter. This will give you the army of zombies just get sucked into the cyclone and are flying all about the place. This is definitely the kind of thing where you're gonna see a farmstead under attack by some deity, and you're gonna be like, all right, I make a cow cyclone and throw it at the deity. And I think that's gonna be a really high hijinks fun use case for these kinds of things that are, I don't know. It opens up a lot of that wonder. And it's also like, again, the floor is just solid. It's a 10d6 bludgeoning damage AoE that you can move around. That's pretty good. I'm a fan.
All right,
I don't
that's
know if
my
it's top
pick.
5, but it's pretty good.
It does not sound like that made your list.
No, it did not.
When you say whirlwind?
Yeah, I had to read it. Listen, last time there were spells that I was like, what does that do? Oh, right, I did put this on my list. Like global vulnerability, I scuffed entirely, but we fixed it. It was fine. Ready for number 4? Want to move up?
Yeah,
See
yeah,
what
what
else
do
we
you
got
got?
on here? I think this one you got probably too. I imagine you do. Just because, like, God, I love this table. It's teleport. Teleport has possibly the most fun table in all of D&D on it to me. So what teleport does is you up to 8 willing creatures as an action that you all link hands and you look hunky-dory. Or sorry, everyone has to be within 10 feet. You don't have to link hands, but you should, because if you link hands, the power of friendship can be what's teleporting us across the universe. But you teleport and then you roll a d100, and depending on how familiar you are with the space, you end up somewhere near it. You get like this fun area where there's 4 outcomes of it being a mishap, a similar area, off target, or on target, depending on the results and the level of familiarity. And the similar areas is incredible because it can just be an entirely unrelated yet similar. Like, let's say you're trying to get the big bads, like the Lich's undead creation cemetery or whatever. You could just end up at a random village's like mausoleum, as opposed to going to the big Lich's thing if you get to a similar area. It'll be close-ish, it'll probably be within like a couple miles, but it ends up it makes it a spell that the DM has really thin control over of where you end up. It makes it a spell that your DM can very cleanly and easily put you where they want you to start the adventure, while also giving the party this really cool tool to just get around where you want to go when you want to go there. This is like, I think teleport is very clearly where the upper tier of play, because we're teleporting everywhere now. We've stopped mundane travel entirely because we just don't need to do it anymore. And instead, we're getting to where we need to go via plane shifts, via teleports, via, like, we're navigating where we need to be to do the adventure. Or the adventure isn't the journey along to get there now, because we're better than that. We've beaten those before. We've traveled, the hundreds of thousands of miles we've needed to at this point. We don't need that nonsense anymore. We're just teleporting where you need to go.
Yes, teleport did make my list. I was thinking of the other teleport-ish spells. There's the circle of teleportation, which is cool if you got to go, from specific place to specific place. The dimension door. Okay, that's if you need to get you and a friend out of a fight. That's only bringing you 500 feet away. Teleport is if but 500 feet away isn't the end.
Yes.
They can still come after you. But if you really need to get out of there and get the whole party out of there, teleport's the way to go.
It has really fun text. I don't know when it'll ever be used, but you can pick to teleport an object instead of 8 creatures. You just be like, that key, gone. Get it away from here.
Well, I mean, I could see a lot of times that being useful if just moving stuff or delivery,
Yes, a once per day 7th level conjuration spell is just Amazon delivery. Again,
Yeah.
Bob is playing in a very different game than we are, where he's playing Civilization, where his goal is to build an Amazon from the ground up, and this is how he delivers his packages.
I'm not even talking about little deliveries like packages of pizzas. I'm talking about I've got this giant stone statue or something
As long as
that
the
needs to
temple
be.
smaller.
Oh well, all right. That's still pretty big.
Yeah.
But yeah, I need something in a different place. There's going to be times that comes up.
And sometimes at different places, because the different place is still chosen at random sometimes,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's true. Yeah. I just need it out of here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the fun bit to me is you got the Lich's Phylactery, see ya. It's gone now.
The sofa, I'm sick of it. I don't want to look at it anymore.
Sure. Imagine this with Fear, where like you get the wizard to drop their spell book, and as opposed to like going for the power struggle with it anymore, you just go teleport, and it's just gone. That's cute. It's not good, but it's cute. Yeah, I love this spell suite.
Somebody somewhere in the world gets a free spell book.
Yes, this is a spell I've played with. If you are a DM, I also want to quickly give this advice again. Roll in secret, because if you roll in secret, you can put the players where you want to put them, and they can still feel like they're teleporting around. And that's definitely how the spell should be run. More so than actually going. I guess like you can't if you're up for the challenge of running the wild hijinks. I have no idea what's going to happen if we mishap here. Go for it. If you're okay being like similar area, improv off my ass right now, go. That's great. I believe in you, but it can be tricky. So you probably want to roll this one in secret, and you probably want to put the players where they want to go or close to where they want to go with some fun mishaps and stuff along the way.
All right. Let's see what else is on my list. All right, we got whirlwind, we got crown of stars, got teleport. All right, we're two for 3 so far. I've got simulacrum. How do you just pronounce that? Simulacrum?
Simulacrum sounds right to me.
Yeah. That's yeah, you get a naked extra party member.
I have to read it again. So it's friendly to you and creatures you designate obeys your spoken commands. So you make a thing for over 12 hours. The simulacrum is friendly to you. The simulacrum lacks the ability to learn it or become more powerful. So never. Oh, this is good. Yeah, I haven't read the spell in a long time, nor have I ever seen a cast. I just assumed it was like a baby clone. Yeah.
Snow.
Oh, this seems really powerful. Wow. Does it get the spell slots?
I think so. Yeah. That's part
This is
of the awesome. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is really busted. So you shape an illusory duplicate into a beast or humanoid into the existence. If the duplicate is a creature partially real and formed from ice and snow, and can take actions and otherwise be affected as a normal creature. It appears to be the same as the original, but it is half the creature's max HP and has no equipment. But otherwise, it uses their exact statistics. So characters just exist. Wow, that's really strong. This is something you clone yourself with, I think, more often than not. Although this probably does have a really fun balancing act, I'd imagine, as far as like roleplay goes. But okay, where are you at with this whole you get a clone to yourself? Why do you think this is super busted? Because it is. I agree.
Because, I mean, by the time you're at this point, casting 7th level spells, just bringing into existence another one of yourself that can also do that is phenomenal.
Oh god. There have to be rules that say that doesn't work for some reason. I guess so. If it's damage, you can repair it using money, and it costs money to make. So hypothetically, there's a gold gate to this. But like, yeah, that does sound. You need a lot of time, but just like imagine going down a quarter with like 8 duplicate wizards, each one with quartering hit points. Like you go half, then quarter, then eighth, then 16th. That could be very cute.
Or are you talking about your simulacrums making simulacrums?
I am talking about my simulacrums making simulacrums. It costs you 1,500 gold each. This is 7th level slots. That's probably not that big of an ask.
No.
You also need hair, fingernail clippers, or other pieces of the creature's body. So like that doesn't seem like a tall order at all. You just be like, I shaved my head, and now I have a dozen clones of me. This is bananas.
Yeah.
This spell's outrageous. This is like a game warpingly powerful spell. Oh my god. This is only 7th level too. Whenever we were starting this, I was like, the 6th and 7s are all kind of like the same mission power level. I actually think like a lot once you get past the 5th level spell slots, up until 9th level, there's like this gray area of like these are about as good as each other for the most part. Like there's some like 1 damage dice up sometimes. Sometimes they're like meaningfully. This is way better than all the 6th level spells. Holy shit. Yeah, Simulacrum's correct.
This one's nuts.
Yeah. Take it. Try it. I can imagine this being a real headache to the DM for.
I can as well.
Also,
yeah.
Users at home, listeners, please tell us in the comments, why is this spell fair and what am I missing? Because there has to be some limit to this. If you can just cast this over and over again, this is bananas, right? Like this is just unfair.
Imagine all your clones casting some sort of conjuring spell. You've got gazillions of whatever flying around.
Oh dear sweet god, that's obnoxious. You just have like 12 simulacrums, all of them cast like an upcast 7th level conjure minor elementals, and everyone's running around with just they look out to the skies and it's just a cloud of methods.
Oh.
Okay, let's talk about a less busted spell than this. This should be my number 1, but it's not. How about reverse gravity? That make your list?
Yes, that made my list.
God, I love reverse gravity. This spell's so fun.
Yeah, and practical effects be damned. I chose this because it's just crazy and silly. Like I don't even what. Go ahead.
I think there are some cool practical effects to this. Like I really like how water interacts with it in particular because you get like these fun little funnels where it makes big splooshy water all over the place. This also just yeets things 50 feet or a 50 foot 100 feet into the air. So you just things take 10d6 fall damage if they don't grab it onto things. And if they ever let go of those things, they fall upwards. And as long as there's a ceiling up there, they're taking some damage. And if there's not a ceiling up there, they just get stuck. So this is kind of a giant AoE. Yeah, exactly. You get this kind of giant AoE nebulous, like floaty mass levitate thing that also has some potential to do some damage. And then whenever you just miss it, they come back down. So you can be like smash them into the ceiling, drop it, smash them into the floor. That's cute. It also it's a really cool way for interacting and navigating a bunch of different environments. This can be a really cool tool to bust out, like every once in a while, to have the reverse gravity fights. And those are going to be really fun and really memorable, where things gonna like flip on their heads, because it's a 50-foot radius. This is 100 feet around of reversed gravity. That's so much. That's so many things. And like it lasts a minute, and you're gonna get to concentrate on it. So you don't want to take damage when you fall here. So you probably have like feather fall prepared and stuff for that, which is cute that you're feather falling upwards. But like the whole of this text is just fun. The dealing with the physics of it can be really like mentally draining, of figuring out like, oh god, we're already all trying to imagine the same imaginary picture in our head with flying dragons and demons shooting fire from their ass. Now we also have to flip that upside down and see how gravity mundanely works in that environment. And that's a lot. It's definitely going to be taxing on some people.
Another interesting thing about this one is that it's a concentration spell, but if you yeet people into the air, they don't want to fall back down. They might not be attacking you because they don't want your concentration to break.
That's a really fun like little bit. I don't know if that'll happen in like the big encounters, right? If you're going against the set piece of the long rest, that they're probably going to be like, yeah, no, we're still killing the wizard. But if you're against like the goons beforehand, oh yeah, they might be like, we're so sorry, please put us down. But do it gently, please. What's your next one, Bob? Reverse gravity.
Reverse
sweet.
gravity. That was fun.
We've done 4 of yours now, right? So you got one left?
Let's see. I'm gonna find my list again there. We did that. I think mine's done, right? Did Whirlwind, Crown of Stars, Simulacrum, Teleport, Reverse Gravity. Those are mine.
Oh wow. So I got 2 left.
Oh,
yeah,
you got 2 left.
I do. We just blitzed through all of them. Also, fun fact, I still have to keep going in order, even though my number 1 should be Simulacrum. That seems unfair. My number 2 is Plane Shift. This spell is I think it comes just at enough time to make it like this. If you want to have the upper tier high magic game, this alongside Teleport gives you you go to where the adventure is exactly how you want it, and those adventuring dynamics become very varied. Those adventuring dynamics become like, this is a real tool to have and say, the god of the undead is coming to kill us all. We're going to go fight him on his doorstep, and Plane Shift is a way to get there. Now, I don't necessarily think like it being something you're gonna you're not gonna realistically cast this constantly. This isn't a spell that is gonna be repeatedly used over and over and over again. It will be something that you'll probably bust out 5 or 6 times before it encounters. And I know whenever I ran my upper tier game, my first one specifically, they did go into the Nine Hells. They did go to Mount Celestia. They went to the Plane of Fire. City of Brass is a really fun environment to explore, especially for really high tier characters that have a lot of high magic nonsense going on. It ends up being a way to sort of enter into new dynamic environments that can actually reasonably challenge players at this tier that some of the mundane world feels like it can't. And I think that makes the spell really important to exist. I think it probably should be a 6th level spell, but because it opens up this whole other axis of play in the upper tiers to being like, we're going to these new, really exciting, high dynamic places at every game, it makes it feel like this is how plane traveling is supposed to work in Dungeons & Dragons, not like Astral Projection. Astral Projection is like a weird tethered insta-death minigame that lets you float through space. And this is like, no, we're going to where we want to go. We're going to where the cool adventures are that are otherworldly. We're going to different planets. We're going into hell. We're going into heaven. We're going into the Feywild. We're going to, into the Shadowfell to go smite down the Raven Queen in her own lair. That is where this takes us into the tier of the game. It gives players agency to make those choices. And I think that this is one of the defining elements of Dungeons & Dragons to me, is it is a multiplanar, a multiversal kind of exploration, even at tables that it's not supposed to be. I still might advocate this should be outside the player's handbook, because I think there are plenty of games that don't want this. There are plenty of games that want to be on the main plane, but
that's what I was going to bring up. I mean, if your DM wants you to go to hell, and as a to play there, they'll probably give you the means to do that.
Yeah.
Like, if they don't want you to, then if they're not prepared to run a game in hell, then I don't know that you should be able to just do it willy-nilly.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that a lot of settings die because this exists. A lot of settings you have to say no plane travel because this spell exists. again, I really think that there should have been a book with the Spelljammer books that we just got that were garbage, where they put all of these abilities, because I think it's a really fun setting. I think a lot of D&D really loves this kind of shit. I think there's plenty of people that just run the base cosmology loosely. Like, most players, I think, are playing functionally in the Forgotten Realms, that are using the deities, they're using the different planes of existence, they're using all of those little gimmicks and mechanics just to make all of the spells work. And then they're their own worlds. They have their own continents, their own peoples, they have their own, mixed hybrid races, or like, they were doing these new classes. There's no halflings, there's bat people now. You got like their own world, but it's loosely in the Forgotten Realms, and that's where plane shift is like a reason it has to be loosely in the Forgotten Realms. And I think it being moved outside of that might be beneficial to those worlds. Still, I think it's really powerful. I think at most tables that are the DMs are aware of the base cosmologies and stuff and are like cool and ready to go, like, oh yeah, I'm down to run some stuff in the City of Brass. This becomes a tool that the players can cleanly and easily use, and it's going to be a navigational piece that's being like, we are doing the upper tier stuff, and the upper tier stuff looks like extra planar nonsense bullshit.
All right. Well, all mine are done. What's your last one? What's number one?
I actually am surprised this doesn't make your list. Etherealness. This spell seems absurd to me.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, 8-hour no concentration. Oh boy,
it's hard to say. I can't believe this didn't make your list. There's just so many spells.
That's true. And again, they're really powerful ones too. These have giant game warping effects. Maybe I should have put Plane Shift Teleport like same-ish, because they do a similar enough thing where they're like, we're going to where the adventure is in a powerful no transit way. Etherealness is like that, but better in that it lets you ignore. It kind of gives you like a top-down, like gamist approach to like, I can go through and scout the whole dungeon ethereally. And now your DM has to be like, oh my god, how do I make ethereal countermeasures to deal with the person that can just teleport wherever they like inside my dungeon by simply spending 6 hours going through it? This means now there always are time crunches. There are always ways that your DM has to like prevent you from using this by creating more magic bullshit to deal with it. And it's going to be, in my opinion, a kind of a giant headache. That being said, it is powerful. Being able to go through an entirety of a dungeon and just see everything, because you can go through walls, you can go through floors, you can just do that for 8 hours, you can just pop back and forth, is very good.
Well, the way around it, I feel like is kind of built into it, because you are on the ethereal plane, so the answer is ghosts, right?
I don't think ghosts are dealing with 5th or 13th level characters that well, but like, what to me this says is the DM now has to go, okay, the villain knows they have etherealness after the first 2 times they've used it, and they started to make like ethereal anchors that let monsters go to the ethereal plane to fight the wizard. And I find that to be kind of cheap. I find that like the ways you actually navigate with this, like face spiders and ghosts aren't good enough to deal with this problem. So you have to have other ways to deal with this problem that makes the DM be like, okay, I have to have creating magical solutions to interact with this. And that's kind of a giant headache. It can be very fun and rewarding, though, I imagine, especially if there's like a dynamic element to it, especially if like more than just the one player with etherealness is doing it, because if only the person with etherealness is doing it, oh god, that's so sad, because then the rest of the party just sits there and twiddles their thumbs while the person with etherealness goes and plays the ethereal game. But it can still be like a cool back and forth. It can still be a countermeasures exist and are engaged. It is just undeniably really good to be able to walk through walls, go through anywhere you like, no questions asked, to be invisible while doing it, get a full reconnaissance mission of wherever you want to go. Like, that's really, really good.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking specifically for reconnaissance, but I mean, there's any number of benefits to being able to go through walls.
Yes.
You
It also like it pulls you back.
Stealing.
So like I go into ethereal now, and I walk through the ethereal plane, and whenever the spell ends, you immediately are back to where your body is. Like, it's kind of like an instantaneous teleport effect, is what it will feel like. That's really good.
Oh wait, is that how it works? I thought you were just ethereal and traveling around. Your body hangs out where you started?
It says, when the spell ends, you immediately return to the plane you originated from in the spot you currently occupy. So I guess you cast it, and then you do physically move, so your body's not there anymore. You are still moving, and you just go back to where you cast it.
Yeah. All right, that's how I thought it worked. Yes. So you're not sending a ethereal
it's
projection
not,
out.
Yeah, it's not astral projection with
coming back. Right. Yeah. All right.
It also has like this weird caveat where it doesn't work on other planes of existence. So like that's a way that it probably is gated. Especially if, like I just said, with plane shift in the upper tiers, if you are going all over the place, this becomes a lot worse. But if your main villain's on the material, oh my god, does this make it a gigantic hassle for them to have any kind of trap exist? It makes it an enormous hassle for the party not have perfect information about exactly where they're going into.
I don't know. I mean, just because you're ethereal doesn't mean I mean traps can be hidden.
Sure. You have 8 hours to
I mean,
scout them out and make the map plan and figure out what your contingencies are. It seems very strong.
yeah. But I mean, a trap that isn't hidden isn't a very good trap anyway.
That's a fair point. Maybe I overrate this. Again, I haven't played with it much. It seems ridiculous to me. It doesn't seem that fun though, which maybe is why I haven't played with it.
Well, not for the rest of the party. No.
Yeah.
If you're using this, for scouting out dungeons or whatever, then again, maybe you say, all right, I spend 8 hours looking at the dungeon, and the DM
The
says,
DM goes,
okay,
great,
here's the map.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, well, that was our top 5. Now it's time for the worst.
You haven't spoken in a while.
First?
You go first.
All right, I'll go first. What was my worst? Did we get the same one? I feel
so.
like we might. I picked Power Word Pain.
I picked Arcane Sword. But they're both bad. Power Word Pain is really
Arcane
bad.
Sword. Yeah. I think that might have all. I think I might have been choosing between those two.
I clown on Arcane Sword all the time. I had to pick it. But why Power Word Pain?
Terrible. Power Word Pain. Yeah. In my notes, if your target has fewer than 100 hit points, just kill it.
Yup, that seems like a really good note, Bob. Spend a 7-level spell slot dealing damage to it. Use those radiant motes to deal 40-12 damage to it over and over and over again. That's gonna kill it pretty quickly, especially with the rest of your party doing it. And like, hold monster exists? Like, this seems really bad. I agree. Power Pain just
I forgot what the hit point thing is. If it has over 100 hit points, this does
if it's
nothing?
100 points or fewer, it cripples it. And the target is speed can't be higher than 10. It has disadvantage on attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. And if it tries to cast a spell based concentration, it doesn't even paralyze them. This is just worse than Hold Person most of the time.
What if it has more than 100 hit points?
Nothing happens.
Nothing. Oh, this spell's garbage.
Yeah, imagine gambling being like, hit points that Fire Giant has. I think it's less than 100. I don't know. We've hit it twice. Maybe it's less than 100. Power Word Pain? Nothing? No, okay. All right. Well, it was worth a 7-level spell slot, I guess.
Yeah. But we learned something.
Yeah, this spell
Fire Giant is going to kill us.
And I cast this instead of a real 7th-level spell. Yeah, Power Word Pain is terrible. Absolutely right. You know what's also terrible?
Arcane Sword?
Arcane Sword is terrible. Remember how I was like...
But yeah, I think, all right, Arcane Sword is terrible, but it does something. Power Word Pain is probably not going to do anything.
I think you're right again. I think your top 5 list has better options on it than mine does in this instance, especially your worst
Arcane Sword is more fun to talk about.
I do. I love talking about Arcane Sword just because this spell's garbage. My number 5 was Crown of Stars, which gives you the 40-12 motes, right? This is a 3d10, requires your concentration, force damage sword. And it lasts a minute? Like, it takes your action and then bonus action to use it once. It doesn't even get the attack on cast. It takes your action to cast it. You could just, any conjuration effect, any of them at the 4th level do more damage than this. And they last an hour. And they don't eat your concentration. Like, you can only move this sword 20 feet at a time, so you can't, like, actually send it in the back line to go kill shit. They can just scoot around it and it stops existing. Like, God, this thing's awful.
This feels like a spell they wrote, and it was supposed to be for a lower level, but there was like a printing error or something. What level would you put this spell at?
Okay, I'll compare it very quickly to the Cleric level 2 spell, Spiritual Weapon, which does a d8 plus modifier damage. That's a 2nd level spell with no concentration that lets you move it up to 20 feet, same range, and takes a bonus action to cast. That thing does a d8 plus Wizmod. This does 3d10 damage. This is like if you were to, and you can upcast Spiritual Weapon. So if you upcast Spiritual Weapon to 4th level, it outdamages Arcane Sword. So a 4th level Arcane Sword is what it should be if we're basing it off of Spiritual Weapon alone, and then it's still worse than Spiritual Weapon.
Pretty bad.
And then it's 3 levels higher than that. What?
I got nothing for you. No, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. This spell's awful. It's like
this is one of those named ones too, like Mordenkainen. Like somebody was proud of this spell.
It very much feels to me like again, like it was legacied in, and like it's like, oh, this is what it used to do. It used to do 3 to 10 damage. Sure, just keep it that way for the legacy players that remember what the old one did. But like, this isn't it. I think Power of Pain is uniquely bad, as like you said, it does nothing. Right? This spell so often will be cast, and you'll be like, oh my god, this is just worse than every other conditional spell I could have cast. Granted, this one doesn't have a save if I specifically know its hit points, but if its hit points are under 100, I probably should just be killing it. So like if you know it's under 100 hit points, that means you probably should be sinking damage into it. Instead, like that spell does nothing, actively nothing. This spell is just does nothing because every other comparative option is so much better. Is because all the spells lower level than it just do its job just 10 times more powerfully. And that's why I think it earns my worst spot. Is like very obviously, if you looked at the game in a vacuum and had no idea how any of the other features work, if you're looking at like just these two spells, no context around them, obviously yours is worse. With context around it, this one, Arcane Sword's quite bad.
I think that's context is important. That's because you kind of want it to be good. A floating magical sword, doing your fighting for you should be awesome. It's especially when you're casting 7th level spells. I mean, this is your wizard powerful thing going on, but no, this is not.
Yeah, they made a fixed version of this at 9th level called Sword of Disaster that like double crits and shit. Like it's pretty cool. I don't think it's that good, but Sword of Disaster at least is like this really big flashy 9th level bonus action stabby thing. Sorry, Blade of Disaster, but like this is nowhere close to that. And this is the same this is the same relative tier. So nope, I don't want anything to do with this. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that was it. That was our top 5 and one worst.
Yeah, what were your 5?
7th level spells. What
were your 5?
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's go back. All right. My top 5 were Whirlwind, Crown of Stars, Simulacrum, Teleport, and Reverse Gravity.
Yeah, mine were Teleport, Reverse Gravity, Crown of Stars, and then Plane Shift Etherealness. Although I think Simulacrum deserves a spot over like maybe Plane Shift. I don't know. One of these ones. I haven't played much in this tier. But yeah, these are the top 5. Worst ones are Mordenkainen Sword and Power Word Pain, which are, terrible. So.
Notoriously bad.
Yeah, like again, Power Word or Arcane Sword's like a 4th level spell, and Power Word Pain is worse than 2nd level spells. So don't cast either of those.
Those are our picks for level 7 wizard spells. Tune in next week for level 8 spells, and then go watch all our level 0 through level 6 spells as well. They're in there somewhere. And of course, commenters will let us know what you think.
Yeah, what's your lists? Always fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West, and today we are breaking down our top 5 picks for the 5 best and 1 worst level 8 wizard spells. We're getting up there.
This is the top, almost the top of the top.
Penultimate level.
Yeah. Like with all the other upper tier spells, I'm going to preface it by saying I haven't played with most of these. This is getting to the tier where we're looking at the magic that I've seen cast single-digit times or less. So, like, take our opinions with a grain of salt, because these things are wacky and powerful and will likely vary table to table and have, a bunch of different implications based off of magic weapons and, based off of how your game is run up into the point where you get them. So,
and as always, I will preface this by saying my picks are top 5 generally, in no particular order. Sam orders his. I don't want that kind of responsibility.
Too much responsibility, I understand. I'll take that burden on myself.
All right. Do you want to start or shall I?
You start this time, Bob.
All right. Well, I'll start with one I'm pretty sure both of us have. Oops. That's where. There it is. All right. Did Dominate Monster make your list?
It's my number 1.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's on my list as well.
Yeah, Dominate Monster is not fair. It's really, really good. It's It's like better summoning magic in that you kill a thing functionally and then take control of that thing. So like it's no longer on their team and now it's on your team and you can just tell it to do things and it'll follow those course of actions. And that's really powerful. You can take precise control of it, which is a fun little gimmick where you can say, well, if I give a general command, it still might not want to like obey me. So it might like, go kill your friend and they might like do it without much conviction. Instead, you can be like, no, I'm gonna take control of that giant aboleth right now and have it wreak havoc on its minions. That sounds more fun. It's super spicy. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I'm always a sucker for these kinds of things, or any kind of effect like this in a video game where you take an enemy and turn it against its own team. I'm thinking mostly to do with the old real-time strategy computer games.
Oh yeah,
sort of things. Yeah. So yeah, this for that reason, this had to make my list.
It's big, it's powerful, it's impactful. If you compare it to like banishment and stuff, like this is banishment plus a summon spell stapled together, and it does both those concentration effects that you want, and that's pretty baller. And like you said, the fantasy of like taking the ogre and being like, hey, actually, I need you to smash your other ogre friends, and it going, okay, boss, and just turning around and clubbing them over the head. I don't know, that's really fun to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have like a balanced fight set up, this just knocks the balance all out of whack.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll take a fight that like was built around being one big set piece monster or like a pair of set piece monsters and being like, actually it's half as powerful now, and now you have the scarier of the two on your team. Granted, it is like a saber die. There's only going to be a few rounds of it being destructive, but you don't need more than a few rounds, especially seeing as like, yeah, you're getting its actions, you're getting your actions. It seems busted. Seems real good.
All right. All that. What else you got?
Okay, that was my number one, so I'll just go top to bottom. My number 2 is Anti-Magic Field.
Let's see. Do I have that? I do not.
I love Anti-Magic Field.
I remember talking about it with you, and yeah, it is really cool. So let me make sure. All right, yeah, I like my picks for the most part. There's one that might have been replaceable.
Fair. I like Anti-Magic Field because it's symmetrical, because you can't cast it in either, but it does just say no to 100% of magic. If it's like I think it literally is short of deities, this thing just says, nah, not today. I don't want that happening. So like things can't fireball you, things can't power word kill you, things can't feeble mind you, things can't do a whole bunch of other high level nonsense magical effects that can be a real pain in the ass in the upper levels. And that just turns them all off. Magic items are now just Mundane items, no problem at all. I think it's a really neat puzzle. I really like the idea of going around and trying to figure out when to really make this thing particularly powerful. I like the idea of anti-magic fields being something that you can use as a DM to mitigate and challenge certain aspects of the game, even in the upper tiers. The whole of its existence, I think, is really important to the game. And I also think it's something that, like, if you can get on top of the lich and just stick them at an anti-magic field, they're a pile of bones that are really angry for the next 10 minutes or hour. And that seems really powerful. Just to be like, yeah, the big bad, all of your abilities are offline, and now you are an 80 hit point skeleton with an AC of 13. Like that seems pretty good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's the right tool for certain times. It's and it, like you said, it's a little puzzle, a little chess game. When to use it? When is it? Sometimes it's not beneficial to use because the magic doesn't work for you either. But it's, when it's used correctly, it's powerful.
Agreed.
When it's used incorrectly, or not incorrectly, but at inopportune times, it's still fun.
Sure. A lot of the look of it is really fun to me. Like I love walking next to the zombies and having them just collapse to the ground dead for like the 5 seconds while you walk past them, and then them just springing back up, or like a horde of zombies running at you and just piling into regular corpses. That's really fun imagery. A lot of the just like this suddenly stops being magical and becomes mundane all of a sudden. That's really cute. Like, oh, someone got enlarged and it runs at you and it just shrinks. Then it leaves again and enlarges again. That's super cool. I don't know. I like this spell a lot. I probably overrate it, but I like it a lot.
I don't think so. Well, let's see. Here's one I'm not super sure about that made my list, and I don't really know why. I wrote this list a while ago. Demiplane.
Demiplane. That's a nifty little spell. I don't know how good it is.
Yeah, I'm looking over it right now.
So you make a 30-foot room right?
Yeah.
Basically. And then you can just you can go to that demiplane whenever you want by casting demiplane again. Or you can create more demiplanes.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's where it gets complicated.
Yeah.
But I just like the convenience of it, having your little own storage unit that you can pull up anytime, anywhere. It's like the cloud for
Your
things.
stuff.
Yeah.
This is like Secret Chest. If Secret Chest didn't have a 10% chance to explode.
And it's a 30-foot room instead of a box.
Instead of a box. I also think there's a lot of fun world building potential with this. While I don't think it may be that objectively powerful of a spell, there's, I think, a good amount of fun to be had as a DM, just to be the villains constructing their own world 30-foot boxes at a time, right? They're making a perfect utopia in their mind, just in this sprawling giant evil space. I think that's super nifty. I love all of the ideas of the players on some kind of wild adventure get stuck in a demiplane and they have to find their way out of this maze demiplane or something like that. And this spell kind of lets you do those kinds of stuff. It doesn't I wish you could. I wish it included a little bit more rules about being able to construct your own demiplanes or create more fun things in them. I would love if this actually gave you the ability to be you create foliage, you create water, you create running sources, you can create nature and life and stuff. That'd be really cool.
Can you not do that?
I mean, not easily. This gives you a 30-foot box.
Yeah. You can decorate it.
Yeah, sure. You can bring in stuff to your 30-foot box, absolutely. But it doesn't even necessarily. Oh, it does say you can connect it up. You can make it be yeah, this is just a series of hallways and doors. And that's neat. I don't know. I think this would benefit from a more robust spell description. But where it is now, I think it's at least very fun.
I like that it gives you the freedom to do what you want with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it made my list specifically as a storage unit that you can pull up anytime.
It really comes back around.
Take a long rest in.
Sure.
Or it could be a prison.
It could be.
Shove someone on a demiplane.
Yeah, as long as I think what's neat is you just need to, because while it says it's the duration of an hour, that's just the door, and then the door goes away. So you just have to basically knock someone out, throw them in there, and then as long as they don't wake up within the next hour, they're just stuck there until you cast it again to go get them.
They're stuck there whether they wake up or not.
That's true, because you can lock the door and all that fun stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, when you get rid of the door, they're just in a box, right?
Yep. There's just an extra planar box. You can just put people in there. That's pretty nifty. Can you hold on? Let me just check again. Can you manually make the door go away?
I don't know. I would imagine so. Let's see.
Riveting content. Reading the spell description.
Yeah. When the spell ends, the door disappears. So...
Yeah. But it doesn't. You don't have a way to end it earlier.
It's not concentration. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess you just gotta. You do have to knock them out or restrain them or something.
I wonder what happens if you dispel magic the door.
Well, then I would imagine that ends the spell.
But does it break the demiplane?
I don't know, but man, all these pain in the ass concentration spells, and this is one that would benefit from it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what else you got?
Regardless, it's very nifty. My number 3 after Anti-Magic Field is a spell that I think I've never ever seen cast, but at the same time I'm this has to be good. It's Illusory Dragon.
Oh yeah, that made my list. Yeah,
so this is a Xanathar got everything little ditty, and it gives you the Frightful Presence big dragon that then you can use as a bonus action to move about and exhale the 76 damage cone every turn. And then as things realize that it's not real, they get advantage on the saves. But for the most part, it's going to be a bonus action D6 cone around. I don't think this is better than the spell we talked about last week, but the 8th level spells, in all honesty, kind of dookie. They're not that much better than the 7th level, and it's not really even that close. I think there are some 7th level spells that I'm these are definitely better than this. But this is, at minimum, a giant angry dragon that's going to scare a bunch of things, and is going to create a bunch of cones of death that are good for you. And you like doing cones of death that are good for you. That's a pretty good effect to have at will. So and on its bonus action.
Bonus action, right?
Yeah. It's very, very usable. I think this is perfectly fine. And I think especially if you're going for the character, the top end illusionist fantasy, it's nice that there's a damaging illusionist spell and a giant illusory dragon doing real damage. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, no argument here. That's look, which was the one that did a bunch of damage we talked about last time?
It was a 7th level spell.
Well, yeah, because we
It
were
gave
doing
you the
seventh
bonus
level
action.
spells.
Crown of Stars gives you the
Crown
bonus
of
action
Stars,
to throw the little chunks at people, and that is 40-10, I think. But
and
that doesn't hit. That doesn't hit a
that
giant
wasn't
area, right?
concentration though.
No, it
This
was
is
not concentration.
this. I mean, still, it's a area of effect, bonus action. It does take concentration, but still, great spell and
Agreed.
plenty good enough to make my list.
Absolutely. If you want to be like the ultimate dragon person, this is a spell that I think probably makes your list. There's also the transformation that turns you into the form of a dragon that gives you bonus action breath weapon. That's pretty powerful. It's similar to this. The difference there is that puts yourself as like a gigantic target, whereas whenever you get to make a giant shadow dragon, that's going to be it's going to be harder for you necessarily to get your ass kicked whenever you are the one having to create the breath weapon yourself. So meaningful upside, I think. So yeah, I mean, I don't think this is the most revolutionary bonus action damage spell. Whenever we're in this tier of play, at the same time, it's doing enough that I'm like, yeah, this is better than most of the other 8th level spells.
Yep.
Next
All
for
right.
you, Bob.
What do I have? Not that. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna save that one for later. Right now I've got Sunburst.
I also have Sunburst.
You do. I'm surprised. I didn't think that one was gonna make your list.
Again, I'm gonna level with you. I just don't think the 8th level spells are that powerful.
This is just a giant area of effect. 60-foot radius. That's 120-foot diameter. That's
yeah, that's enormous.
It's massive. It does respectable damage. And then and I think we talked about this, and you weren't as impressed by the blind condition from this spell as I was.
It's fine. Blinding is fine. It being attached to fireball damage is fine, right? Because this is a slightly larger fireball at about the exact same damage with a blind. That's fine. That's like it's probably worth the slot.
Oh yeah, certainly.
I mean, like you just said, I'm not as impressed with it as you are. I tend to want I like 8th level spells and really high powerful magic stuff that feels like it changes some larger element of the game that I couldn't prior. And I feel like I could have got blinds earlier than this. I feel like I could have done area of effect damage earlier than this. I feel like I could have done everything the spell does with lower level stuff, which is why I'm not really impressed by it. Whereas like the Shadow Dragon at least comes with the Fright and comes with the bonus action cone. It's not separated. It's separated to you, so it's like somewhat of a new thing that you're getting. I think Anti-Magic Field is like the most, to me, this is a new tool you have access to. This is a thing you couldn't do earlier with it, which is why I think it justifies its slot over like the 7th level options. Sunburst, to me, you could tell me this is a 7th level spell, and I'd be like, yeah, it's about as good as I would want a 7th level spell to be. You could tell me the 6th level spell, I'd be like, wow, that's a good 6th level spell. But it wouldn't be like cracked or anything. As an 8th level spell, I'm like, it's fine.
This is one I think is a really good one for masses of smaller enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it kills a large
bunch
mass
of them, and then the stragglers are injured and blind now.
Yeah,
easy to pick off.
It's fun that it also undead nooses just have disadvantage on the save, so it's really good against zombies. Like, regardless of size, you slam this down on some zombies, they're taking like 30 plus damage, and you're really happy with that. And that's pretty good. I honestly really wish a thing I would love to see is just remove the save at the end of turn. Just make them blind for a minute. I think that'd be sweet. Because the blinding condition isn't that good. Make it just a giant AoE blind saber die. That's, I think, way more useful. But I mean, where it stands, I can't be that upset with it. Like you said, it hits an enormous amount of things. 60-foot radius is gigantic. So
I like the flavor in this one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can envision this spell happening, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, I agree. You get this glorious, brilliant burst of light, and this I'm envisioning a physical laser coming out of the sun, like that's 120 feet around and just into the planet. That's definitely not practical, but that's what I envision. And that's pretty sweet.
Picturing like night suddenly turning to day in an area and things bursting into radiant fire.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Where it's just like all of a sudden everyone's like looking back like this because it's just daytime out all of a sudden, and then it's just night again after everything lights on fire. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got next?
Oh, was that
mine?
No, that was mine.
Okay.
I chose Sunburst or whatever it's called.
My next one is one that I hate, but it is good. And this is a spell that is powerful, But it is miserable. It's called Feeble Mind.
Really, that made your list.
Feeble Mind is brutal. If Feeble Mind hits something, it can kill it in a way that's worse than death. And that, I think, like I said earlier, I want my 8th level spells to do something that doesn't normally happen, can't really happen with 7th level or lower, and Feeble Mind definitely fits that bill. Feeble Mind is definitely an effect that you can't really get anywhere else. This is a semi-permanent way to debilitate an enemy in a way that is on an entirely different axis. Because like life and death happens in D&D all the time, right? Killing something's int is brutal, right? Like this takes a charismatic leader or boss, and they can't be revived anymore. They have to find a way, either a greater restoration, heal, or wish spell to end this effect. And that's harder to get oftentimes than a lot of the resurrection magic that you'd have readily on hand, right? If you expect death to happen, you don't necessarily expect Feeble Mind to happen. So as players, this can be a really interesting tool to throw a gigantic wrench in your DM's plans. It also can like debilitate a monster once a fight. This is a saber die that if you fail it, the monster, like, it's going to be useless. Most monsters are going to be useless. Sentient monsters with big brains are going to be useless because they're going to go from being like a mind flayer that understands how to do all of its main brain power stuff to a vegetable. And like, that is as good as murder as you can possibly get for an 8th level spell slot. At the same time, I'm going to say this now. If you're a DM, don't cast this on your players. It's a miserable experience. We have a whole video on it that Bob can possibly link in the description of this video.
I remember.
If he remembers. And you can go check out why I hate Feeble Mind so much. If you're a player, though, I think this is a saber die that will give you something new to do, and a saber die that will be genuinely very powerful against things that can't legendary resist it, because if they have legendary resistance, yeah, you're trading an 8th level spell slot for legendary resistance, and you can probably do that cheaper.
I did say in that video, though, that the one useful thing about using this on players is if you know somebody can't make the next session, there. All right, he's feeble-minded.
Yeah, and then you immediately heal him. You go to a temple or something, and it's problem solved. You were just feeble-minded for a session, and you just drag them around by their ankles, and it was fine.
All right, how many is that for you? Is that all
That's
yours?
all 5 of mine.
Oh, that was all yours? Okay, I got one more on my list, and I don't know if what you're gonna think about this one. Antipathy, sympathy.
Antipathy. Yep, I got it. It's okay. I tried it like 3 times and missed every single time. I have read this spell single-digit times. Give me this cliff notes. What does this do?
It either, depending on how you use it, it either attracts or people or repels them. So you make a bunch of people that see whatever you cast it on. They can have to see it or be within a certain range of it, and it either makes people come toward you or whatever you cast this on, or go away from whatever you cast it on.
Okay. And it's creatures of your choice. So you pick a kind of creature and a huge or smaller object or creature. You spend an hour, and then you either get this magnetism effect or this fearsome effect, right? Where they don't want to go near it, right?
Yes.
I think the spell is ridiculously weird. How would you use the spell effectively?
Either way, the thing that it gives me is you can cast it. Your target can be a huge or smaller object, no larger than a 200-foot cube.
Yep.
And the creatures affected by it is anyone, includes anyone who can see it. That is a massive thing to be able to see from a long distance away. So I'm thinking if you just want to bring a bunch of people somewhere, like from miles around, you cast this on the tallest spire of the palace or something. Or if you just want to clear a city, evacuate and go steal everybody's crap, same thing. You cast it on the tallest spire of the palace towers or whatever, and yeah, everybody's gone for a long time. If you, I don't know, I gotta look at the details again, but if you set a giant fire and you want to kill a bunch of monsters, put your target in the middle of the fire. Will they walk into the fire? Is that how it works?
For sympathy,
right,
makes a wisdom save or moves towards it, regardless of if there's fire in the way. So yes, it will move through fire.
Yeah. So I think this one's hugely powerful depending on how you use it.
I will say a very important note is you do have to specify a kind of creature, and that kind of intelligent creature, such as a red dragon, goblin, or vampire, like you have to pick very specifically. I want goblins to be affected by this. I want humans to be affected by this. I want elves to be affected by this.
Yeah.
In those windows, though, I think I didn't really consider anything that can see it. Putting this on a really high point makes it very good. So like, let's say you're at war with a bunch of orcs, the typical elves versus orc Lord of the Rings kind of fight.
Right.
You can stick this, like you just said, on a really tall bell tower. You go up to the tippiest top of the mountain, put it on a gong. As long as they can see it, you can frighten all of the orcs in a gigantic area and create like this no save, near impossible barrier that they really can't get through. Oh, never mind. They do get to save. They do get a save, and if they save, nothing bad happens. But still, this is potentially afflicting a large amount of monsters. This feels,
taking out a huge chunk of the army that's coming toward you.
Yeah. At the very least, like stopping them in their tracks, right? Making them regroup, figure out how to manage this. Maybe it's with blindfolds or whatever, because they can deny themselves sight to get rid of the effect. At the same time, like this is going to be a gigantic pain in the ass. This to me feels like a spell that will have very niche windows of use. Like that to me, dealing with a gigantic army with an 8th level spell like this is interesting. I think you have to bend over backwards to make this applicable at any other table. Like I think any table that is trying to do bigger upper tier stuff, the logistics of this seem like a lot of hoops to jump through to get an effect that is a giant AoE fear or a giant AoE charm-ish effect. I don't know. I wouldn't think that this is very good, but your single use case that you just came up with that put it on your list does make it kind of interesting. And maybe it's an enough effect that like there could be some really powerful things to do with it. I don't know. I guess it's going to vary wildly table to table, but
depends heavily on your imagination and what you do with it. But that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems neat, and I'm all for neat spells. I would probably try this spell out sometime if I was in like a really big upper tier game and didn't want any other aforementioned spells. It's not bad by any stretch. I just don't know if it's good. I can't tell.
All right. Well, that was our top 5s. What do you got for your worst?
My worst? Mind blank.
Mind blank. That's I think I say this every time. I forgot that existed.
Yup. You touch somebody for 24 hours, they're immune to psychic damage, and any effects that would sense their emotions, read their thoughts, divination spells, and the charm condition. It even foils wishes to try and divine your location. No.
Yeah, that's... Nobody's using that.
No one's using this. This is an 8th level spell that does nothing. It's an 8th level spell. You go, we're going to go up against Mind Flayers. Great, you're immune to the Mind Flayer. And then you move on with that. And then it still bites your head off. And you're like, well, I thought I was immune to the Mind Flayer. And you go, no, it still has teeth. And it's just... This is the most niche silver bullet of all the 8th level spells. And the 8th level spells already feel like very, very in a single lane to me for the most part, outside of a specifically dominate monster, which is just anything. That's mine now. With Mind Blank, you're just like, I guess if we're against specifically the evil mastermind diviner, which I've already expressed in other videos, not a game I want to be playing in really. It's just a gigantic headache. It's not worth it. It's your 8th level spell slot for an effect that doesn't do anything. Like at the vast majority of tables. I don't see it.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, if this is going to work, it's going to dramatically alter the game you're playing. Or if you don't use it, if you're supposed to use it and don't, then I don't know. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, if this is something that your DM knows you're getting and forces you to use, it feels like you're just losing an 8th level spell slot for nothing.
Right, okay.
And that feels like utter shit. Like that's not a good time. What also hurts, like, I think non-detection was my worst 2nd level spell that I talked about. And non-detection does most of what this does. Oh, sorry, I did Arcanist Magic Aura. Which does a similar thing to non-detection. Non-detection is a 3rd level spell. That was one of my 3rd level worst spells. It does a similar thing to most of the text here of saying you can't be divine, you can't be scryed on by those kinds of means, but they can still scry on your buddies. They can still scry on the other members of your party. This doesn't create like a bubble that like things within 60 feet of you can't be discerned or scryed on or whatever. So there's still really obnoxious workarounds to this that even if you wanted it, a really like savvy villain hypothetically would just go, I can't target this thing. Why can't I target this thing? I'm gonna target the thing I knew it was near whenever they were adventuring with me, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, well I can scry on everything else around them. I guess that patchy black foggy spot must be the wizard,
Yes.
right? I don't see this having any value. What's your worst?
Mine was Maze.
Maze
You know,
is
it's not a bad. I mean, not unpowerful, but boring. I cannot forgive it for not living up to what I think a spell called Maze should do.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
effectively, this is just banishment. That doesn't work on Minotaurs.
Yeah, it's a banishment that doesn't work on Minotaurs and gets around legendary resistance, which makes it often just feel like an irresistible dance. This, I think, is very comparable to irresistible dance. An irresistible dance is way lower level than this.
Yeah.
Maze isn't particularly exciting. I don't.
No, and I want it to be. I want that to be like a little mini adventure you have to go on, but it's not. It's just
or a little mini adventure the monster has to go on.
Sure, but it's
And
not.
it feels
It's just he's in a maze, I guess, or he's just not here.
I mean, like on one hand, like I get that it's really hard to give the players a tool to create a giant extra dimensional demi-plane that's a maze that you stick a monster in, and then has to spend 3 hours getting out of. At the same time, for an 8th level spell slot, maybe it's just like you gate the creature size because like you can't get big creatures to fit in the smaller mazes or whatever, and then you just say it goes in an extra plane of existence for 3 hours. That would make it at least feel more like they're navigating a maze or something, like they have to work their way through it. This just feels like they make 2 turns and they're out, and I'm like, that's not a maze. That's just like
that maze sucked.
Yeah, it's worse than a corn maze, right? Like that's just like a series of 2. Do you make 2 lefts or 2 rights? That's what it ends up feeling like to get out of it. That's not great. There'll be some creatures that can't make a DC 20 in check, but that's not most creatures. Most creatures will do this in less than 20 tries. Most creatures will do this in less than 10 tries. Like, no, it smells garbage.
All right.
It's not garbage. It's fine.
No.
It's just not use. It's not better than the other versions that exist, and fails on being the cool fantasy that you want it to be. And I 100% agree with that.
This is not by any means the worst 8th level spell. You might be just what's the word? Objectively correct with your pick, but this is the one that lets me down the most, and that's why it got the spot for my list.
Now, I haven't done any honorary picks, and I feel like I'd be amiss if I didn't, because it's what I do. I break the rules. What can I say? Mighty Fortress is also really terrible, for what that's worth. Mighty Fortress is like Magnificent Mansion, but worse.
But it can also be made permanent. So
I'm sorry. This is the Wall of Stone fantasy, the Bob ones. He wants to build his little palace out of the Mighty Fortress. Can't believe he didn't make your top 5, to be honest.
No. Go ahead though, talk about it, because there's a reason it didn't. It's outside of the potential permanence. That's one of those you have to cast in the same place for a year, right?
Yeah, cast in the same spot every 7 days for a year to make it permanent. It costs you 500 gold every time you do it, so like that gets expensive. I don't know if it's that much more expensive than building it yourself. In any case, like you're getting a big old palace, but you could already get that at a lower level slot. And Magnificent Mansion isn't anything I'm writing home about, and that's like extra planar. Like you can't get invaded there. This just gives you a building that you can already go and find a different existing building. Like you don't need to construct your own building. There's no real giant upside to have an 8th level spell that is a building. Now, granted, a building is better than nothing, and Maze and Mind Blank is nothing. So, like, okay, this is a little bit better than nothing. This is a little bit better than immunity to psychic damage, but it's not like this spell's still awful. If you're going against a lot of Mind Flayers, this will serve you less than Mind Blank will. So that's that's its only use case, I would guess. Otherwise, I don't see any reason to ever cast this. Just build your own. Have a bunch of knaves. You got piles of Scrooge McDuck money, right? Just build your own fortress. Make a better yet, just buy the dukes. Find some like lavish, wealthy estate and be like, yeah, we got more money than you. We're buying this place. Do that instead.
Yeah. It's going to depend, like you said, on how much more it would cost to build it yourself. Because I could see, me being cheap, I would if the math worked out right, I would go there every week, cast this spell 52 times, and
then you miss 1 day, you miss 1 week, and it's all over. You just start the whole process over again.
Oh, that would hurt.
That would be awful. Yeah, I mean, with 52 weeks in a year, that puts us at 52 times 500, gives us the grand old total of 26 grand. This is 26 grand for a castle. Is that a good deal?
That seems like a good deal.
Seems like a good deal to me.
You could turn around and sell it, flip it.
Yep. Bob's
right.
actually on a reality TV show, Flip That Mansion. It's just a bunch of really powerful 8th level wizards making some cities out of stone walls and creating giant magnificent mansions. Be like, we built this for 26,000, and we've been able to flip it to that one Null Duke for $500,000. 100% increase. Yeah, that's not what you're doing.
All right, that's well, that was our top 5 level 8 wizard spells. We got one more. Let's tune in next week for the big level 9 when we get to the cream of the crop. And of course, go back and watch levels, the cantrips and levels 1 through 7 as well. But yeah.
Also, leave your own lists in the comments
below.
Right.
Always.
Like I said, this is one that we're a little bit out of our depth here. We're talking about like hypotheticals more than most other levels that we talk about. So I'd be interested in your experiences, how you played with these, how you felt they've done, what ones were like, you're way overvaluing that, or that's utter trash, or that's actually bonkers. Hit us up. Let us know.
Yeah. Your opinions on our picks and your own picks. We'd love to read them. All right. Until next time, we will see you later. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. Robert Bevan here, author of the Caverns and Creatures series of comedy, fantasy novels, and short stories. With me is Sam West. And today, finally, we are breaking down our picks for the top 5 and 1 worst level 9 wizard spells.
These are the best of the best.
Well, and 1 worst.
And 1 worst of the worst.
Yeah. I will be shocked if we don't both have the same worst.
I also think I will be shocked if we don't have like 4 out of 5 for the tops. I think a lot of these are pretty apparently like, oh yeah, that's busted.
I think let me take a quick one. I know I've got one that I don't think you'll have.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm like, I kind of got through 4 of it and I was like, yeah, these are obviously busted. But now what? And I don't know if I landed on one I'm super happy with or not, but we'll get there when we get there, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have 3 of the same. Kind of iffy about 4, probably not 5.
Yeah, fair enough.
What? Right.
Let's quick disclaimer. I have on this list. I have seen 4 of them get cast. I have seen 1 of them get cast twice, and all the other ones get cast once, and the other one's just hypothetical. The one's just like this seems really nuts. But we're talking about a tier of play that like you get 2 adventures into the game, campaign's over, right? This is like the uppermost campaign. Everyone's level 17. Everyone's ready to go for the big bad. You've been in a campaign for 3.5 years, and someone's about to leave to go get a new house. You're like, okay, everyone, we got to finish out the campaign. We're rushing the last 3 levels. Get in there, and you learn your 9th level spells and shit. And we haven't played in this tier a lot. And
I've never had a character survive this long.
Exactly. For that reason, take our opinions with a grain of salt. We haven't played with most of these all that much, but based off the kinds of plays we have and had, maybe it could be right, could be wrong. I don't know. Also, I rank mine 1 to 5. Bob just grab exit.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll start this time because I'm going to say it. It's going to be your number 1. We'll get out of the way. Wish.
Yeah, wishes. Yep. I don't know how much we have to say about it. It's do whatever you want the spell. It's at minimum every level 8 or lower spell in the game at your disposal whenever you want it. So if you've got like that encyclopedic knowledge and you're like, you know what we can really use right now? This random level 7 spell. You got it. If you need a true resurrection, if you need a, any of the summoning spells, if you need a mass teleportation, if you need a perfect mass gigantic healing instantaneously, all of that is one of the bullet points on Wish.
Now, to be clear, is that any 8th level spell or lower that or
nope.
on your spell list?
Nope.
Wow.
Any in the game.
That's something.
Yeah, it's something, all right, and that's not half of the text. That's just tacked on at the end. Bob, how do you break Wish? What's the first thing you wish for?
I don't think I get Wish. That's too much responsibility.
Too much power.
Well, I mean, we're playing a game with rules, and Wish kind of just throws that out the window.
A little bit. I mean, there are rules around your wishes. They're like, oh, well, if you do it too much, you'll never get to do it again. And I think that's a really, really important set of words. Still, if it's so good that you could never do it ever again, you get in this weird little like what justifies this never ever being cast again, and your DM has to figure that out. And there's gonna be sometimes where it's like, yeah, Ascension to Godhood seems fine. Other times are like, that's way too good. You can't do that. But you're basically already got if you have Wish, so like I don't know. I think it's a spell that's going to create problems in some tables, especially once like they're the first time. I think it's going to be one of those spells that's like, you know, the 13-year-old and you comes out and be like, I can do 10 billion damage with Wish. And then the DM is like, yeah, you can grant wishes. Why couldn't you do 10 billion damage with Wish? The other 13-year-old at the table. And, you know, it's going to be like a giant cataclysmic explosion and everyone's going to be like, that was so broken. Remember whenever you wished for the demons to arrive and turn into angels or whatever? Like, giant wacky nonsense occurs with the spell. No, the spell can do that. No, the spell can do what Wish can do. You could ask for whatever you want and hypothetically get it, and sometimes you're not going to get it, but at the minimum, you're getting absurd stuff. So, like, it's always going to be busted.
It is busted. I think it's going to, like, if you've got a game where, I mean, this is an interactive storytelling experience, and like, yeah, as a storyteller myself, I don't like that kind of wild card being thrown into my story, and also there's always the annoyance of, all right, I'm going to say the wish, and then the DM is going to try and, you know, manipulate that in the old cliche kind of thing, and it's, yeah, we discussed this when we talked about Wish.
It's a long video. You should
now
go
I'm
watch
thinking
that.
of Brendan Fraser, and it's making me angry.
Brendan Fraser makes you angry, Bob. Absolutely not allowed.
Yeah, well, go watch the Wish video.
Go watch the Wish video.
Anything else to say about Wish? I mean,
it's crack. It's broken.
Yeah,
you don't need it. You don't need all the text. You could take one line of text from Wish and I'd be like, this spell's absurd. And that's the spell's 8th level or lower. And then it keeps going. And like, it gives you the best healing ability in the game, which sure is whatever. It lets you like create any conjure or any effect that you could possibly dream of. That's really busted. If you even don't go into the, you can do whatever random wacky nonsense bullshit you want, it's still really busted. And that is why it has to be number one, because then it also can do anything you want it to do. And that's, you know,
there's
like I said, I agree with you, Bob. I don't think this is for every table. I think like this is a wild card that you want to talk to your DM about and be like, is Wish accept? Is this a table that wants to play with Wish? And if so, what does that look like?
And where I think it could work well is, you know, if you and your party have gotten yourself into a situation that only Wish can solve, then you go on a quest, you find a ring that has Wish in it, use it, there you go.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if I took Wish, I think I would use it exclusively for the access to lesser spells, because that's super cool.
It's super cool, but it's also a ton of bookkeeping. Are you saying you're going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to have the player's handbook by my side at the ready with the spell section just open, just like perusing, like, wouldn't this be good right now? Okay. Like,
well, I'll probably have a few in mind that I want to cast that I didn't have access to before.
Maybe just pull up all the 8th and 7th level spells and be like, some of these are probably pretty good.
Or, I mean, that would be the sort of thing where, all right, I got Wish. Between now and the next session, I'm going to do a lot of reading up on spells.
That's fair.
And I'm going to watch a lot of videos on the Caverns and Creatures YouTube channel.
Figure out what ones are good and bad. We have talked about a lot of upper tier spells, so like,
well,
surprising amount.
By the time these people are viewing this, we might have covered all of them.
Oh my god. It could be true. Maybe this is the year 2045 and we've just gone through every single one. Because that's the base we're currently at.
I don't know. We've covered over 200 now.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, we're moving along.
Yeah. Anyway, we definitely talked Wish to death. I'll go just top to bottom then. So that's my number one. My number two is True Polymorph. Because True Polymorph is a truly unfair spell. And I can tell you why.
Yes, that made my list.
Yeah. True Polymorph doesn't I have to double check. Every time I read it, I'm like, I have to be wrong. But I'm not. True Polymorph, it just turns you into a thing that you want to be. And a thing that you can be is an Archmage. And an Archmage has a full 9th level and lower spell roster. It's got a 9th level spell slot, an 8th level spell slot, a 7th level spell slot, 2 6s, 2 5s, 3s, and all that, right? Which means at its floor, you can cast all of your other spells and be like, crap, I'm out. Archmage time. And then you still have another 9th level slot to use and the full robust roster of the rest of the spell slots. That's like the floor of True Polymorph. You could also just decide to be a CR 18 dragon of some nature. Why not? That seems pretty good. Who doesn't want a free 400 hit points and a tremendous AC and multi-attack and all the other good stuff, right? You can just turn into anything with a CR less than your level, and that's nuts. And then you can also turn creatures into like little cubes and leave them places if you want to. You can also turn objects into creatures if you want to be like, you know what? I think I would like to summon whatever CR 9 or lower monster my heart desires. It's just stapled to an already busted spell. I think like the top 9th level spells are the ones that have an apparently abhorrently powerful effect. An effect that like fundamentally changes how the game has to be played because you like double your spells list or double your your what wish giving you whatever effect you want, or other ones we'll talk about later. But like this is that you become a 9th level full caster or turn into any CR 19 or lower thing that you want to turn into. Or it also just gives you the ability to summon a companion. It also lets you just transform things into pebbles and leave them at the bottom of the ocean. It also gives you regular polymorph and all of its upsides. And that makes the spell cracked. The spell's busted.
Well, yeah, that's but I think that's where a 9th level spell has to be.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
the difference between this and Wish is that it's the difference between amazing things happening and anything goes,
Yeah, Wish is
which
definitely
I
like,
think is an important distinction.
agreed. Wish is definitely like its own tier of lunacy. Like, if Wish was just all of the 8th level and lower spells, it would be right next to this as far as lunacy goes. Because this is Wish is every spell, this is every creature, basically, with the
Yeah.
very few limitations, right? And every single creature is a lot, but it isn't unlimited. There are boundaries set by the quantity of creatures printed that put a ceiling on this. That ceiling is very, 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 very high. And the CR system also like, I mean, the CR system doesn't keep many things in check, but hypothetically, this prevents you from turning into like Tiamat, so that's nice. But like, you can do some pretty obnoxiously powerful stuff with this.
Yeah. Well,
What do you want to turn into? Put you on the spot.
A guy with hair.
A guy with hair. That's a good answer. We'll call it an Archmage then. Perfect. You nailed it. Most busted option you could have picked.
Yeah, 9th level spells, in my opinion, that's like the end of the 20th and last novel in the series. You know, the finale of the film franchise. This is what you want. You want to be turning into this massive monster, and you know, for good or evil, or wherever the journey has taken you. Yeah, and this delivers on that.
Yeah, that
It's
does.
this is not it's good as a 9th level spell because you know what, this campaign's not going to last much longer.
Yeah,
We are destroying the story, but
I mean,
but not in a
yes.
Wish sense.
Sure. This feels like you prepare for the giant climactic battle and you're like, all right, it's time. Barbarian, I understand you've had nothing to do for the last 10 sessions. Congratulations, you're an ancient white dragon. Go nuts. And they just fly off and start doing breath weapons and being like, I have so many more abilities than I normally have. This is amazing. Which is like 6 abilities compared to Barbarian's regular 4. So that's, that's also pretty cool. It's really great that you can cast this on other people. It's really great that you can still be the full caster and then also just be like, yeah, our buddy turned into a CR15 giant Baylor and started throwing fireballs at people because that seems dope. This is definitely the top end fantasy that I think you want it to be, especially if you're like if you like the shape changer, if you've been casting polymorph a lot, leveling up. This is just like your fantasy fulfilled to its finest.
All right, true polymorph. I guess it's my turn. Let's see.
Let's see if you can guess my number 3.
Was it Meteor Swarm?
It was Meteor Swarm.
Yeah.
It was. Yep.
All right, those are the 3 I was pretty sure about.
And they're the top 3 too. You nailed it in order.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, that's what they are.
That's true.
Meteor Swarm, massive damage.
Yeah. 3 areas of 40d6 damage. Nothing does more damage than that in the entire game. Wish, without cheating, can't do anything more than that in the entire game. 40d6 damage is a lot of damage.
I think, do I save this for when we talk about it, or do I bring it up now?
Am I wrong? Does something do more damage than Meteor Swarm?
Call Lightning?
Ball Lightning?
Call Lightning.
What about Call Lightning?
It potentially does more damage.
I don't... We'll talk about that in his future
Yeah.
video. I can't believe that could possibly be true. But, listen, there's not a whole lot to say here.
No.
Meteor Swarm is great because you pick 3 areas, and those areas are gigantic. And then they explode, and when they explode, everything in them dies. So, yeah, that's pretty good. If you wanted to kill a bunch of things in 3 enormous areas, get it.
Oh, can you concentrate those into one area, do 3 times the damage?
They don't stack. A creature can only be affected by one at a time. It does specify
right,
that, I'm pretty
fair.
sure. Yes.
It
A creature in the area of more than one fiery burst is only affected once. So
if you could do
can't
that,
be like...
it might compare with Call Lightning.
There's 120 d6 damage on one poor soul. I think we talked about this before, haven't we? Have we talked about Meteor Swarm yet?
Yeah, we did. We covered Meteor Swarm.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning like it's actually kind of harder to use just because you can't cast it indoors, really. Like, you can't cast it in a lot of civilized space because it just decimates everything around you. Like, this is bringing about the apocalypse levels of giant meteors of death. Because they're 40-foot radius spheres of damage, which is 80-foot wide balls of death that just level shit. So where you cast is going to be an interesting question. I've had them cast whenever we were like in a big climactic sea battle against a giant kraken, and it was like a whole city defense thing, and the wizards just like meteor swarm and hits the backline and hits the kraken for a bunch of it, and hits like 2 of their ships it just took out entirely, and it was a big epic moment. It was pretty dope. But like that was in a very specifically huge wide open battle space. I think this will be a bit trickier to use if you're like crawling through dungeons and the whole of the room you're in is only like 30 by 30, and you're like, wait a second.
I mean,
really
you
can't
come
hit
into
that.
that problem with Fireball as well.
That's true.
But not to this extent.
Yeah, 80-foot space is very much so larger than the radius of 20. Like, that's very big difference. But still, this is a gigantic damage. It's the highest damage option you get. It's baller.
All right. Now I guess those are the three the obvious three. What do you got for number 4?
Okay, I don't know. Like, this is where I guess we're starting to reach territory where I'm like, I also don't know how utterly cracked this is, but it seems really good. It's Mass Polymorph. I think Mass Polymorph could be ridiculous when used correctly. It's like, it kind of is the same bill as True Polymorph, but you use this more as the Saber die. This is kind of just like all right, 10 things. I can make them be anything I want, assuming it's like, let me check the exact CR. It has to be a beast. It has to be CR lower than or less than half its level. So like any CR10 beast, if you're like, hey, Barbarian, want to be a giant ape real quick? And they go, yes, please. So that's better than what I'm currently doing. You turn them into a giant ape, they go beat things up, right? And then that's pretty sweet. More realistically, it's I pick 10 things, sheep, 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 squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. And then they all turn into tiny little things and you ignore them for the rest of the time. And that's a pretty solid Saber die. Like it can't do other things with it. It doesn't get repeated saves. It's just the thing. And also, like,
forever?
For up to an hour, you have to concentrate on this.
Okay.
Yeah. But there's no extra saves. There's no, like, it can't get out of this particularly easily. It gains temp HP equal to its level of its new form. So, like, the hit points of its new form. So it doesn't use... It changed how Polymorph worked fundamentally, which is kind of dumb in my opinion. I feel like they should have just stuck with it until they reworked Polymorph. But in any case... I think at minimum, having a 9th level spell that'd be like 10 things are now tiny and entirely unimportant. It's kind of just like the best Saber die you get access to. I think this is pretty close to Psychic Scream, which is you blow up 14d6 damage and stun a bunch of things. But they get to repeat the saves. The 14d6 damage for repeating the saves, like that's pretty fair trade-off. You also blow up their heads. I think that one's close to this, so I would probably like say that's an honorable mention here. But I don't know. I think it's fine. Why didn't this make your list?
Well, I mean, it didn't make my list because the 2 others did.
That's
but no. But as far as a Saber die goes, I always like, multiple target Saber dies because it's gonna hit some of them, hopefully.
It definitely mitigates the feel bads of casting a spell and having nothing happen. Like polymorphing and being like, passed turn is a really big bummer. I can't fathom there being many times where like you hit 10 things with this and all of them pass.
Now, like, if I recall correctly, with regular Polymorph, you cast this, you turn your big enemy into a sheep. You can't just slaughter the sheep and it's dead. It reverts back to its normal form. If you right,
Same case here.
Same way. All right.
I mean, this way it gives it temporary hit points instead of changing its hit points. But yes,
because if you can't. You take them out of the fight for a little while, up to an hour, but then, they're going to come back.
Well, what you do then is everyone bunches around the sheep, readies an action, and whoever lands the first blow, everyone just goes, and just waylays into it the moment it turns back into its form. Because you do 1 damage, revert it back to regular, and then kill it. which is kind of like how the banishment things work. This is how Saber Dice tend to work, is you just, all right, everyone get around, ready your actions, end it.
Yeah. All right. Was that mass polymorph?
That was mass polymorph. What's your next one?
Invulnerability.
Oh, that one definitely didn't make my list.
Why
but
not?
it's I think
I mean,
invulnerability.
Again, you only get to pick 5, but
True.
you said definitely. That's what I want to know.
I'm not super high on invulnerability. The reason I'm not super high on invulnerability is it only affects you, so you can't put this on other people. It's using a 9th level spell slot to only do a defensive thing, and the defensive thing is you can't take damage. You can be CC'd, you can have you can be polymorphed, you can be banishment, you can be all the other effects that still would incapacitate you that are basically the same as killing you. And those all, there are ways to break your concentration outside of damage. So this is something that you want to be the battle mage fantasy specifically to make invulnerability feel good, because then you just cast invulnerability and you're running in there, making 2 attacks and doing some explosive things with magical weapons and green flame blades and stuff, right? I think this is much more narrow to an archetype. I think the invulnerability goes on the frontline casters that really want to be the spell swordy, weird defensive hybrid magic stuff. I think your average backline wizard doesn't need this nor want this. I think they much rather take the other more powerful game impacting, game warping effects that we've talked about. Because oftentimes, if your frontline dies anyway, someone's going to put you in a soul prison until the concentration of vulnerability drops, and they're going to pull you back out and kill you, right? You're getting into a tier of play where your health bar isn't going to matter if all your friends die. And all of your friends dying is still just going to happen while you have invulnerability up at the best case scenario. And in the worst case scenario, you're just going to be stunned out anyway, drop concentration on this, and then your 9th level spell slot didn't really have a big impact. And I think you really need your 9th level spell slots to have a big impact.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was thinking, I put this on the list thinking, cool, a concentration spell that makes it really hard to break your concentration. Yes, I know there are other ways to do that, but
not many.
Damage is the main way.
Yes.
And it'd be cooler if that helped you, maintain a different concentration spell.
Yeah, but it's I can't break concentration. That's the spell.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Kind of a weird little feedback loop.
But yeah, that's why I picked it. It's and just for the fantasy of being invulnerable as a robe wearing bearded old man with a pointy hat, and then going duking it out with a bunch of stuff that can't hurt me.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I was checking, there might have been an epic that did it. Getting double concentration is a very popular fantasy that players like to have, and that's often a time when it becomes magic items that you see in the upper tiers, oh, you can concentrate on 2 things. Very evidently busted. The invulnerability gets a lot better whenever you can have 2 concentration effects up and your concentration can't break. And you're no matter what you do to me, there's going to be a whole bunch of, not necessarily no matter what you do to me, but the majority of the things you're going to do to me aren't going to stop the onslaught of summon monsters that I've conjured into the world. That's a neat little upside for some very niche tables. I do think beyond that, the fantasy of a robed man that can't take damage, I don't think is worth a 9th level spell slot.
You and I play this game for different reasons.
That's fair. I mean, if you're the Blade Singer, if you're a I don't know, there's not any other archetypes that really see taking this. Maybe you're a really top end Abjurer fantasy and you want things to attack you. Sure. This doesn't work with a lot of your other build options, though. It's kind of a bummer. But still, for the big fight, you can be I will sit in the middle of things. Things will come to attack me, and I will hold the line. Then it's decent.
Yeah. Or cast this and then compelled duel.
Sure. That's definitely not a wizard spell, but sure.
Oh,
you
no.
got access to it through something.
Yeah.
Maybe you're also in a situation where it's a high damage environment where it's okay, cool, I'm gonna be invulnerable and then just walk out into the plane of fire and not give a shit that it's all on fire and just be yeah, I can chat here, what's up? And just have a perfectly mundane conversation in incredibly hazardous environments. That could be neat.
Or you're going against creatures that are strictly damage dealers.
Sure.
You're talking about other wizards casting stunning spells and whatever. But if you're going against a group of dire bears or something, then
if you're level 17, if you're level 17 and are facing down some dire bears, I'm a little confused as to why you just haven't craterized them with a meteor swarm. But yeah, sure.
Because there's 1,000 dire bears.
Now we're talking. So you'll sit inside, unable to kill all 1,000 for 10 minutes, and then after you've killed, like, I don't know, 7 in that 10-minute time, you'll just die to the 993 remaining tire bears. I'm not
Good
super
time.
high on invulnerability. I think it has its spot in a few builds. I don't think it's that amazing.
All right. Well, I guess it's your turn. This is your number 5.
My number 5. This is the one I'm least certain about, but I'm like, it seems cool. Shape change. I have 3 polymorph effects on my list. I didn't love that, but I was like, I don't like the rest of these enough to put them here. So shape change just lets you like at will polymorph yourself. And it's equal to your level or lower. However, it comes with the prerequisite, or the thing where you can't actually do, like, you can't use its legendary actions. You can't get its spells, I don't believe. Like, it's got a bunch of more tacked onto it that makes it less effective than true polymorph, but it does give you some of their abilities. It still gives you a lot of their stuff. And you can, like, being able to hop between a bunch of different creatures basically says I have access to every single creature ability in the player's handbook or in the monster manual and every book ever printed that's lower than my level in CR, and that's genuinely pretty sweet. Plus, like, you get a gigantic well of hit points where you can just be like, I switch and get 150 hit points. I switch and get 200 hit points. I switch and get 250 hit points. And now we're close to invulnerability.
Let me stop you there. I don't think that's true. I think there's a line of text at the end where you switch and you have to have the same or fewer amount of hit points.
Oh, you're right. It does. If your new form has more hit points than your current one, your hit points remain at the current value. That's a really important line of text. Thank you, Bob. I've definitely been wrong about this spell before.
Thank whoever left that comment when we talked about this spell.
Thank you, commenters. I'm learning new things every day. This is great. And I still maintain my position that I've never, ever been wrong, including right now. At minimum, even without the HP shenanigans that I thought the spell gave you, it is still just a really big, powerful, every monster at once kind of ability. You can, much like how, again, so like, Wish is every spell in the game. True Polymorph is one of every monster in the game, like one in all of their goodness. All of the things are on board. You can use their spells. You can use everything that you'd like. With Shape Change, it's every like non-spell feature in the game you get kind of access to and can switch between them willy-nilly. And that's pretty baller. That's a gigantic, robust roster of cool things that you could mess around and try.
Yeah, well, it didn't make my list because True Polymorph did.
That's fair. Yeah. That's where I looked at these last 3 and I was like, maybe, or these last 2, and I was like, maybe True Polymorph should be the only one I put on here, but I don't know. I put Shape Change too.
Okay.
I'm not upset with that.
No.
I think it's good.
Got anything else to say about it?
It's very similar to the other ones that we've already talked about, so I don't think I need to say all that much more.
Well, getting to my 5th choice, I saved this for last because it's exciting. Well, you've already brought it up. Psychic Scream.
Psychic Scream is nifty.
And I only chose it because it makes your head explode, or your enemy's head explode.
That's a good reason.
That's what I want from a 9th level spell.
Sure. That is, I mean, that's undoubtedly a cool top in fantasy, right? Like, you're the...
I would scream and then...
It very much reminds me of, like, the finale to, what's the action movie with the spies, but it's like a riff on it. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. What does matter is having a bunch of head explodes is very fun. It's also giant AoE stuns, and stun is good. Yeah, I'm a fan of Psychic Scream. I think Psychic Scream, maybe I should have picked it over my other polymorph because this is like the same vein. I think Mass Polymorph is slightly better just because you tend to like, you want the lockdown when you want the lockdown. The damage and lockdown here is both good, and they're probably good enough that you'd be like, yeah, I'll hedge my bets. I'll do both now. But I think I'd rather just be like, yeah, I'll cast 8th level spells that do damage, and my 9th level spell to lockdown, and get a little bit of more potency out of each spell cast, where this is like a little bit of both.
Yeah, well, a decent bit of both, and
definitely a decent bit of both.
Head exploding.
And fantastic flavor.
Yeah. Yeah, the head exploding thing was the only thing I really had to talk about.
You just want to live your best 90s horror movie life, where it's just, the random gory blowing up of heads is where I envision this at least.
And but it's not like because I shot him with a shotgun or something. It's because I screamed at them. And my scream, the forcefulness of my scream was such.
Bob,
that their heads physically exploded.
I don't like the text says you unleash the power of your mind to blast the intellect of 10 creatures of your choice you see with the range. I don't get any vocal from that at all. I don't see some person I think you're thinking you yell and that makes their heads explode. I don't think that's what's happening here.
Is there a verbal component to the spell?
No, it's just somatic.
Well, you know what? When I cast it, I will actually scream.
You'll scream every time regardless.
Yes.
Delightful.
All
Is
right.
it time for the worst?
I think it. Do we even need to? All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's pretty bad. It's astral projection. Oh, it's not. You didn't pick astral projection. What'd you pick?
Weird.
Oh, weird is also really bad. I think astral projection is about as bad as weird is. Astral projection just actively does nothing. Is the problem. Weird is like a bad 3rd level spell. So like, you can take your pick. Weird definitely was like on my radar. I was like, oh, this one is really terrible. But astral projection just doesn't have text. So like, I guess you can pick which one you feel is less meritable. Let's go with weird first. Why do you think weird is so bad? Let's inform.
All right, well, you know, this is you've brought this up many times before. It offers a promise that it doesn't deliver on. You know, when I hear of a spell, a 9th level spell called weird, I'm thinking it's going to be the ultimate chaos magic.
I'm thinking like psychedelic trip brought to real life, right? That's what I'm envisioning, right?
I was just thinking, you know, the Hitchhiker's Guide, infinite improbability drive. You know,
absolutely.
Your arms are going to turn into worms, or your enemies are going to grow 17 feet tall or something. You know, maybe it's going to be good. Maybe it's going to be bad. This is the ultimate Hail Mary spell. But
it's 40-10 psychic damage that fears things.
And it doesn't even make them drop their weapons.
Yeah, weird is profoundly stupid. It's so disappointing. To call a spell weird and then give it less, like a single paragraph of text, is just, that isn't it. True Polymorph is a novel. It's got like Wish on its own. It's got so much text comparatively. To not give weird a spell dedicated to weirdness, it's a bummer. It's supposed to be like, it's not even like, if it was called Phantasmal Killer, if it was called like Deepest Fear or something, then at least the flavor fits, but to call it weird, absolutely not.
All right, well, what about astral projection?
The spell's, whoever wants to cast this, I don't understand.
Yeah, we've covered it, but
you like the ability to land yourself in a terrain that might involve instantaneous and immediate death, because that's real text in astral projection. Sometimes you'll just be against someone and be like, hey, what's this silvery little wire thing? Snip, dead.
Yeah, because the only way you can die from this is if the DM just wants you to die.
Yep.
And then, it's not like, you know, people are going around, like you said, randomly happening upon silvery strings, and they have a pair of magic scissors or whatever they need.
Yep.
Yeah, this is, what is it compared to plane shift? Is that
I would compare it to create spell jamming hell. This feels like it's in that territory of specific.
What it does, like, for what it's supposed to do.
Yeah,
you know,
plane shift.
Go into different planes, right?
A lower level spell.
Yeah, well, it had to be. This is not, we're talking 9th level spells here.
Yeah.
So it's plane shift plus random chance of death.
But it's also worse than that, because you have to find the planes. You can't just say, I want to go there. You have to like swim through the astral soup to eventually, hopefully, stumble across the plane that you want to go to. This is a spell that says, DM, I know that you've been playing in this campaign for the last, 10 months to 2 years. I'm done. Let's go somewhere else. Astral projection, and off we go. That's not a 9th level spell. That's a plot device. And that's not something that a player should be doing. This is not a real spell, and you should never take. You also should never take weird. These spells are both very bad for different reasons.
Yeah. Well, hurting my feelings wins a weird the spot for me. That's
I respect that. Being utterly and entirely useless makes astral projection win the slot for me.
Well, I stand by what I said. I am shocked that we didn't both pick weird.
Yeah, that's fair. I thought I definitely thought of Weird when I was picking this, and I was like, Weird is really bad. I just assumed that we were going to both pick the spell that I think we've talked about the most, which is of the bad spells, which is definitely Astral Projection, just because we've talked all the Spelljammer stuff. But
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, that was it. Ninth level. We did it.
That's all the wizard spells.
Well, I mean, it's all the top 5 and 1 worst wizard spells. There's a shit ton more. But,
and we've talked about a lot of them, and you can go through and find all of our reviews and videos on them. You can go see our 8th level and lowers. They're all hopefully going to be linked in this video description, or just found to the Caverns and Creatures YouTube channel, which you can find by clicking the little thing below this video. I'm plugging for you, Bob. What can I say?
I appreciate that. All right, stay tuned for I think we're going to continue these top 5 lists. I'm not going to commit yet to what we're going to cover next, but stay tuned for it.
It'll be a surprise. Can't wait. I'm so excited.
All right. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank you everyone for sticking with us this long, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. If you found this helpful, informative, or entertaining, I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button below. You needn't smash it. A gentle tap will suffice. If you want to see more videos like this, subscribe to the channel. And make sure you check out the links in the description, where you'll find my Caverns and Creatures series of comedy fantasy novels, Sam's full review of the spell, and other fun things.